Fearless. Written by Jacqueline Wiest. Narrated by Laura Bannister. Chapter 1. Jenny. Jenny was preparing for her wedding day. Again. She stared in the mirror, wondering for the millionth time how this happened to her. Up until just a year ago, she'd been a typical American girl, stressing out about boys and homework. Suddenly, she was in a medieval world, worrying about the grain supplies in her kingdom. Her kingdom. Such a strange concept. "I think we need to pull this in a little more." Olive, her maid, stood behind her, looking at the waist of Jenny's wedding dress. "Maybe a little." Jenny sighed and flopped onto her bed. It had been a long day. "Highness, please allow me to take the dress off you before you ruin it." Jenny hopped up. "Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm just tired from changing all the seating arrangements. Who knew that people could be so picky about who they sit by for dinner?" Olive smiled and continued adding pins where she needed to fix the dress. She had become one of Jenny's best friends over the last year, and Jenny felt like she could talk to her about anything. "Even I knew the Duke of Rossfeld and Lord Edmund would start a duel right in the middle of your dinner." Jenny threw her hand up in frustration. "Hey, I'm still learning all this. Where I come from, we didn't exactly fight wars every time someone looked at us wrong." Olive tilted her head to the side. "Really? What did you do?" "Argued, gave the silent treatment, moved on. Much less bloody." She slipped out of the wedding gown and went to the wardrobe to find a lighter dress to wear. "You are doing a fine job as princess." Olive sat in a chair to work on the dress. "No one would ever guess that you are not the same princess they've known for so long." "Unless you hand me a sword," Jenny laughed. Olive rolled her eyes. "There is that, but I am talking about the villagers. They love you. Of course, they have wondered why you suddenly care for them so much." Jenny picked up her brush and started working on the tangles in her hair. Olive quickly put the dress aside and took the brush from Jenny. "You know I am supposed to do this." Olive gave her a disapproving look. "And you know I want to do it myself. I need to do something myself." Once upon a time, she'd complained that she had to do all of the housework for her parents and 6 siblings. Now she'd give just about anything to help them out again. "There will be plenty for you to do as queen. Getting yourself ready for bed is not one of them." Jenny groaned. "That's the one thing I'd actually like to do." Olive shook her head. "All right, your hair is done. I will take the dress to my room to finish. I suggest you get some sleep. Tomorrow is a big day." "You can stay in here if you'd like. I'm not tired yet." "I would like to, but I must have help with the lace on this dress. Sleep, Highness." Jenny sighed. "Fine. Good night, Olive." She climbed on her bed and allowed Olive to tuck her in. She thought back to how she'd tucked Bonnie, Mary, and Emma in every night. Olive left the room with a curtsy and left Jenny alone. While Jenny knew she should be sleeping, she lay there wide awake. The smiles from the villagers she'd helped wouldn't leave her mind. She remembered the first time she'd given away the grain. Everyone had been cursed to sleep for 100 years, so the farmers hadn't had the chance to bring in a harvest, and Jenny had felt sorry for them. Those who lived in the castle had disapproved, but Sam had been impressed. Now it was part of the routine every time she was in charge of the council. Many villagers would wait until they knew it was her turn before they would come to the castle. It allowed the more serious problems to be taken care of by the king and queen, so everyone was happy. Jenny smiled as she rolled over in her bed. She was finally making a difference. Chapter 2. Genevieve. Genevieve shut the door and leaned against it, happy with how her date had gone. Eric had taken her to a movie and then out for burgers and milkshakes, all of her favorite things. She'd been in this modern time for a year, but electricity and these delicious foods still fascinated her. "Mother, I'm home," Genevieve called out. "Oh, hey, sweetie, how was your date?" her mother asked, coming around the corner. "It was wonderful," Genevieve smiled. "We watched another movie about Sleeping Beauty. Not accurate, but still fun." Mother laughed. "Maybe you'll have to write your own sometime." Genevieve's eyes grew wide. "I can do that?" "Of course you can." Mother picked up a letter and handed it to Genevieve. "This letter came for you." "I received mail?" She took it and turned it over. The only parcels that had come to the castle for her were from kings who wanted her to marry their son or offer treaties. "What is it for?" Mother shook her head, but her eyes danced. "I don't know. Maybe you should open it." "All right." Genevieve opened the letter and read it over and over, unsure what she was reading. "This says I was accepted into the University of Idaho. What does that mean?" "It means you get to go to college on an art scholarship." Mother smiled. "I applied for you. I hope that's okay." Genevieve's eyes filled with tears. "I get to go to a university?" She hugged her mother tightly. "That is the most wonderful gift I have ever received." Ammon sent his application in around the same time. His letter got here, but we won't know if he made it in until he gets back. "I hope he will come too. I do not know what I would do without him there. Lucy is staying here to work." Genevieve kept staring at the letter with her name at the top. Her name, not Jenny's. "That's great. Do you know where Eric is going yet?" Mother stepped back and took the letter. "He was hoping to find out today." Genevieve yawned. "I must go to sleep. We start our end-of-year tests tomorrow. Have a good night." Mother leaned forward and kissed Genevieve's forehead. "You too. Good night, Mother." Genevieve went upstairs to shower and climb into bed. She fell asleep thinking of the opportunities girls had in this time. It was so different from where she had come from, and she was excited to see all the new possibilities. The alarm made Genevieve jerk out of sleep. Disturbing dreams of Maurelle performing dark magic had made her toss and turn all night. She rubbed her eyes in confusion and climbed out of bed. There had been no dreams of anything in the past for several months, and she wondered what brought them on now. Genevieve brushed them off and got ready for school. She couldn't wait to tell Eric that she would be going to college. He would be picking her up for school that morning, since Ammon had gone to youth government. She thought it was fascinating that he would leave his family to go learn more about how his government ran. He would never run anything, as far as she knew. After all, there were no kingdoms in this land. Mother had already finished making breakfast when Genevieve walked into the kitchen. She ate quickly and had just put her bowl in the sink when Eric showed up. Eric was talking to Mother and brightened when he saw Genevieve come around the corner. "Hey, ready to go?" "Yes, let's go." Genevieve waved at her mother and took Eric's hand. Eric helped her into the car and then hurried around to the other side. "You look happy today." "I am. Mother got me signed up for college. I get to attend the University of Idaho to study art." She stopped when she saw Eric's face fall. "What is wrong?" He cleared his throat. "Nothing. That's great." "There is something wrong. What is it?" Genevieve stared at him, noticing how he avoided her eyes. I got accepted to CSI to play baseball." He started the car. "It's on the other side of the state from the University of Idaho." "How big is this state?" Genevieve had gone ice cold. Eric had been so much a part of her life, and without Lucy or Eric by her side, She didn't know how to survive in this world. Eric smiled. It would take about 9 hours to visit each other if we went by car. If you were to travel where I'm from, 9 hours would be nothing. Genevieve sighed. I do not know what to do. Eric took her hand. Hey, we still have a few months. We could work things out. CSI is only a 2-year college, and then I'll have to transfer. By that time, you could have your degree, or you could continue on. Genevieve looked at him, surprised. You can go to school for even longer than 2 years? Does it never end? Eric headed toward the school. Doctors go for a lot more than 2 years. So do lawyers. Most degrees are 4. That is wonderful, but 2 years is a long time. How will we stay in contact? Genevieve felt like her heart would break. You could always come to school with me. I'm sure there's a great art program there, too. I could do that? Genevieve's mood lifted a little. Of course. He pulled to a stop. I would go to the University of Idaho, but I had to go where the scholarship is for baseball. I wouldn't be able to afford college otherwise. Ah, that is a problem then. I have an art scholarship. Oh. Eric's face fell, and he was quiet for the rest of the trip to school. After he parked, he turned to her. For now, we're going to forget about college, okay? We'll just enjoy the last few weeks of school, and then take it as it comes. I would like that very much. Eric helped Genevieve out of the car, and they walked into the school. Genevieve got her books from her locker and headed to class. She tried to concentrate on the tests in front of her, but her mind kept wandering back to what would happen after graduation. Genevieve was thankful when it was time for PE. At least there she could run off some energy. They were playing a strange game called basketball, where all they did was throw a ball into a hoop. She enjoyed watching and playing, but it was unlike any of the activities where she came from. Hey, wait up! Lucy called from behind her. Sorry, I had to ask about one of the questions on my math test. That was a killer. Genevieve nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, I'm not sure I got everything correct. I'm sure you did just fine. You okay? Lucy pulled Genevieve to the side of the crowd. Both you and Eric are dragging. It is because of university, but we can talk later. Genevieve moved toward the gym, but Lucy stopped her again. University? What do you mean? Her eyes widened. Are you going to college? Genevieve grinned. Yes, Mother applied for me. I got an art scholarship to the University of Idaho. Ah, Lucy's smile dropped, just like Eric's had. That's why you're sad. You'll be on the other side of the state from us. Yes, that is why. Genevieve searched the crowd for Eric, but there was no sign of him. Of course, he would be on the other side of the school going to his chemistry class. Come, I do not want to be late. We can be sad later. I have some basketball to play. Lucy shook her head and laughed. Okay, but you know it's just a game, right? Mother said every battle must be won. It is in my blood. Genevieve grinned mischievously and pushed her way through the thinning crowd so she could change for class. Since coming to this time, she had lost very few games, and she wasn't about to let it happen now. Chapter 3. Jenny. Olive set the tiara on Jenny's head and smiled. Ready, Highness? Jenny stared at herself in the mirror. The dress was beautiful and exactly what she wanted in a wedding dress. Her hair was up in a tight twist, with curls hanging down. Her long hair had once driven her crazy, but over the last year, she'd decided that if it had to be long, she'd just have fun with it. She sighed and stood. Ready or not, here I come, she whispered to herself. She moved away from Olive so her maid wouldn't see the tear that escaped, ruining her makeup. Her night had been plagued by dreams of home. She missed Ammon, and she desperately wanted her mom to be there on her wedding day. Not her mother, the queen, but the mom who had raised her since she was a baby. She shook her head. Now was not the time to be homesick, but she couldn't make it go away. "What was that, Highness?" Olive asked. "Nothing. I'm ready." Jenny used her handkerchief to wipe her eyes and then straightened her gown. Olive nodded and hurried to the door. She poked her head out to let the guards know Princess Genevieve was ready. Petrus entered the room. "Ah, my beautiful Genevieve. When I first started tutoring you, I never thought this day would come. You were just a spoiled girl with a thirst for knowledge." Jenny laughed. "You've only known me for a year, Petrus. You're thinking of the other Princess Genevieve." Petrus chuckled. "That is true, but nevertheless you have grown much in that year. The kingdom is prospering, thanks to your rule." "Not really. Queen Esmeralda was the one who changed most of the laws. I just sat and watched." His eyes danced. "That is not how I remember it. Now come, it is time for you to be married." Jenny's heart fluttered in her chest, and her excitement finally pushed through the homesickness. This was one wedding she looked forward to. The last time she'd walked down the aisle, it was a forced marriage, and she'd done everything she could to get out of it. Sam had been so good to her during their adventures, and she'd grown to love him more than she could have possibly imagined. True, she would have waited another couple of years if it had been her choice, but the kingdom needed to know they had a successor to the throne. Ever since the king had been poisoned by Prince Gavin, his health had not been the same. Prince Gavin. The thought of him still made her shudder. To think she actually almost cared for him. She shuddered as she followed Petrus and 3 other guards down to the main hall. The servants had gone all out with the decorations. The tapestries had been changed to pictures of Jenny and Sam together. Roses, orchids, and bouquets of lily of the valley were in vases throughout the great hall, and the stone halls and stairs had never looked cleaner. Wreaths of pine draped between the columns and filled the air with a fresh scent that made Jenny miss Christmas. She smiled at the thought, considering it was only April. The steps were covered with a thick red velvet rug, and she hoped she wouldn't trip. She took a deep breath and waited for her turn. The buzz of conversations quieted when the herald announced the arrival of Princess Genevieve. The villagers and servants watched Jenny, waiting for her. Queen Esmeralda hadn't wanted to invite any of them, but Jenny had insisted. If she was going to be their new ruler, she wanted them to know she cared about them. Besides, Sam was one of them, and he would be their ruler too. The royalty from other kingdoms sat in ornate chairs along the sides of the hall, staring at the villagers in curiosity. Sam stood at the front of the hall, gazing up at Jenny, looking gorgeous in his navy blue suit coat and white pants. He wore a cloak that hung down to his knees. That was something he'd been very proud of. As a servant boy, he'd never been allowed to wear cloaks. The tenderness she saw on his face wiped away any homesickness she had lingering from the dreams of the night before. Regardless of what she missed, regardless of who she once was, this was her home. These were her people. And the gorgeous man with the blonde hair and dimples was her future husband. Jenny stepped slowly down the stairs, careful not to trip on her dress. She'd tried to make it shorter, but her servants nearly hyperventilated at the thought of her slippers showing. She'd also wanted a white dress like she was used to, but apparently blue was the color brides were to wear for weddings here. They'd argued back and forth until Olive found a baby blue satin that accented Jenny's eyes perfectly. Jenny shook her head to clear her mind so she could think of the vows she was supposed to make. She wondered what Genevieve was up to at that point. She would be graduating soon if the times matched up. It had been a couple of months since they'd last been able to talk to each other in the mirrors the fairies had given them. Wait, the fairies? Where were they? Jenny glanced around the crowd to find them, but they were nowhere to be seen. She stepped up on the dais to stand next to Sam and searched the crowd again. There were many excited faces smiling up at her, but the fairies weren't there. "Is everything all right, Jenny?" Sam whispered. Jenny nodded. "I can't find the fairies." Her heart thumped. They were supposed to be there to offer blessings on the wedding. "I'm pretty sure I saw them. It will be fine." He took Jenny's arm, and they faced the priest. The priest studied them for a moment before beginning. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered together today to unite Princess Genevieve with Lord Samuel." Jenny giggled at the blush on Sam's face. He had only been made a lord a few days before, and he wasn't used to it yet. She quickly smothered the giggle at the look of disapproval from Queen Esmeralda. "Princess Genevieve, do you take Lord Samuel as your lawfully wedded husband?" "I do." Jenny's heart soared. The only thing that would make this day better would be if her friends and family were there. Lucy would be squealing about now. "Lord Samuel, do you take Princess Genevieve to be your lawfully wedded wife?" "I do." Sam squeezed Jenny's hand, and she was sure she caught a wink as well. The priest closed his book and addressed the audience. "We will now have the blessings from the fairies." No one moved. Jenny's stomach dropped when she couldn't see them coming forward. They wouldn't miss this on purpose. A buzz ran through the hall as everyone looked around for them. Queen Esmeralda stood. "We must continue with the wedding. We can have the blessings as soon as we find the fairies." Her expression was calm, but Jenny could tell she was also worried. Suddenly, the doors to the castle were pushed open and Roswin entered, followed by Tenyanye and the other sisters. There was a loud sigh of relief as they made their way forward. Jenny waved before she remembered she was supposed to be calm and composed. "We apologize for our delay. Something came up and we just returned." Rosalind bowed and stepped forward. "We will begin. I bless your kingdom with much beauty and great bounty in the harvest." She stepped back, and Tenyanye took her place. "I bless you with much joy in your marriage and as you begin your family." She smiled at Jenny and moved as Shaylee spoke. "I bless you with grace and good judgment as you rule over your kingdom." Liliana blessed them with peace in their kingdom, and Rhiannon left them with great success in the field of art. Roswin stepped forward. "I come here with a blessing and with a warning. Things are not as they should be in this land. You will need to be vigilant. My blessing is protection from the dark forces of this world." Jenny's eyes widened and her breath caught as a chill went through her. This was the last thing anyone wanted to hear on their wedding day. Roswin was stopped short by a whirlwind that suddenly filled the great hall, pulling tapestries off the wall and shattering vases. Thunder rocked the castle, and green flashes of light pierced the air. Everyone ducked down, and Sam pulled Jenny close to him. She huddled in his arms. Fear threatened to overwhelm her, but she pushed it down. She looked up as the wind calmed, and Maurelle stood in front of her. "It seems you are having quite a party." The sorceress walked slowly up the steps of the dais. Her dress was black, and the staff she carried was black and twisted. But what had Jenny cowering in fear was the power emanating from her. "Please leave us," Jenny pleaded. She'd had to talk to this woman a year before, and she'd hoped never to see her again. The woman's laugh was high-pitched. "I think I will stay here. It is a celebration, is it not? I see you have invited the lowest of your kingdom, as well as the most elite. You seem to have forgotten my invitation yet again, Queen Esmeralda." She swept off the stage and glared down at a villager who quickly slid off his seat. She crossed her legs and leaned back in the chair as if she'd been there all along. "You may continue." Jenny and Sam looked at each other. Jenny hesitated, not knowing whether they should continue. Having Maurelle there meant nothing good for Jenny or for the kingdom. The priest cleared his throat. "Are there any who wish to object to this wedding?" Maurelle rose and began to speak, but all 7 fairies ganged up on her and tackled her to the ground. Maurelle growled in anger, but Tenyanye covered her mouth. "Keep going! We cannot hold her much longer!" Tenyanye cried. Sam stood and helped Jenny to rise to face the priest. "Continue." "Very well." With one more glance at the struggling Maurelle, the priest nodded toward Sam. "You may kiss the bride." Sam smiled and cupped Jenny's face in his hands. "I love you, my princess." He leaned forward. With a loud blast of wind, Maurelle pushed the fairies away and jumped to her feet, then screamed out a curse in a language that Jenny didn't understand, but she could feel the power in it. The lights dimmed and the ground rumbled, causing vases to fall to the floor. An electric charge flew through the air and hit Jenny. Maurelle cackled loudly, and Jenny saw only blackness as she fell limp in Sam's arms. Jenny held her head as she groaned and rolled over. The gym floor smelled like it had just been polished a few minutes before. Wait, gym floor? Her eyes flew open to find a mass of girls surrounding her. She sat up and looked around, panicking. Her dress had been replaced by PE clothes. She wasn't supposed to be here. What had happened to the wedding? Maurelle had pulled her away just as she was about to kiss Sam. It felt like her heart had been ripped out of her chest, knowing he'd been left behind. But then this world came crashing down on her. Lucy stood above her and held out her hand. "Man, Jenny, that was some fall. I didn't think Zoe hit you that hard." Jenny took Lucy's hand and pulled herself up, then wrapped her in a hug, sobbing for joy. She was home. Jenny, what's going on?" Lucy pulled away and stared at her. "I'm back." Jenny wiped her eyes. "Lucy, it's me." Lucy's jaw dropped and she turned to the coach. I'm going to take Jenny to the nurse. I think she bumped her head harder than we thought." She yanked on Jenny's arm and they quickly left the gym. Lucy didn't say anything until they got into the locker room. Then she whirled around and stared at Jenny. "Okay, spill. What's going on?" "Seriously, Lucy, it's me, Jenny, your best friend. I don't know how or why I'm here, but I'm home." Lucy just kept staring, her mouth moving, but she said nothing. Jenny paced back and forth, something she'd picked up while in Genevieve's time. She stopped and took Lucy by the shoulders. "Look, you've had a crush on Ammon for as long as we can remember. We had a tree house in your backyard where we used to play with dolls and give them haircuts. You threw chewing gum in my hair when I wouldn't let you have the purple popsicle. Mom had to chop 6 inches off my hair. And we were grounded from each other for 2 weeks." Lucy grabbed Jenny in a hug. "Oh man, I missed you. I mean, you were still kind of here, but not really." She let go and went into the stall to grab some toilet paper to wipe her eyes. "How was Genevieve? Was she nice?" Jenny's thoughts flew back to when she'd first arrived in the kingdom and everyone had been afraid of her. She absent-mindedly turned on the faucets just to watch the water run down into the sink. Indoor plumbing was something she'd never take for granted again. especially since she didn't know how long she'd be here to enjoy it. She was a little intense and rather odd when she first got here. Lucy shook her head, laughing. Odd? What do you mean? Jenny looked around, taking in her surroundings. She missed her home and everything about it, including the faint smell of gym socks and old perfume in the locker room. Then thoughts of Sam and the wedding she was missing right at that moment clogged her mind. Was Genevieve there? She teared up at the thought of leaving Sam behind. She didn't know what anything was, and she had this way of speaking. Are you okay? Lucy looked at Jenny, her eyebrows drawn together. Jenny shook her head. I'm so confused and exhausted. She sat down on the bench and covered her face with her hands. Lucy, I'm supposed to be getting married right now. I'm so torn between being thrilled to be home and missing Sam that I don't know what to do with myself. What? Lucy dropped down next to her. What do you mean, married? Jenny looked down at her hand, bare of the ring she had been wearing just a few minutes before. I met this servant boy. He was gorgeous, sweet, amazing. We were just getting married when something happened, and I ended up here. Yeah, so that didn't clear anything up at all. You and I are going to have a little chat tonight about everything that's happened. Lucy looked at her watch. Right now, we need to hurry and get dressed because I'm supposed to have you down at the nurse's office. Oh, right. Jenny jumped up and pulled her clothes out of the locker. What are these? She held up a dress and leggings and looked at them in disgust. Lucy burst out laughing. Oh, you don't like your new look? Genevieve wore pants sometimes, but usually she wanted to be more covered up. That was her compromise. I can see why, after what I've been wearing for the last year. My dresses are heavy and made of several layers. Jenny pulled on the clothes and found shoes at the bottom of the locker. Okay, let's get going. Lucy led the way out of the locker room and mentioned a few things that had been going on. The school year was almost over, and they were supposed to be trying on their graduation gowns later that day. She walked Jenny to the nurse's office and poked her head in to let her know that Jenny had hit her head but seemed fine. The nurse checked her eyes, then told her to go to her next class. The bell rang and students came flowing out of the classrooms. Jenny didn't even know which class she was supposed to be in, and she didn't really care. She wanted to get home to her mom and dad. She searched the crowd for Ammon, but didn't see him anywhere. Lucy stopped by her locker to grab a few books and then headed over to another one. This is yours. You have math next. Lucy flew through the combination and opened the door. She turned to say something, but paused, seeing someone behind Jenny. Her eyes grew wide. There's something you need to know. Chapter 4. Jenny. Hey, Jenny, how was PE? Jenny whipped around, and her breath caught in her throat. Eric was standing there. The Eric she'd been desperately in love with for years. And not only did he say hi, but he was standing really close to her. Hey, it was great. She blushed. Are you okay? He put his hand on her shoulder and pulled her in for a hug. Yeah, I'm fine. I just have to get to class. She grabbed her math book and started to walk away before she realized she had no idea which room her class was in. Apparently, Genevieve had left the fact that she and Eric were dating out of their conversations in the mirror. Hey, where are you going? Eric caught up. Math is that way, remember? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Jenny could feel her face redden again. She was making a mess out of this. Seriously, how many classes did she have left for the day? She followed Eric into the room and sat down, thankful that all the seats around her were taken. After not ever talking to Eric before, it was weird to have him so close to her. Jenny went to push her glasses up on the bridge of her nose, a habit she hadn't even thought about until now, and realized they weren't there. She blinked several times and felt contacts in her eyes. She'd been begging her mom for them for a couple of years. She shook her head, willing the tears away. So many things had changed since she'd been gone. She wanted to see her family and sleep in her soft bed and use a real toothbrush. But what she really wanted was Sam and Olive and everything she'd grown used to. Eric kept shooting worried glances over at her during class, but she chose to ignore them so she could concentrate on the test in front of her. She didn't know how long she'd be here, but she hoped she hadn't just blown the test for Genevieve. Petrus had taught her, but she was pretty sure this math hadn't been used in the 13th century. As soon as the bell rang, she jumped up and hurried toward the door. Eric caught up to her at her locker and helped her put her books in her bag. Seriously, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? Eric tipped her chin up to look at him. Jenny shook her head, flustered. No, you're fine. I'm just distracted today. Curse those eyes of his. She had stared at them for years, trying to get him to notice her. They didn't compare to the blue of Sam's eyes, though. She couldn't believe how completely opposite the two of them were in looks. You weren't distracted during lunch. What happened in PE? He leaned up against the wall. It's a long story. Look, can we talk later? I need to find Ammon. She headed toward the front entrance. Genevieve, wait. Jenny stopped short and turned toward him, her heart pounding. What did you call me? She didn't think she'd hear that name around here. Genevieve, what I've called you ever since prom. He brushed a hair from her face. How do you know that name? Jenny whispered. Genevieve had told people about the switch? Well, of course she had. Jenny had told a few people as well. But still. Eric? Wait. Jenny? He asked, surprised. He backed up quickly. Jenny nodded. Yes, I'm Jenny. How long have you known? Seriously, what had gone on around here? It felt like her world had completely flipped upside down. Which, technically, it had. I've known for about a year. She told me when we started getting serious. He studied Jenny. So, you're really back? Yeah, I don't know how or why. And I don't know how in the world I'm talking to you. Apparently, it took living in a different century to get up the guts to talk to her crush. Who knew? But then it also helped that she was supposed to be marrying someone else. But where's Genevieve? He looked lost. He ran his fingers through his hair. I don't know. I can only guess that she went back in time. Jenny wondered how Genevieve would react when she realized she was married. That's good, I guess. Eric shoved his hands in his pockets. Wow. I don't even know what to say. This morning we were talking about colleges, and now she's gone. You really like her. Jenny's heart broke for him. Sadly, she knew exactly how he felt. Yes, I do. He played with the strap on his backpack. So, what now? I'm going to do what I've wanted to do for a very long time. I'm going home. Do you know where Ammon is? The fact that she hadn't asked Lucy showed just how distracted and messed up she was. He's gone. Youth government. Jenny's face dropped. Oh, When does he get back? She was finally home, and her brother wasn't even there? That just seemed wrong. I think he'll be back by this weekend. Eric smiled at Jenny's blank look. That's in 2 days. Today is Wednesday. Man, must be weird suddenly popping up in a whole different time. You have no idea. Jenny looked around, uncomfortable. Can I get a ride then? I haven't seen Lucy for a while, or I'd ask her. Of course. He led Jenny to his car and opened her door before going around to the other side. Jenny was actually in Eric's car, the guy she'd died over. And yet the only thing she could think about was how much she wished she could show Sam what a car was. She'd tried to explain to him once, but he just stared at her, confused. It was probably for the best. They wouldn't have been invented for another 600 years. Okay, let's get you home. I bet you're dying to see your parents. He grinned and started the car. Rock music blasted out of the stereo, and Jenny wanted to cry. Real music. She'd had enough harps to last her a lifetime. Yeah, I need to see my family. She stared out the window, watching the world she'd known fly past. She almost felt claustrophobic with the houses so close together. She was used to her castle with the rolling hills. Had she changed so much? Eric pulled in and put the car in park. You ready for this? Jenny couldn't help the tears that escaped. I've waited for this for a year now, but I can't seem to move. I'll help. Eric climbed out, and Jenny took a deep breath before she did the same. Everything seemed normal. The house was still chaotic with kids running around, and it had a comfortable, lived-in feel to it. Jenny stepped inside, finally home, and yet she was missing something. Jenny's mom came into the hallway. Oh, hello, Eric. Hey, Genevieve. Can you watch the kids for a bit? I need to run to the store. She suddenly stopped and looked closer. Are you crying? She glanced over at Eric and then back. Jenny ran forward and pulled her mom into a hug. I've missed you so much. She couldn't help the sobs that racked her body. What's going on, sweetie? Her mom hugged her and patted her on the back. You may want to put off that visit to the store. She has something she needs to tell you, Eric said. I'll see you tomorrow, Jenny. Jenny waved and pulled away from her mom, wiping her eyes. Thanks, Eric. See you tomorrow. Are you going to answer me? Are you hurt? Mom held on to Jenny's shoulders and looked her in the eyes. Did Eric break up with you? No, Eric is fine. Mom, it's me. It's Jenny. I don't know how, but I'm here. Mom froze. What do you mean? Jenny watched as her mom tried to comprehend what was happening. Mom, it's me. Would you like me to prove it? Your favorite candy bar is a Milky Way, and when I was 3, I ate an entire bag of them that you'd been hiding for yourself. Jenny? Mom's hands flew to her mouth, and tears spilled down her face. She pulled Jenny into another hug. I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't either. This morning, I was wishing you'd be there for my wedding, and suddenly I'm here. This wasn't quite what she'd had in mind, but she was so glad to see her. Wait, hold on. Your wedding? Mom backed up and stared at Jenny. Jenny laughed, wiping her tears. Yes, wedding. Life's a little different there. I'm considered an old maid. Or at least, I was before the wedding. But you're just 17. You haven't even graduated yet. She pulled Jenny into the living room to sit on the couch and hugged her again. Right, but that's Genevieve now. I kind of belong to a different world. Or I did until a few hours ago. Mom jerked back like she'd been slapped. You don't think you belong here? Jenny sighed. Mom, focus. I'm here. I don't know for how long, and things are bad. Maurelle switched us again, and I don't know why. We have to figure that out. For now, I want to go take a very long, very hot shower and brush my teeth with an actual toothbrush, and enjoy the fact that I have indoor plumbing. She could pretend everything was back to normal, that Lucy was her best friend and she was with her family again. But she really missed Sam and wanted to go back and help him stop Maurelle from doing whatever it was that she had planned. I see. Mom's lip trembled as she pulled Jenny close again. You shower. I'm going to make your favorite meal. We'll have a big celebration for you. As far as how long you're staying, we'll just enjoy every minute we actually have together. Jenny smiled. I'd like that. And Mom, I really am happy to be home. I missed you every single minute I was gone. You would not believe what I went through while I was there. You'll have to tell me after your shower. Now go. She smiled and went into the kitchen. A door slammed as Mary, Emma, and Bonnie ran into the living room. They jumped up on her lap, and she squeezed them tight. Are you really Jenny? Mary asked. Yep, I am. Good, because the other Jenny didn't talk right, and she didn't know how to fold the clothes or read me stories the right way. Mary snuggled up closer to Jenny. She was just fine. Bonnie rolled her eyes. Did you live in a castle? Yes, I did, a great big one. Jenny pictured the hall and her rooms. Did you have to fight any dragons? Emma asked with wide eyes. Nope, no dragons. But I fought a troll. He was big and scary. Mary squeaked. A troll? Like the one in Genevieve's paintings? Jenny looked at her strangely. Paintings? What do you mean? And how do you know her name? Did she tell everyone? Emma hopped up. No, I heard her telling Mom and Dad. Besides, she's our sister. Why wouldn't she tell us? She grabbed Jenny's hand. Come on. Jenny followed the girls upstairs to her room. The walls that had once been covered with posters of boys now had paintings of forests and castles. Jenny's breath caught. She knew this castle. She knew the forests. She studied each one, barely aware that the other three girls were still there. Genevieve said that castle wasn't there before. Bonnie pointed at one of the paintings. She's right. Jenny gasped when she came to the battle with Prince Gavin. He'd turned into a large, ugly troll and had tried to kill her. What's wrong? Mary asked. Her big eyes looked up at Jenny. I was there. She pointed at the princess. That was me fighting that troll. She looked down at Mary and Bonnie. How did she know this happened? Bonnie shrugged. When she paints, the pictures appear on the canvas. No one knows how she does it. Jenny shivered. She has him perfectly. Her mind went back to the moment when he went from adorable prince to hideous troll. He'd tried to kill the queen and was going to marry Jenny so he could take her power as well. I'd rather have a dragon. Bonnie dropped onto Jenny's bed. Yeah, me too. Jenny turned away from the paintings. Okay, girls, I really need a shower. Can you go help Mom? I don't want to. She'll make us set the table. Bonnie made a face. Come on, Bonnie, Jenny said. Mary grabbed Bonnie and Emma's hands and raced them down the stairs. Jenny grabbed her robe, went into the bathroom, and turned on the shower as hot as she could stand, then stood under the water. She'd never loved indoor plumbing quite as much as she did just then. After she was done, she pulled a new toothbrush out from under the sink. She couldn't bring herself to use the same one Genevieve had, even if it was the same body, and brushed, reveling in the soft bristles and minty freshness of the toothpaste. When she was done, she went to her room and brushed her hair, staring at all the pictures Genevieve had painted. She looked for pajamas she recognized, but she could only find frilly nightgowns that Genevieve must have picked out. She settled for a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and went downstairs to see what her mom needed. The smell of spaghetti and garlic bread was intoxicating. She'd tried to explain both to the cooks at the castle, but they just couldn't get it right. The thought of Jenny cooking it for them was a scandal, so she didn't even try. That smells amazing. Jenny leaned against the counter, watching her mom cook. Oh, Jenny, dinner is ready. Could you call the boys in? Of course. I haven't even seen them since I got home. They were at baseball practice. They just got dropped off. Mom carried the spaghetti to the table. Right, baseball. She'd forgotten that the city baseball season would have started by then. Hunter, James, it's time for dinner, she called. Thundering came from upstairs, and the boys fought to get downstairs before the other one. They pushed their way into their seats, earning screams of indignation from the girls. Boys, calm down. Jenny doesn't need this noise on her first night here. Mom began dishing out the food onto plates. Hunter gave Mom a funny look. First night? What are you talking about? It means I'm back from the past. Hunter's eyes widened. Jenny, it's really you? Yep, it's me. Jenny bent down and hugged her brothers, commenting on how big they'd all gotten in the last year. She stopped as Dad walked into the kitchen. She grinned and jumped up to give him a hug. Oh, Daddy, I've missed you so much. He wrapped his arms around her. Jenny, how'd you get here? I thought it was permanent. Jenny laughed and pulled away. So did I, but Maurelle figured out a way to switch us. That's great. He searched her face. Isn't it? She didn't know how to go on without putting a damper on their meal together. Yes, it's great, and I'm starving. Let's eat. Jenny scooted in next to Mary, wanting to forget about how it hurt to admit that she'd rather go back than stay here. After a quick blessing, everyone began eating. There was loud chatter as they ate, and Jenny couldn't help the tears as she watched her siblings and parents interact. Meals were usually spent in her suite with her ladies-in-waiting. The king and queen were often away meeting with other leaders. Jenny? Mom asked. Jenny jumped. Oh, sorry. What did you say? She could feel herself turning red. Hunter asked if you ever had to fight. Mom raised her eyebrows. Nope. I stayed out of it as much as possible. They've all seen my fighting skills and knew better than to let me near a sword. It wasn't that she hadn't tried to learn. Her trainers just finally gave up on her and announced that she was hopeless. Genevieve is really good at sword fighting. James jumped up from the table and demonstrated. She even taught us how to fight. That's great. Maybe you'll be able to teach me what my trainers couldn't. Okay, let's go. Hunter and James started to leave the table, but stopped when they caught their dad's look. Sit down. You can show her after dinner. Dad turned to Jenny. So, what's this about you getting married? The table went silent. It didn't actually happen. I don't think. We were about to kiss when we were switched. Emma tugged on Jenny's shirt. But what about Eric? What about him? Jenny asked. He has to come to our house still. Can't you just like him instead? The boys snickered. James threw a napkin at Emma. She's had a crush on him for a long time. I'm sure he can still come over, but that's not what I'm worried about. I need to figure out how to get home. Mary dropped her fork. But You are home. You just got here. Jenny stammered. Well, I am home, but not where I belong. I mean, I used to belong here, but this isn't where... She stood and grabbed her plate. I need to go to bed. She set her dishes in the sink and ran upstairs, away from the disappointed looks of the family she'd called her own for 16 years. Jenny? Mom called. Yeah? Jenny waited for her to come upstairs. Mom wrapped her in a hug. I'm sorry. I know this is probably all too much for you right now. Have a little patience with us. We just got you back. I know. I'm sorry. Jenny wiped her eyes. She blinked, feeling the contacts move around. Mom? I have no idea how to get these things out of my eyes. Mom laughed. Oh, right. Come on. I'll teach you how to do it. I became an expert after trying to teach Genevieve. Once her mom had helped her take the contacts out and put them back in a few times, Jenny finally felt like she had the hang of it. Night, Jenny. I love you. Mom kissed her on the forehead. Things will work out, I promise. I love you too, and I sure hope so. Jenny watched her go before going to her bedroom. Everywhere she looked was evidence of the girl who had taken over her life. The furniture was what Jenny remembered, but even the bedspread was different. Jenny turned the lights off and curled up in bed. When Mom came to check on her, she pretended to be asleep. She let the tears run down her face as she thought of how badly she'd wanted to return to this time. She tried to be happy she was back. She tried to think about playing with her sisters again. But all she could picture as she drifted off was Sam's face as he promised to be hers forever. Chapter 5. Genevieve. Genevieve heard screaming and chaos as she awakened. Zoe had bumped her during a basketball game, but that should not have knocked her out. They had gone up for the ball at the same time. Maybe they had smacked heads on the way down? Princess Genevieve? A voice called to her. Someone she didn't recognize. Are you well? Her eyes flew open to find bright blue eyes just a few inches from hers. She jerked out of his arms and looked for something to fight him with. How dare he touch her? But then she stopped and realized where she was. The castle she'd grown up in. The gym was gone, and her t-shirt and shorts had become a dress of rich blue fabric. The king and queen stood from their thrones, Esmeralda's hands covering her mouth. Genevieve looked at the man who had been holding her and realized that this must be Sam, the man Jenny had fallen in love with. He was exactly as Jenny had described him through the mirror. Genevieve stepped away from his outstretched hand and turned to look out at the crowd. Genevieve's breath caught, and she swallowed her fear. Standing in front was Maurelle, the woman who had tried to kill her at birth. It had only been prevented by Gavin's curse when he stepped in and switched Jenny and Genevieve. Maurelle strode forward, pushing away anyone who tried to get in her way as she walked up the steps. Her icy glare made the king and queen cower, and she grabbed Genevieve's face. She stared into Genevieve's eyes as if looking for something. Her own eyes flashed green, and Genevieve screamed in pain as memories of her life were sifted through and tossed aside, as if Maurelle was looking for something specific. Growing up in the castle, the lessons she'd been taught, the battles she'd fought, and then a sudden switch to the future when she arrived in Jenny's time. Seeing her twin brother, going to school for the first time. Everything was out in the open for Maurelle's viewing. Genevieve jerked away, and it felt as though her mind had shattered. Maurelle fell back as if stunned, but then she laughed. It is done. She said nothing else as she raised her hands into the air. Smoke billowed around her for a moment until she disappeared. Genevieve dropped to the floor, holding her face. Her head pounded from Maurelle's probing. Whatever she'd been looking for, she'd apparently found it, and that made Genevieve's skin crawl. She was vaguely aware of the arms that went around her, holding her tightly. "Princess, are you well?" A familiar voice broke through the fogginess. Her mother, the queen. Genevieve looked up, but instantly had to close her eyes from the brightness of the main hall. Images of her home in the future and the castle where she was sitting kept flipping through her mind, and it only made the headache worse. "No, I am not. Could you please escort me to my bedroom? Where's Ammon?" Strong arms lifted her from the floor. "I will take her up. Please inform Petrus and Roswin that they are needed in Genevieve's suite." Genevieve rested her head against the man's chest, taking comfort in his beating heart. While she did not know him personally, she was sure he was the man Jenny had fallen in love with. As they left the hall, she could hear her mother speak to the crowd. Something about postponing the wedding and a feast. Genevieve jerked her head up, but instantly regretted it as stabs of pain shot through her. "Wedding?" "Do not speak. I do not want to make it worse." His voice rumbled against her ear. "Whatever Maurelle has done, she will pay for it." Any movement made Genevieve want to lose her breakfast, and she gladly stayed quiet as they went down the hallway. Servants' voices buzzed as they moved, but Sam only gave a few orders and continued on. He laid Genevieve gently on the bed and propped her head up on a pillow. The grating of the chair as he moved it closer was like Ammon's music blasting in her ears. "Please stop." She curled up into a ball, holding her ears. "I am sorry." There was a tiny scrape and then a thunk as he set the chair next to the bed. "What did she do to you?" Genevieve forced herself to relax, hoping it would ease the pounding in her head. "She read my memory like a book. Everything." There was silence for a moment. "But why? What is her reasoning?" "Because of who I am." Genevieve opened her eyes, even though the light pierced her skull. "I am not Jenny. I do not know how it happened, but we have been switched again. I was at her school playing a sport, and then I was suddenly here." Sam leaned back in his chair, looking as though he had been punched. "You're not... But... I do not understand." Genevieve closed her eyes tightly. The light in the room had become too much. "I do not know what happened, but I must rest. We will talk later." Sam stood. "I will let the others know not to bother you, although Roswin and Petrus might argue. Sleep well, Princess." "Thank you." Genevieve listened to him leave before sitting up long enough to slide under the covers of the bed. She needed to make sure she recovered from whatever it was that Maurelle had done. The sun had turned the sky into a painting of blues, pinks, and oranges as it rose. Genevieve stared out at the landscape she'd loved so dearly. It was the one view she missed more than anything when she left, but it didn't tug on her as much as her new life did now. She missed Eric, Lucy, and her family terribly. The day before, she had been worried about the 9-hour drive between her university and where Eric would be. Now they were centuries apart. There was a gentle knock at the door. Genevieve sighed. She'd hoped for just a little more silence. "Come in." Olive answered the door and curtsied. "I came to see if you were ready for breakfast, Highness." "That would be wonderful, thank you." Genevieve turned away, but when she didn't hear the door close, she sighed and glanced behind her. "Was there something else?" "Yes, Highness. Lord Chatham wanted me to tell him the moment you awoke. Is it all right to tell him now? Genevieve blinked. Who? Lord Chatham. Olive leaned forward. You know him as Sam. Oh, right. Genevieve nodded. Yes, that would be fine. He must have many questions for me. Olive studied Genevieve for a moment. Is it true? Are you really the real Genevieve? Yes. How did you find out? It wasn't something she wanted people to know. I was at your door last night when you told Lord Chatham that you were not Jenny. Olive blushed as she ducked her head. I am sorry for intruding. Genevieve smiled. You didn't know. Now please go tell him he is welcome to come and talk. Olive curtsied again. Yes, Highness. Genevieve watched her go. If Sam was coming, she needed to change quickly. Olive or someone had changed her while she slept, and she was still in her nightclothes. She opened the wardrobe to find a gown and fingered the fine silk. She had missed wearing the loose material. She slipped her robes on and then added the silk gown over the top. She finally felt dressed again. The tops and leggings she wore as Jenny were nice, but this was what she preferred. There was another knock, and Olive came in. Oh, I was not expecting you to have changed already. I was planning to help you. Lord Chatham will be here soon. Sorry, I just needed something to do until you returned. Could you help with my hair, though? I worry that the knots will take years to get out. Olive smiled. There are a few knots, but I can help. Once Olive declared that Genevieve's hair was done, she had Genevieve sit at the table so she could be served breakfast. The eggs and sausage were cooked to perfection, but Genevieve couldn't help missing her cold cereal. She was starving, though, and she quickly ate everything on her plate. She wiped her mouth with her napkin just as Sam showed up at the door. Oh, there you are. Come in. Sam glanced at Olive before sitting at the table. Sorry to meet in your suites, but I wanted complete privacy. No one else must know what has happened. I agree. Genevieve studied the man in front of her. Jenny really did have great taste, but then she should know that. Jenny had the crush on Eric first. Genevieve could only imagine how Jenny would react to how much she had changed everything, and hoped that she would not be angry. I am sorry you lost Jenny. Sam played with an inkwell sitting on the table. Is she all right? Do you think she is safe where she is? Yes, she is in a beautiful land. She's fine. She is probably fighting to come home as well. She cares deeply for you. There was a knock at the door, and Genevieve opened it to find the Queen standing in the hall. Welcome home, Genevieve. Her mother's eyes filled with tears. How did you know? Genevieve asked with surprise. Her mother laughed. You hold yourself differently. You are the girl I taught from the time you were small. The other girl, Jenny, was wonderful, but she did not have the same upbringing. She pulled Genevieve into a hug. I am sorry for how I treated you. Genevieve hugged her back, shocked. It's all right, Mother. I understand why you did what you did. Her mother shook her head. It is still no excuse. Now I must go. We have guests who will be leaving soon. I wish you had stayed at the wedding just a little longer. I will make up for it later. I needed the rest. She watched her mother go. Maybe it was good that she came back. Jenny had been right about her mother, and she finally got to see it for herself. She turned to find Sam poring over some maps he'd rolled out on a large table that stood to the side of the room. What are you doing? Looking for places where Maurelle's castle could be. He took a quill and dipped it in ink before marking a place on the map. Good idea. Genevieve took her place on the other side of the table and studied the maps. "Has anyone been to this part of the woods?" She pointed to a large forest to the south of the castle. Sam nodded. "Yes, those forests have been searched thoroughly, both by the fairies and our soldiers. There is no sign of her." Genevieve pulled a chair over and caught the look of surprise on Sam's face. "What?" "Nothing." He went back to studying the maps. "No, really. What?" He gestured to the chair. "You never would have done that before." Genevieve blinked. "What do you mean?" "You would have demanded that a servant come and do it for you." Sam caught himself. "I am sorry. I spoke out of turn." "No, you were right to speak." Genevieve paused. "I was that bad?" Sam laughed, filling the room with a melodious sound. "Yes, Highness, you were." Genevieve studied him. "Did I know you? I mean, did you ever serve me?" She would surely remember his looks, right? He was very handsome. Where Eric was darker, Sam was fair, but she could still see why Jenny liked him. "No, Highness. I was always in other parts of the castle. You did have my mother fired as your nursemaid at one point, however." The twinkle in his eye didn't match his serious face. "I am sorry. What was my reason?" She stopped looking at the map and looked up at him, her face burning. Sam studied her for a moment. "She did not get your doll quickly enough." Genevieve's jaw dropped. "I'm sorry." "It is all right. Things have changed. She found other duties around the castle." He marked a spot on the map. "That is not all right. Please let me know if there is anything I can do for your family." "You already did. My mother and the rest of my family work in the castle now, and even get paid. They will take over the land that was given to me when I became a lord." Genevieve smiled. "That is wonderful. I'm glad things are well for your family." "Thank you." He stood and stretched. "Do you mind if I take these with me? I have a few other things I want to check." "Go ahead. I have been gone for long enough that I wouldn't even know where to start." Sam rolled up the maps and went to the door. He paused as he opened it and turned back. "Good day, Highness." Genevieve watched him leave, but didn't move from her spot. Exhaustion threatened to overtake her. What time would it be where Jenny was? And what was she doing? Her thoughts were interrupted by the door opening. Olive, Genevieve's maid, stood there with linens in her arms. Genevieve jumped up. "Hello, Olive." "Pardon me, Highness." She hurried in and began making the bed. "Sorry it is not ready, Highness. I had hoped to have these changed before you came back from speaking with Lord Chatham, but then he came here instead. I will be done soon and out of your way." Genevieve sighed and walked over to Olive. "I am sorry for how I treated you in the past. I hope you will forgive me." "Of course, Highness." "Do you have another cloth for me to use? I could help you finish cleaning in here, so you can do your other chores." Genevieve glanced around the room. It seemed clean enough, but maybe that was because she'd dealt with her brother's messes for the last year. Olive looked down at her cloth. "I just have this one." Genevieve held out her hand. "Let me see it." When Olive gave it to her, Genevieve tore it in two. "Here you go. If anyone gives you trouble, tell them I did it." She smiled and started dusting the furniture. "What kind of world did you get sent to, Highness?" Olive asked. She hadn't moved from her spot. Genevieve laughed. "You would not believe me if I told you." "Please, you seem so different." She stopped. "I am sorry, Highness. I should not have said that." "Stop apologizing, and I will tell you." Genevieve sat on her bed and played with the cloth in her hand. They have a kind of magic they call electricity. Their carriages move without horses, and their food, it is amazing. I would give about anything for a hamburger and milkshake. She sighed. I went to school with other teenagers and took tests. I even played sports. It sounds wonderful. I am glad you enjoyed yourself. It was. I miss it terribly. Genevieve jumped off her bed and tried to hide the tear that escaped and ran silently down her cheek. There was a boy, Eric, better than any prince I have met here. Olive said nothing and began dusting the shelves. When Genevieve stayed quiet, she cleared her throat. Did he court you? Yes, but it is different from here. Just before I left, I found out he would be going to a school far away from me. I thought my heart was broken, but it does not come close to how I feel now. I am sorry. You stopped Gavin. I have no doubt you can stop Maurelle. Thank you, Olive. Genevieve sighed. I am tired. We can finish this tomorrow. Thank you for your help. Olive bowed and went to the door. You are welcome. Genevieve changed and climbed into bed. It was strange that so much had changed since she left. Her parents seemed so much happier, and the fact that they allowed a servant boy to marry their daughter? She shook her head. She couldn't even fathom it. Chapter 6. Maurelle. The curse had gone much better than she'd expected. It had taken months to find the spell that troll had used, and then longer to figure out exactly how he made it work. She had managed to make it happen before Jenny and the meddling servant boy had kissed to solidify their marriage. If it hadn't been for those fairies, she could have stopped it before the priest had declared them husband and wife. She would have to take care of the meddling fairies as well. Maurelle traveled through the woods and came to an old boat on the shores of a lake. She climbed inside, careful to step in the center. With a flick of her hand, she floated across the water. Her staff was lit with a dull glow to break through the fog that kept her castle hidden from intruders. The lake was small, but it was full of unspeakable creatures that did Maurelle's bidding. Only those who wanted an unpleasant end would dare to cross. She stepped onto the other side and made her way up the path. A rush of wind hit Maurelle as a creature descended and landed nearby. The large black dragon snorted and blew out smoke. Ah, there you are, Arengul. Did you find something to eat? Maurelle placed her hand on his snout, and he ducked his head with a low rumble. Very good. Get some rest. I have set things in motion. You will be pleased. The dragon dipped his head again, and Maurelle continued up the steps to the castle. While Arengul's parents had been battle dragons, he had his own purpose. He was her spy and her familiar. She was able to magnify her magic when he was near. More than this, however, he was her captor, something she'd learned to use to her own advantage over the decades they'd been together. She'd needed his extra strength in order to perform the curse on Jenny, so he'd flown high above the castle, making sure to stay out of sight from any guards who had been on watch. The curse had cost them both to use so much energy, but it was worth the price. Once inside, she was met by her servants. They bowed down, ready to do anything she asked. Prepare my dinner. I will eat in my room. Mother? The small voice behind her made her stop. Yes, Ingrid? Maurelle turned toward the dark-haired beauty, her daughter, the one reminder of a past Maurelle wanted to forget. Ingrid shuffled forward. Her hair fell in front of her face. Did you stop the bad thing from happening? Maurelle smirked. Yes, Ingrid. Your life will soon change for the better, and you will be a princess as you always should have been." "Thank you, Mother. And the dragon will let me go?" Her dark eyes filled with fear. "The dragon will be no problem at all." Maurelle placed her hand on Ingrid's shoulder. The girl was small for her age, a curse from being banished to this dark kingdom. "Now go to your room. Dinner will be served soon." Ingrid kissed Maurelle on the cheek and left the room. Maurelle wiped the kiss off. Affection was weakness, and walked up the stairs. She sat in the chair that faced the direction of Queen Esmeralda's castle. She would keep an eye on Genevieve and Sam. She could not let that boy get the crown. It should have been hers, but instead it would end up in the hands of a servant boy who had cleaned stables. If Jenny hadn't fallen for him, he would still be nothing. Now that Genevieve was back, Maurelle just had to make sure that she fell in love with someone else. She closed her eyes, running through the images she had taken from Genevieve's mind. Somewhere in her memories was the key to the undoing of the entire family line. Chapter 7. Jenny. Jenny stared at the scores in front of her. She'd never seen an A written on her science test before, or math for that matter. She should have switched with Genevieve sooner. She could have scored better on her ACTs. Mr. Jensen, the school counselor, sat across from Jenny, smiling. "I'm very pleased with how well you've done this year, Jenny. I must admit, I was a little worried that you wouldn't get the grades you needed." "Thank you. I've been a completely different person this year." Jenny giggled at her own joke and cleared her throat. "I wouldn't go that far, but I do know that your teachers are very pleased with your performance. I think our meetings have helped, don't you?" "Yes, they've been great. Thank you, Mr. Jensen." Jenny stood, hoping the meeting was over. She was a little tired of hearing how awesome she'd done during the school year. It would have been great if it was actually her who had scored 30 points in basketball or won the Knowledge Bowl. Mr. Jensen scribbled a note and handed it to Jenny. "Here you go. Keep up the good work." "Thanks." Jenny left the office and waved at Amanda as she walked past. The girl had been strangely friendly toward Jenny. Lucy said it was because of the whole saving her life thing, but it was still weird after being bullied by her for years. Math was just starting, so Jenny slipped into her seat. Eric looked back at her and smiled before turning toward the teacher. Since tests were over for the year, they were going to play a game. Once the directions were given, Eric came and sat in front of Jenny. "Hey, want to be my partner?" he asked. Sure, but I have to tell you now that I'm not very good at math." Jenny squirmed in her seat. It was so strange that her crush could be sitting in front of her without her feeling anything. Sure, he was still adorable, with the way his hair fell in his eyes just right, but it wasn't the same. When he smiled, it was Sam's blue eyes and dimples she really wanted to see. "I'm sure you'll be fine. And besides, I'm not that great either." He picked up the sheet in front of him. "Okay, let's figure out this problem." They leaned over the worksheet and figured out the equation. The answer was supposed to match a classroom number on the board, and once the teacher had checked their answers, they were supposed to go to that classroom for the next question. Eric, our answer doesn't match any of those." Jenny stared at the problem. She played with the numbers again and came up with a different answer. It still didn't work. Eric started laughing. "I have a feeling we're going to get last place." "Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't study this stuff while I was gone. I don't think it was even invented yet." Jenny stopped and looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. "Hey, I was going to ask you about that." Eric leaned forward. "What about the fairies?" He whispered the last word. Jenny stared at him blankly. "What do you mean?" Eric caught Mr. Wood watching them and looked down at his paper. "We'll talk after school. I have an idea that might help you." "Really? Great." She smiled at Mr. Wood, who started walking over. "Is there something wrong, you two?" he asked. "We're stuck on this problem," Eric said. He handed Mr. Wood the paper. "You didn't carry the 1 here, and you didn't multiply the numbers here." Mr. Wood handed them the paper. "Maybe you two should spend more time on this paper and less on looking into each other's eyes." "Right. Thanks, Mr. Wood." Jenny's face burned as she quickly fixed the mistakes and looked up at the board. "Ah, there we go. We're supposed to go to the art room." "Well, let's go then." Eric stood and they walked together. Each problem got a little harder, and by the time the bell rang, Jenny's head was pounding. They went to their lockers to pick up their books before Eric came over to offer Jenny a ride home. Curious about his idea, she agreed. "See you tomorrow, Lucy," Jenny waved. "I'll call you later tonight, Kay? I want to go shopping and need you to come with me." "Okay, sounds great." Shopping. Jenny could handle shopping. She needed clothes that were a little less Genevieve. On the way home, Jenny kept switching between the stations. She noticed Eric smile and sat back. "I'm sorry, I just missed my music." "It's not a problem. I'm glad you go for rock music, though. Genevieve decided she liked country best." Jenny made a face. "Really? That's awful. If I ever go back, I want to find a way to smuggle my iPod and a whole bunch of batteries with me. And a toothbrush." Eric laughed. "Good luck with that. I'm not sure it would be a good idea. You might mess up history as we know it." "True, but seriously, everything is so quiet there. Drives me crazy." Jenny sighed. "So, what was this idea? What fairies are you talking about?" Eric turned onto Jenny's street. "The fairies are the ones who warned Genevieve about Dimitri. Or Gavin as you knew him. She didn't tell you that?" Jenny shook her head. "No. We usually spent our time filling each other in about what was happening at the time. I just wonder if they're the same fairies I know." "I don't know, but she traveled to their cottage a few times. I just wondered if you could do the same thing." He pulled into the driveway. Jenny thought for a moment. "That could work. But how do I find the cottage?" "That I don't know. You might have to wait for Ammon, unless your mom knows." He waited for her to climb out of the car. "I'll talk to you later." "Thank you, Eric. Let's hope this works." Jenny waved and ran toward the house. She walked inside and dropped her bag by the door. "Anyone home?" "I'm in my room, sweetie," Mom called. Jenny followed her voice and found her mom writing in her journal. "Hey, Mom, can I go shopping with Lucy?" "I need you to stay here for a little bit while I run to the store. I was going to go yesterday, but then you showed up and I got distracted." She closed her journal and set it on the side table. "After we have dinner, you can go." "Okay, thanks. I'll call Lucy and let her know." Jenny ran to her room and punched in Lucy's number, amazed that she still remembered it. "Hey, can you come shopping?" Lucy asked instead of saying hello. Jenny grinned into the phone. Same old Lucy. "Yes, Mom said it's fine, but I have to watch the kids first. She has to get some groceries." "Okay, well, text me when you're ready to go." "Will do." Jenny pushed the end button and turned to find her sister standing right behind her. "Hey, girls, what are you up to?" "We want to play dolls with you." Mary held up one of her dolls that had seen better days. Hunter and James must have gotten a hold of it. Considering that she could be doing embroidery at the castle, playing dolls sounded heavenly. "Sure, let's go." The girls squealed and ran for their room. Jenny followed behind and flopped onto their bed. After deciding that Mary and Bonnie's dolls were the moms and Jenny and Emma's dolls were the babies, the girls got lost in the game and left Jenny to let her mind wander. She'd forgotten to ask her mom about the fairies. She thought about how old they'd appeared when she'd first visited them. They were ancient then, so she couldn't believe they were even still alive. "Hey, Bonnie, did Genevieve ever mention fairies?" Jenny asked. Bonnie shrugged. "Not really." She dropped her doll. "I'm hungry. Can I have a snack?" Mary perked up. "I want a snack too." Emma kept playing with her dolls until she noticed that no one else was paying attention. "Come on, guys, it's their bedtime. Let's play." "I think it's time to start making dinner. Do you guys want to help me?" Jenny asked. She was answered by a chorus of yes, and Mary and Bonnie took off running for the stairs. Jenny stood and followed them, leaving Emma to keep playing. "All right, what should we make?" "Spaghetti." Bonnie ran to get the noodles. "Hot dogs." Mary grabbed the buns. How about mac and cheese with hot dogs? That way we get both." Jenny took the box out of the cupboard. "Yay!" The girls cheered and pulled out the pots. Jenny started the food while the girls set the table. Once the water was boiling, she let Bonnie put the noodles in one pot and Mary put the hot dogs in the other. It felt good to be cooking for herself instead of having the cooks take care of everything. It was nice to do anything for herself. The garage door opened and Jenny's mom came inside. "Oh, thank you, sweetie. That saved me so much time." "Sorry it's just mac and cheese. That's what we compromised on." "We helped, Mommy." Mary grinned. "Thank you for helping your sister. Why don't you get your brothers and sister for dinner?" Mom set her bag of groceries on the counter. "Jenny, could you help me with the rest?" "Sure." She followed her mom out to the car and grabbed a few bags. "I was going to surprise you with your favorite cake, but I had to settle for ice cream. I hope that's okay." "I haven't had ice cream in over a year. It will be heavenly." Jenny helped put everything away and then sat down to dinner. She ate quickly so she could leave with Lucy. Once everyone was done, her mom brought out the ice cream. Jenny wanted to cry with the first bite. She'd missed it so much. When Jenny was finished, she got up and texted Lucy to let her know she was done. She ran upstairs to find something that didn't look so girly and had just finished changing when Lucy showed up at the door. Jenny listened to Lucy chatter about all the gossip from the last year as they drove to the mall. Genevieve had quite a successful year, from what it sounded like. When Lucy noticed Jenny's face drop, she reached over and put her hand on Jenny's arm. "Look, you weren't replaced. You've been my best friend since kindergarten, and that's not going to change." Genevieve needed help fitting in, so I helped her. While you're off adventuring in Princess Land, I'm trying to survive high school. But I can tell you that your family and I missed you more than anything. She pulled into the mall parking lot. "Thanks. I guess I can't blame you. We never thought we'd see each other again. You know, with that whole 'this is permanent' thing." Jenny smiled. Lucy giggled. "That did have something to do with it." She reached over and hugged Jenny. "I'm glad you're back, though, even if it's just for a little while. Now, let's go. We have some shopping to do." Jenny climbed out and stared at the mall. She'd had all the fabric and dresses brought to her rooms for the last year. That was nice and all, but she was dying to buy her own clothes. She looked around at everyone wearing shorts and t-shirts or tank tops instead of the gowns she was used to seeing. "Where do you want to go first?" Lucy asked. "I need some jeans. I think Genevieve threw mine out." She glanced down at her blouse and leggings and grimaced. Lucy laughed. "Okay, let's go." They picked their favorite stores and tried on clothes until closing time. Lucy had several bags in her hands, and Jenny was happy with the outfit she'd found that would get her through a few more days. She hoped Ahmed would have the answer when he got back the next day. They stopped to grab a smoothie on the way out to the car. It was something they did on every trip, and Jenny savored the taste. Surely they could make something like this when she got back to the castle. She had to share it with Sam. She felt a stab in her heart as she thought of him. She'd been so excited to marry him. "Hey, no sad faces while we're out." Lucy glared at Jenny and then winked. Jenny smiled. "I know. I'm sorry. I'm glad to be here. I miss Sam. I guess having Eric as your boyfriend isn't quite the same, is it?" Lucy started the car. "It's so weird that you're getting married. Last year, you wouldn't even look at the guy you were dying over." Jenny laughed. "I know. I was so obsessed." She thought back to the first time she'd met Sam. He was a servant boy who took her to get her broken wrist fixed. He'd helped her so many times after that and became someone she depended on. This is different. I mean, Sam is gorgeous, but it's not that. It's how he treats me. He's always so nice, and he protects me. Somewhere along the way, we just sort of fell in love." Lucy sighed. "That's so romantic." She drove in silence for a moment. "Was Dimitri, or whatever his name was, creepy to you?" Jenny thought for a moment. "Not really. I mean, he was intense, but at first he was more annoying. He could go from totally sweet to controlling within seconds. And then he turned into a troll during what was supposed to be our wedding day." She shuddered. "I'm just glad Genevieve got rid of him." "Yeah, me too. She was completely different when she was around him." Lucy pulled into Jenny's driveway. He'd put some sort of curse on her and made her forget everything but him. It was pretty scary. "I bet. I don't think he ever used it on me." Jenny opened the door. "Thanks for taking me shopping. See you tomorrow." "See ya." Jenny hopped out and ran up to the house, waving to Lucy just before she went inside. "Oh, hey, Mom." "Did you have fun?" Mom looked up from the news she'd been watching. "Yep, I found a few things." She held up the bag. She turned to leave, but stopped. "Do you know where the mirror is?" Mom stood. "The girls kept playing with it, and I was afraid they'd break it, so we put it up in the attic after we hadn't heard from you for a while." "Sorry about that. I wanted to talk every night, but the Queen had other things in mind." "Like taking over more castles or planning a wedding." Mom smiled. "I guess that's the problem with trying to talk to someone a millennium away. I'll go get the mirror." "It's okay, I can." "All right, the trunk is in the back of the attic. You'll be able to tell which one it is." "Thanks." Jenny ran her bag upstairs and pulled down the trap door. She climbed up the rickety steps and flipped on the light. She'd only been up there once or twice before because she hated climbing the steps. It always felt like they'd break. She glanced around at the decorations that were stored up there and then made her way to the back. There were a few older trunks, but she was drawn to the one under the window. It looked remarkably untouched for as old as it was. She pried it open, and a musty smell flowed out around her. Lying on top of old linens was a book that looked similar to the one she read constantly in the library. Next to it was the mirror that was identical to the one she had back in the castle. It looked dead at the moment, and she stared at her reflection. There were differences between her face and Genevieve's, but they were barely noticeable now that she wore contacts. Mom had mentioned that Genevieve had gotten the braces off just a month or two before. Jenny admired her straight teeth in the mirror before setting it down to look through the trunk to see what else had been saved. Old scrolls that were falling apart covered a few blankets and small dresses. She gasped in surprise when she pulled a faded blue dress from the bottom. Tears filled her eyes. This was her wedding dress. It was tattered and looked like it would come apart in her hands at any time, but she knew it like she'd worn it yesterday. Which, of course, she had. She laid it back inside and covered it up with the scrolls and the other dresses. She shut and latched the trunk, hoping it would continue to preserve everything it contained. Jenny picked up the mirror and walked down the attic stairs, watching each step. After brushing her teeth and taking out her contacts, she slipped into bed, holding the mirror tightly to her. She wasn't going to let it out of her sight. Chapter 8. Genevieve. Genevieve stood looking out the window of her bedroom. She had missed this view, the rolling green hills and the fields that were being plowed for the new farm year. In the distance stood a castle that hadn't been there before, but she knew it all too well from her nightmares. Maurelle was out there somewhere, and it bugged Genevieve that no one had found her yet. One couldn't just disappear into thin air. "Oh, Highness, I did not expect to find you awake." Olive stood in the doorway. "The Queen has requested your presence." Genevieve went to the wardrobe. "I could not sleep any more." "I have never known you to awaken so early, or I would have been in here much sooner." Olive helped Genevieve into her gown, then combed and pinned up her hair. Genevieve missed the shorter style she had in the future. It was so easy to pull it up into a ponytail, and it was harder to do that here without her ponytail holders. Once she was ready, she stood and left the room. Guards followed her to her parents' suite. Father was nowhere to be found, but her mother sat eating her breakfast. "You asked to see me?" Her mother gestured toward the seat next to her. "I thought we could have breakfast together this morning." "Of course." Genevieve sat at the small table and took the bread and butter her mother offered her. This was a first. "The fairies sent a letter this morning. They believe they have found the entrance to Maurelle's hiding place, but there's a barrier around it." Her mother looked up at her. "It is several days' ride to the north." Genevieve paused in buttering her bread. "Already?" "After her warning that she would be back, they have searched for her so they could stop whatever plans she had made to seek revenge. We have sent scouts throughout the land, and when there was a sighting of a black dragon, the fairies were summoned." "I've always been told the dragons had ceased to exist." Genevieve took a bite, noticing the different texture after the soft bread she'd become used to in the future. "They had, except one. He is Maurelle's familiar, and we have not seen him for many years. There were rumors that he had been killed, but she would have lost much of her power. Anyway, the fairies went to the area where he had been spotted and found her magic signature that would indicate the dark magic that she uses." Genevieve rubbed her forehead. "So, are we going to attack?" "No, she is too strong there. We have to draw her out. The fact that Arengol is flying again does not bode well for you or for our kingdom. You must be very cautious. Do not trust anyone you do not know." "After being cursed by Gavin, I do not plan to get close to anyone." Genevieve shuddered. "I also wanted to let you know that I will be leaving in the morning with your father. We have received word of an uprising to the west, and we must make sure that it is taken care of swiftly. I am leaving you in the care of Sam and Petrus until the fairies can make it back." Genevieve frowned. "You are leaving me behind?" "I'm sorry, but I need you to remain protected here. As soon as we know more about Maurelle's plans, we can do something to stop them." "Of course." Genevieve thought back to the dream she'd had. "Mother, has anyone in our family ever had visions?" "Visions? What sort of visions?" Mother looked at her in surprise. Genevieve hesitated before answering. I saw many of the things that Jenny was going through. At first, it was in dreams, but then it came out on the canvas as I painted the scenery around our castle. Mother leaned forward and stared into Genevieve's eyes. I have not heard of this gift running in our family. It is strange that you possess it. You must not speak of it again. If Maurelle learns that you can do this, we will be in even more trouble. I understand that. The strange thing is, I had not been plagued with these dreams for months, and then suddenly, they came back just before we were switched again. Mother frowned. Even more curious. We will have to find out what is causing them and why. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get ready for court. You are welcome to attend as well. Genevieve stood. I want to find Petrus, if that is all right with you. I must learn about the dreams. Of course. I will see you at the banquet later tonight. Mother opened the door and 2 servants hurried in to help her get ready for court. Genevieve slipped out. She made her way to the tower where Petrus taught her math and science, even after her parents had banned her from learning anything that wasn't politics. No one answered her knock, so she slowly pushed the door open. Petrus slumped in a chair, surrounded by piles of books and scrolls. He snored softly as Genevieve crept toward him. It had been a game since she was very young to surprise him. She grinned as she stood in front of him and leaned forward. Petrus! She said it just loud enough to make him jump and flail his arms around. Ah, Highness, you scared me. He held a hand to his chest and smiled. What brings you here besides trying to give your old professor a heart attack? Genevieve sat on the stool nearby and explained the dreams to him. Mother has not heard of it in our family, but I am hoping you know more about it. Petrus didn't say anything for a moment as he stroked his beard. You say these dreams did not begin until you were in Jenny's time. Are you certain that nothing else happened before then? No. Well, I had dreams that were more real than others. Genevieve's head jerked up. Mother had always brushed them away when I was young, so I decided that everyone has these dreams and forgets them. But there were times when I would see something happen during a battle that I had seen before. I could almost tell you what was going to happen next. Ammon called it déjà vu when it happened once or twice, but maybe it was something more. Curious. I have only heard of this ability a few times, and never so strong. The Queen is mistaken when she says no one in your family had it. Her mother did, as well as her great-grandmother, but nothing quite like this. But what confuses me is that you are not of this time and should not have the ability. Unless there are others with abilities in your time? Genevieve shook her head. No, they find it very strange for me even to speak of it. Petrus nodded. That is what I thought. Even now, it is very rare to find someone besides the fairies who has powers. It is why the fairies are called to give blessings at the time of birth. It's very possible that when they bestowed them on you, it affected you differently, since you are not of this time. Maybe. And I have not had any dreams since I came back here. Genevieve smiled. That makes more sense. Thank you. She paused. Have you heard anything from the fairies? Mother said they found Maurelle's hideout. Yes, they have been in contact with me. Petrus leaned forward. I advise you to stay within the castle walls as much as possible. She has much anger toward you and toward this kingdom. She would not hesitate to destroy you. Genevieve frowned. I had not planned to go after her, although it bothers me to sit back and wait for someone else to stop her. My worry right now is getting back to my time. We will make that happen. We just have to find a way to do it first. I suggest you concentrate on your abilities. because it is your ability to see that may help us stop Maurelle. I will do my best. I may need paints and something to paint on. Did you ever get rid of my supplies? She'd had to hide them in his tower when Mother decided she was spending too much time creating instead of learning to take over the kingdom. Petrus stood and walked over to the cabinet. I had hoped that I would see you again. I'll have someone bring them to your room. Thank you. I had better get back. I need to talk to Sam about his plans. Genevieve made her way to her suites, nodding at servants as she passed by. She smiled when she found Olive cleaning in her room. I hoped you'd be here. Could you go find Sam? I need to speak with him. Of course. Olive set down her cloth and scurried out of the room. Genevieve stared out the window at the castle in the distance. The castle in her nightmares. She just hoped that she'd be able to make the painting work like it had before. It was the easiest way to see her visions. After several minutes, Genevieve began to worry. Where was Olive? It should not have taken this long to find Sam and come back. Maybe he was detained in a meeting, or even still sleeping. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Genevieve turned, expecting to see Olive, but it was a young servant boy with her supplies. Oh, thank you. Set them on the table, please. He bowed and put them down before hurrying out of the room. Genevieve picked up an old brush and tested the bristles. They were stiffer than the brushes she used to paint the scenes in Jenny's time, but they would have to do. She laid out the paper and opened the small jars of dye, checking to make sure they were still fresh. Petrus must have refilled them because they were full and the colors were rich. Genevieve took a deep breath and dipped her brush into the paint, hoping that Maurelle's house would appear. She started with the sky and worked from there, but nothing seemed to be changing with the picture. The landscape was the same as the one she saw outside her window. She sighed in annoyance, but it was only the first try, so she couldn't give up yet. That painting was set aside to dry as she started another one, and then another after that. Each time the picture showed up just as she'd painted it, and she became more distraught. Was it her, or was it the supplies? She finished a carriage on its way to a ball and dropped her brush on the table in frustration. She looked out the window, surprised to see how low the sun was on the horizon. She had been painting for hours, and yet Sam still wasn't there. She crossed the room and opened the door to go find him, and was met by Olive, who was wringing her hands. Where is Sam? Genevieve looked closer at Olive's face and noticed her tear-stained cheeks. Her stomach dropped. What is wrong? Where is he? We cannot find him, Highness. We have searched every inch of the castle grounds, and he has disappeared. Genevieve could feel the blood drain from her face. What would she tell Jenny if something happened to him? She swept past Olive and hurried down the hallway, poking her head into each room as she went. Shouts rang out from the occupied rooms, and Genevieve apologized as she hurried to the next one. After making it down 2 hallways with no success, she stopped and rubbed her temples, trying to think. Jenny had said he'd once been a stable boy? Maybe. She picked up her skirts and ran down the stairs. The stables were silent when Genevieve opened the door. Each of the stalls was occupied by horses, but Sam wasn't there. She pushed down the panic that enveloped her. With the lead they'd gotten from the fairies, he could have just gone off on his own quest to find her castle himself. But Genevieve knew it was more than that. He would have taken his horse. She could feel it in her bones. Sam was gone. Chapter 9. Maurelle. Finding and kidnapping the servant boy had been easier than Maurelle thought it would be. He'd been on his way out to the stables at Genevieve's castle when Arengol had grabbed him and knocked him out. She'd watched as Arengol transformed back into a dragon and flew off into the sky. It had all happened within just a few seconds. He had tried to attack her for making him kidnap a male instead of the princesses he loved to capture, and he would pay for his anger. Now that Sam was out of the way, Maurelle could work her magic on Genevieve. She moved her cauldron and dumped the ingredients for a transforming spell inside. She'd need to have it ready as soon as Arengol got back from dropping off Sam. Scanning the memories in Genevieve's mind had been more fruitful than Maurelle could have hoped. The girl had visions. She'd seen everything that had happened to Jenny. It was a gift Maurelle did not have, and she wanted it for herself. The rumbling outside the castle told Maurelle that Arengol was back. She went to the window to find him down on the ground, cleaning his scales. Perfect. Her chant was low and harsh as she waved her hands over the cauldron. A cloud formed near the ceiling, growing larger with each wave of her hand. When the liquid in the cauldron had disappeared into the air, she made a swiping motion toward the window. As the cloud left, she shouted the name of her dragon, her captor and familiar she had been forced to keep near her at all times. The one creature who helped maintain her magic, and she was about to sacrifice him for something so much better. She ran to the window and looked down as the cloud surrounded Arengol and seeped in through his scales. The dragon looked up at Maurelle, a look of panic and anger changing to pain as he let out a roar that shook the castle walls. "What have you done?" Maurelle turned away, a tear running down her cheek. The transformation had begun, and unless she gave the counter curse, he was trapped this way forever. She was free, something she'd been preparing for since she'd been taken centuries before. Chapter 10. Jenny. School had just begun for the day, and Jenny already wished for the day to be over. Ammon would be getting home after school, and she was dying to see him. Zoe sat in the desk next to her. "Hey, did you get the assignment done?" "Yes, but I'm not sure I understood the whole thing." Jenny glanced over at Zoe. "How about you?" "I couldn't figure out the last one." Zoe ran her fingers through her long blonde hair. "I'd hoped with the end of testing we'd be able to have a break from homework." Jenny laughed. "I know exactly what you mean." Zoe leaned closer. "Is there something wrong between you and Eric?" "What? No, everything's fine." Except that Jenny wasn't Genevieve and wanted to be hundreds of years in the past. "It's just that you two usually spend every minute of the day with each other, and I've noticed you avoiding him." Zoe blushed and turned away. Jenny was hit with the realization that she wasn't the only one who'd had a massive crush on Eric. "We just got busy with school and figuring out college." Zoe perked up. "Oh, did you get into a school?" "Yeah." Jenny racked her brain, trying to remember where Genevieve had been accepted. Mom had mentioned it in passing. Oh, right. "I'm going to the University of Idaho for the art program." Zoe grinned. "That's great. Your art is amazing." "Thanks. Where are you going?" Jenny glanced up to make sure Mr. Peterson wasn't paying attention, but he was busy talking to a group of students. Someone laughed at something he said. "CSI. Lots of other people from our class are going there too." Zoe smiled. "I got the scholarship I wanted, which helps a lot." "That's great." Not so great for Genevieve if Zoe liked Eric as much as she seemed to, but that wasn't even an issue right now. The bell rang and Jenny stood. "I thought this class was going to last forever." Zoe laughed. "No kidding." They walked to their lockers where Lucy stood biting her thumbnail. Zoe waved and left as Jenny opened her locker. She glanced over at Lucy. "What's going on?" Lucy sighed. What if Ammon found someone while he was gone? Not a chance. He's head over heels for you. Jenny grabbed her book. How do you know? You just got here. Because you spilled everything as soon as I got back. He wouldn't have asked you out if he didn't care about you. Jenny and Lucy walked toward math. Yes, but that doesn't mean he couldn't meet someone he liked better. Not a chance. And if he did, I'd beat him up. Jenny hugged Lucy before running into the classroom. Eric looked back and smiled at Jenny before turning to the front. Jenny stared at the back of his head, more out of habit than anything. Her mind drifted to Sam, and she hoped everything was going well. Did he marry Genevieve, or did they put it off? He'd known her when she was mean and uncaring. Had he noticed a difference? The test took the whole class period, and Jenny was pretty sure she'd just failed the entire thing. Her mind wouldn't leave Sam. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, which was strange because it wasn't like he was just in the other room. Jenny sat with Lucy and Eric at lunch. She picked at the mashed potatoes until Lucy snapped her fingers in front of Jenny's face. What? She looked up to see Zoe standing next to the table. Oh, hey. She asked if she could sit here. Lucy raised an eyebrow. Of course. Jenny scooted over so Zoe could sit. Lucy glanced between Zoe and Jenny, but didn't say anything as she took a bite of her carrot. Jenny knew that look. She was dying to ask questions, but didn't want to hurt feelings. So, how'd everyone do on today's tests? Jenny wanted to roll her eyes at the lame question she'd just asked, but she needed to break the awkwardness. Terribly. You? Lucy asked. Same. Eric? I actually think I aced that one. The math test, on the other hand, was abysmal. How'd you do, Zoe? Zoe's face went bright red. It was good. I could have helped you with math. Eric grinned. I'm pretty sure I'm a lost cause, but if you ever want to go through torture, you're welcome to try. Lucy glared at him and went back to her potatoes. Jenny wanted to be upset with him, but the way Zoe's face lit up, she knew it was exactly what the girl needed to hear. It was probably time to change the subject again. So, how's baseball going? Jenny opened her milk and took a drink. Pretty good. We start tournament next week. Lucy stood and picked up her tray. I need to practice for my drama class. Jenny, can you help me for a sec? Jenny stood. Of course. I'll see you two later. Zoe smiled and scooted closer so she was sitting across from Eric. Okay, so Jenny probably shouldn't have encouraged the two of them. Lucy waited until they were near the lockers before whipping around. What's going on? What do you mean? You're practically throwing Zoe at Eric. Why aren't you making sure he's still around for Genevieve? She stepped closer. Do you think she's going to come back? Are you staying here? Jenny sighed. I don't know. I just know that Zoe would have liked him no matter what, and why not let her have a chance? They're going to the same school, and Genevieve, will be on the other side of the state. Except that you stink at art, and they'll learn that seconds after you get there. What are you going to do about that? Lucy folded her arms tightly across her chest. I don't know. I guess if we don't switch back, I can always just transfer to CSI with you. But we'll see what happens. Lucy brightened. You'd switch schools? You know I'd rather stay home and drive the half hour to CSI. I just spent time in a medieval world where I didn't even have running water and had to pretend to be a princess. I don't want to leave my family again if I don't have to. That would be awesome. Lucy threw her arms around Jenny. By the way, when did you and Zoe become such good friends? I don't know. I just assumed she and Genevieve did while I was gone. Jenny laughed. Lucy joined in. No, we haven't really hung out until now. I need a roommate at school, so maybe I can ask her. Besides me, you mean? Yes, besides you. The bus for youth government arrived just as school was letting out. Jenny stood on her toes, watching for Ammon to climb off the bus. As soon as she saw his sandy blonde hair, she pushed past everyone else and grabbed him in a hug. "Whoa, what are you doing?" Ammon pushed away, but then hesitated, studying Jenny's face. "What's going on?" "Nothing, I'm just happy to see you." Jenny laced her arm through Ammon's and pulled him away from the bus. "Let's go home. We can talk on the way." Ammon just gave her a strange look and didn't say anything until he got into his truck. Jenny ran around to the other side and climbed in. He'd upgraded the stereo since she'd ridden with him last. "Okay, are you going to tell me what's going on, Jenny?" Ammon started his truck. "I'm back." Jenny waited for a response, but Ammon just pulled out of the parking lot. "I know." "You know?" "You feel different. I can sense the connection we had before. It wasn't there with Genevieve." Ammon stared straight ahead at the road. "So, how did it happen?" Jenny shook her head. "We don't know. I've been back since Wednesday and—" "You've been back since Wednesday and you haven't even called me?" Ammon clenched his jaw. Jenny jerked back like she'd been slapped. "What's going on with you? I thought you'd be excited to have me here. I've been gone for a year." It took a second for Jenny to realize that Ammon was trying hard not to laugh. When he parked at their house, he finally let it out. "Oh man, your face was epic. Of course I'm glad to have you back, Jenny. The second I felt you again, I about lost it. I was right in the middle of a speech, and I had to turn it over to Chase so I could calm down." Jenny's eyes filled with tears. "I've missed you so much." Ammon reached across the truck to hug Jenny. "I've missed you too. Come on." They climbed out and raced into the house, a routine they'd had since they were little. Ammon won like he always did, and Jenny had to bend over to catch her breath. Ammon dropped his stuff off in his room and met Jenny on the couch downstairs. "So, was it as cool as Genevieve said it was?" "Cool is a relative term. I got used to it after a while, but there's nothing like a hot shower and peppermint toothpaste to make me never want to go back." "So you get to stay?" Jenny shrugged. "I don't know. Maurelle switched us during my wedding, so it has something to do with her. I'm guessing that's a bad thing." "Wait. Whoa. What?" Ammon held up a hand. "Wedding? What are you thinking?" "It's 1273 where I was living. Being 17 and not married is looked down on, especially since I'm supposedly their princess." Jenny leaned back on the couch. "Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, something bad is most likely happening to Genevieve right now, but since we're here and she's there, we can't do anything about it." "I thought the point was that I want you to stay here and you want to go back." Ammon smirked. Jenny glared back at him. "Fine, but the answer is still, I don't know. But listen, do you know how to get a hold of the fairies? Eric suggested that I talk to them about what's going on." Ammon stood. "Come on." Okay." Jenny jumped up and followed him to his room. Mom must have gone in while he was gone and grabbed the laundry, because she was pretty sure she hadn't seen Ammon's room this clean before. "Once you two switched and it was obvious you weren't coming back, I put the swords and other things away in case we ever needed them again." Ammon pulled a bundle out from under blankets in his closet. "Mom doesn't know I still have these. That card has a spell to get you to the fairy's house. I hope it still works." Jenny picked up the card and read the instructions. "So, how long until the next full moon?" Ammon checked his phone. "Soonish, but if it's anything like last time, they'll probably come to you. That's how Genevieve found out they were here." Jenny studied Ammon's face as he looked down at his phone. He'd changed a little over the last year. His hair was longer and lighter than before. But it was the comfort of knowing that her brother was sitting right there that made her finally feel like she was home. Ammon looked up and his eyes widened. "What's wrong?" "I missed you, more than anyone." Jenny wiped away a tear. "I'm so torn between wanting to go back to Sam and staying in the life I knew for so long." "You'd give all this up for one boy?" Ammon leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Jenny stared at her hands. "I don't know." "All of us went through a huge shock when Genevieve suddenly showed up and you were gone. I felt a loss I can't even explain. And then weeks turned into months. Life had moved on, but you were always out there, and I just hoped you'd come back sometime. Genevieve is amazing, but she wasn't you, the person I shared everything with. And people keep saying that you're not my real sister, but I don't believe it for a second." When Ammon finally met Jenny's eyes, they were red with unshed tears. "Now you're back, right next to me, and I still feel like there's this wedge between us." Jenny's lip trembled. "I know." Ammon pulled Jenny into a hug. "I guess if we only have a little while together, we'd better make the best of it. Come on." "Where are we going?" She slipped the card into her back pocket so she wouldn't lose it and ran to catch up to Ammon. "Did you find the mirror?" Ammon asked, standing next to the trap door to the attic. "Yep, it's in my room." "Do you think she has the other one?" Jenny nodded. "It should be in her room, unless the Queen took it out, but I doubt she did." "Have you tried talking to her?" "Yeah, but it stayed black. I'm not sure it even works anymore." "Grab it. We can try it again." Jenny found the mirror, and they went out to the backyard. Ammon sprinted across the lawn to where an old tree stood. He climbed up into the treehouse that had been their hideout. "Here you go." Ammon tossed a pillow at Jenny and dropped to the floor in the middle of the treehouse. Jenny lay down so their heads were together. They stared out the window their dad had put in the roof of the playhouse. "So many memories here. Remember that hailstorm?" Ammon laughed. "We were sure we were going to die." "Yep, and you cried like a baby." Jenny laughed and rolled away when Ammon tried to hit her with his pillow. "You wouldn't calm down either." Ammon picked up the mirror from where Jenny had left it. "So, how does it work?" Jenny sat up and took it from him. "I should just have to say her name." "Try it." Jenny stared down at it for a moment before calling for Genevieve. After waiting for a bit, she set it down, frustrated. "It's not working." "No, wait. Look." The mirror's glass began to swirl, making Jenny squeal. "It's working." Genevieve's face came into view. She smiled, but her eyes were red and puffy. "How did you get this to work? I have been trying for hours." "I don't know. Maybe because we were both trying at the same time?" Ammon took the mirror from Jenny. "Hey, Genevieve, I leave for a couple of days and you take off. What's up with that?" Genevieve laughed. "Hello, Ammon. I thought I would escape while I could." "Ouch." Jenny took the mirror back, but held it out so Ammon could see as well. "Is everything okay? Are you okay? Did the wedding happen?" "We were able to put the wedding off for a while. The fairies are trying to find Maurelle, and I am to stay here until Mother believes I am safe." Genevieve broke with a sob. "Jenny, Sam is gone. We fear the worst." Chapter 11. Genevieve. The vision blurred, and suddenly Ammon's face appeared in the mirror. "What do you mean he's gone?" Genevieve wiped her tears and took a deep breath. "The servant saw him leave to get his horse, but all the horses are still in the stable. There is no sign of him." "Listen, can you do that painting thing again? Maybe you can find him." "It does not work here. I tried." She'd been working on more paintings when the news came that Sam's cape had been found in the forest. Jenny's face appeared next to Ammon's. "Please try again. You need to find him." Genevieve nodded. If the pictures wouldn't work, she'd have to sneak out of the castle. A knock sounded at the door, and she jumped to her feet. "I will do my best. Mother is back, so I must go. Please keep the mirror close by so I can contact you." Ammon and Jenny said goodbye just as Genevieve shoved the mirror under her covers. "Come in." Mother walked into the room and looked around. "Who was here? I heard voices." "No, I was just singing to myself." Genevieve smoothed her dress. "Have the fairies contacted you?" "No, and it worries me. They should have returned by now." Mother sat at the table, and a servant brought over a pitcher and some cups. "Come and sit." Genevieve sat across from Mother. "Are we going to go find them? Or Sam?" "We have our best trackers out looking for them. I want you to stay here in case he comes back." She sipped at her drink. "I can't just sit here. Please let me do something." By the way Mother spoke, Genevieve wondered if she knew more about Sam than she let on. Mother shook her head. "I am sorry, but I cannot allow you outside right now. Maurelle is dangerous, and I believe she will stop at nothing to get her revenge." "Well, may I go with you? Then I'm protected." After all the freedom she'd had in the future, the thought of being stuck in the castle was stifling. "Not this time." Mother stood and put her hand on Genevieve's shoulder. "We will find him and stop Maurelle." Genevieve smiled, not trusting herself to say anything. With Sam gone, there was no reason to stick around. She waited until the footsteps retreated and then hurried to her wardrobe to grab a cloak. Stopping by the kitchen would slow her down, but she needed food before leaving. Once she had everything she needed from her room, she opened the door to make sure the area was clear. 2 guards stood outside. Of course her mother wouldn't trust her. Genevieve slipped her bag under her cloak and smoothed her hair. "Thank you so much for watching over me. I need to walk to get some air, and then I will be right back." "You are not to leave your room," one of the guards said. He glared down at her. Ah, that was the leader of the 2. Perfect. She put on the same flirtatious smile she'd seen so many times in high school and moved closer to him. She leaned until she was just inches away. "I would hate to become sick and faint while you are on duty. The trouble you could get in." The guard cleared his throat. "You know your mother would punish me more if I allowed you to leave." Genevieve walked her fingers up his breastplate and touched his cheek. "I guess that means you can't tell her, can you?" The guard glanced over at the other man. "Just make sure you are back in 10 minutes. "Thank you." Genevieve patted his cheek and gave the other guard a coy smile before doing her best impression of a model on the runway. Maybe all those shows she'd watched with Lucy would come in handy. Once she was around the corner, she broke into a run until she came to the 3rd door on the left and darted inside. Only a few people knew there was a secret passage in this room, and she was one of them. The nursemaid who had cared for her was another. Genevieve smiled to herself as she thought back to all the games she'd played before Mother had forced her to stop acting like a child and become a princess. The kitchens bustled with activity as Genevieve weaved her way through cooks to snatch bread, potatoes, and meat. She accidentally bumped into a pot, knocking it to the ground, and had to dart back into the passageway before the head cook caught her. She could sweet-talk the guards all she wanted, but there was nothing stopping the cook from bending even the princess over her knee. Once she'd made it outside, Genevieve broke into a run and made her way to the stables. Hopefully, her horse would recognize her. She walked inside and walked straight to the stall that housed one of her best friends. "Hey, Duke, remember me?" Duke whinnied and moved closer to put his head up against her forehead. Genevieve led him out of the stable. She had no time to saddle him, and she hated saddles anyway. Genevieve climbed on and urged Duke into a gallop, forgetting her worries for a moment as she enjoyed the feeling of being back on her horse. It had been too long. She broke through the trees onto the path she'd made herself over the years. Much of it had become overgrown, but it was clear enough that Duke could make his way through it. Maurelle was supposedly to the north, so Genevieve turned Duke toward the north and moved forward until she had to climb off and lead him through the worst of the underbrush. This was farther than she'd ever gone into the forest, but she continued on. She needed to find the fairies first so they could help her find Sam. Wild animals kept their distance, but there were times when Genevieve felt like someone or something was following her. Her stomach twisted in knots as she climbed back on the horse and continued forward. Perhaps she should have had someone accompany her. But who? The guards were still expecting her to come back, and her parents weren't about to let her out of the castle. Genevieve stopped at midday to take a break and eat. She ate some of her bread and shared the rest with Duke. The feeling of being watched was stronger now. "Hello?" Her voice carried through the woods, but no one answered back. She called a few more times, but it was the same. She climbed back on her horse and caught a glimpse of movement to the left. Someone was out there. She turned Duke to follow the movement, but it was too quick for them to keep up. Genevieve pulled him to a stop until she could hear the rustling. There, to the north. She climbed down, wishing she had a sword. She saw thrashing branches before a man burst out of the woods and sank to the ground. Genevieve rushed to him and rolled him over onto his back. With a gasp, she jumped up. Under all the scrapes and bruises was the boy she'd left in the future. Eric? No, it couldn't be. He wasn't here. Maybe this was an ancestor. Genevieve knelt down and brushed the hair away from his face. It was uncanny how similar they looked. "Eric? Hey, wake up." The man stirred and blinked a few times before opening his eyes. "Genevieve? Where are we?" Genevieve froze. This wasn't possible. She stood and brushed herself off. Her mom had specifically said not to talk to strangers, but this was Eric, or someone who looked an awful lot like him. "Who are you?" "It's me." The man rolled over and cringed as he tried to push himself up. "Where are we?" "My home. Long before you are supposed to be alive. How did you get here?" Genevieve's tone was sharper than she intended, but her brain felt like it was going to explode. She didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or run as far away from him as possible. Eric stood, holding his arm to his chest. "I don't know. I was sitting in class, and the next thing I know, I'm a prisoner in a castle. The woman whipped me until I could no longer stand, and when I started healing, she'd do it again. When she went out to play with her dragon, I took the chance to escape." Genevieve backed up. If Eric had been with Maurelle, he could be a trap. She climbed up on Duke. "I'm sorry, but I need to go. There's a castle behind me, about half a day's ride away." "Genevieve, wait. Please. I'm tired and hungry, and I don't know where I am." It was all she could do to ride away. He sounded and looked so much like Eric. It was possible that he was taken at the same time she was, but they weren't even in the same room. Genevieve glanced back as they galloped away and saw Eric lying on the ground, face down. Panicked, she twisted Duke around and raced back to him. She slid off the horse, dropped to the ground, and turned him so his head rested on her lap. He remained unconscious, so she stood and tried to lift him up onto the horse, but it was no use. Her dress was too confining, and he was too heavy. "Come on, work with me." She slapped his face until he stirred again and threw his arm over his head to defend himself. "What are you doing?" He pushed himself up, but nearly collapsed. Genevieve helped him over to the horse. "I can get you back to the castle, but I need you to help me." Eric did his best to get onto the horse, then Genevieve climbed on after him. She grumbled to herself as she turned Duke back toward her castle. She had other stuff she needed to be doing. Maybe she could just drop him off near the grounds and leave again. As they left the forest, her castle loomed ahead. Her home and her prison. Especially now that she'd disobeyed her mother twice. When she reached the castle, she climbed down and Eric slid off behind her. Servants scurried out to help, and she handed the reins to a stable boy. Genevieve sighed and left Eric behind, ignoring the shouts of surprise when he fell to the ground for the third time. She took the passageway back up to her suites and stopped in front of the guards. "I told you I'd be back." She patted the guard on the shoulder and went into her room to make plans for her next escape. She needed to get out of here. She flopped onto her bed, not bothering to take off her cloak. Her mind drifted back to Dimitri and how dazed she always felt around him. There had been none of that with this man who had shown up in the forest. Could he actually be Eric? No. It had to be some sort of trick. Maybe she'd just wanted to see him, and she was dreaming. It wasn't long before the door flew open. Mother stood in the doorway, anger flowing off her. "What were my specific instructions? Stay here and do not talk to anyone." "I am sorry. I needed to go find the fairies." Genevieve sat up. "Making me stay here in this castle means that your best asset isn't out there looking for them. You trained me to track down killers while you attacked with your armies, remember? What is the point of training me if I cannot use those skills?" Mother pulled Genevieve into a hug, something she rarely did. "I have lost you, and then the girl who was supposedly my real daughter. Now you want to leave me again. You're breaking your mother's heart." Genevieve stepped away. "I am doing this so we can stop Maurelle from tearing our family apart. I am not supposed to be here. Jenny is. And right now, the love of her life is out there somewhere, and I need to find him. But I can't do that without the fairies. Please, just let me do this." Mother smiled, but her eyes showed deep sorrow. "I taught you too well, it seems. Go find them. But this time, please take your sword. I didn't teach you to fight so you could leave it home." She pulled out a small purse full of coins. "This should be more than sufficient. Keep it safe." The relief was almost overwhelming. "Thank you. I will be back as soon as I can." Genevieve slipped the coins into the folds of her dress and left before Mother changed her mind again. Her thoughts turned to the man she'd saved, but he'd be there when she got back. Right now, she just needed to find the fairies. Her horse was back in the stables, but it didn't take long for the servants to have him ready to leave. This time, Genevieve took the road. No more hiding from Mother. Duke galloped toward the castle from her nightmares. She stopped and looked up at it, thinking of what happened the night when Jenny had to fight the troll. She was tempted to search the castle, but she didn't have time. The journey continued on until past dark, when they came to the first village. Genevieve climbed off Duke and walked him down the streets until she found an inn with a stable next to it. She stepped inside and walked straight to the man at the bar. "Hello, I would like to reserve a room here tonight, please." She pulled her hood back to reveal the small tiara on her head. The innkeeper's eyes widened and he bowed low. "Yes, Highness. We will prepare our best room especially for you." "Thank you, and I also have my horse outside, if someone could attend to him." Genevieve glanced around the room. It was large, but cramped with furniture to allow more guests. People sat at the tables while women walked through the crowd to serve dinner. The innkeeper bowed again and hurried up the stairs to prepare a room. Genevieve found a table and set her things on the floor next to her. The food smelled wonderful after only having bread earlier that day. One of the serving women brought her a bowl of soup and a thick slice of bread slathered in butter. She curtsied. I hope this is to your liking, Highness. Thank you. It looks wonderful. Genevieve smiled up at her before trying a bite. The stew had a rich broth with chunks of carrots and potatoes. She dipped some of the bread into the broth and loved how it melted in her mouth. This is very good. Thank you. The serving woman beamed and turned back to the kitchen. The minstrels in the corner started up some music, singing of the wonderful kingdom and some of the wars the king and queen had fought. The stories were definitely exaggerated because Genevieve had fought in several of those battles too and knew there were no giants or ogres. But when they came to the wedding of the princess to the evil troll, Genevieve froze. It wasn't her story, but they didn't know that. As the song ended, they looked over at her expectantly, and she clapped. That was beautiful. I am honored by your song. She raised her pewter cup to them and earned a cheer before the music started back up again. The serving woman came back with custard and set it on the table. Some dessert for you, Highness. Once you are done, I will escort you to your rooms. Thank you. What is your name? It was something Genevieve had never thought of until she met Ammon and Lucy. All her servants were just servants until she got dropped into a family of 7. Then names became important. And from there, she learned how to appreciate and be kind to them. It is Millie, Highness. She curtsied again and hurried away with a smile on her face. Genevieve smiled to herself and took a bite of the custard. She was pleased to find that they'd used honey and strawberries to sweeten it. It almost reminded her of ice cream. Almost. She'd have to remember to get more for breakfast in the morning. She started to rise, and a young man hurried over to pull out her chair. Thank you. The man bowed. You are welcome. Genevieve picked up her bag and went to find Millie, who was in the back talking to the cook. She stood straight when she noticed Genevieve in the doorway. Oh, you are finished. Are you ready to go to your room? Yes, please. Genevieve nodded to the cook before following Millie up a flight of stairs. Her room was at the end of the hall. It was small, but it had a bed and a place to wash her hands and face. Millie cleared her throat. It is not much, but it is our best room. We can move you if it is not to your liking. This is perfect, thank you. Genevieve sat on the bed and waited for Millie to leave, shutting the door behind her. Genevieve lay back and stared up at the ceiling, wondering how she had gotten herself into this mess. Not long before that, she'd been playing basketball in PE, and now she was back in gowns and running from her castle. She had no idea where she was even going, and wished that she had requested that Petrus travel with her. Chapter 12. Jenny. Hey, Jenny. Ammon turned her to face him. Listen, I know this is bad, but I want you to concentrate. You need to do the same thing with the card in your pocket as you did with the mirror so you can find the fairies. Jenny looked up into his eyes. Tears ran down her cheeks from sobbing into her pillow. Why are you helping me? Because I'm your brother. Now, come on. Ammon dragged Jenny to her feet. You can't just flip out like this. It won't help anyone. Jenny let Ammon help her out of the treehouse and to the center of the yard. She took the card out of her pocket. It's not a full moon. No, but I think they'll come. They didn't really pay attention to the rules last time. Ammon helped her learn the pronunciations. How do you know this? Jenny asked. Numbness had set in, and her mind cleared up a little. Ammon was right. She needed to do something instead of falling apart. I listened to Genevieve say it a few different times. Now concentrate. Otherwise, you're stuck here for another 2 weeks until the actual full moon. Ammon stood back and gestured for her to try. Jenny closed her eyes, concentrating on the fairy she'd grown to love in the past. As she spoke the words, she could feel magic stir around her. She opened her eyes to see the air swirling up into a funnel. She felt as though she was being pushed in on herself until her feet came to rest on solid ground again. Jenny opened her eyes to find the home she'd visited with Sam. It was worn, and the cupboards sagged with the weight of the dishes that sat on them. But otherwise, it was the house where she'd met Rhiannon. "Hello?" Her voice echoed off the walls. When no one answered, she walked through the house to the room where Rhiannon had slept, but it was empty. She went to the door and opened it, hoping the fairies were just outside, but all she found was the old garden that had become overgrown long before. This couldn't be possible. She had to find a way to help Genevieve, or Sam would die. A quick search of the dining room showed nothing, so she moved on to the kitchen. Notes were scattered across the counter, but nothing that told her where the fairies had gone. Tears poured down Jenny's cheeks as she yanked out drawers and rifled through papers on the counters and table for a clue. Anything. The only other place to look was in Rhiannon's room, and she hesitated to go all the way in there. Rhiannon hated having anyone come into her room, but what choice did Jenny have? Jenny pushed open the bedroom door and peeked inside. It was just as cluttered as the rest of the cottage, and judging by the dust covering the blankets, the bed looked like it hadn't been slept in for at least a few days. Strange. There was no dust on any of the books, so either they'd just left, or they had placed some kind of charm on the house. A mirror sat on the dresser. It was similar to the ones she and Genevieve had, but what if it didn't show the fairies? What if this was meant for someone else? What if it was a trap from Maurelle? She held her breath and reached for the handle, but paused. Was someone there? Jenny glanced behind her, listening for any sound. When there was nothing, she grabbed it and held it up. "Hello? Anyone there?" The glass began to spiral, and a face appeared on the other side. It was Rhiannon, but she couldn't possibly be in this time because she looked exactly the same as she had at the wedding a few days before. "Jenny?" Rhiannon asked, surprised. "What are you doing there? How do you have the mirror?" "I came to get help from, well, you. No one was here." Jenny waved at the other fairies as they came into view. "What happened here?" The fairies glanced at each other. "If the house is empty, they've moved on." "Well, yeah, but I need them." "No, we mean that they're no longer there. They had lived long enough to help Genevieve, and they fulfilled their purpose. You have to realize that we, were very old and couldn't stick around forever. When we hadn't heard anything from them, we figured it was time." Shock, dismay, and anger all hit at once. "But I need them. Sam's gone. Your future selves are gone, and I'm stuck here." "What do you mean Sam is gone? How do you know this?" "The mirrors you gave me and Genevieve. We were able to talk to each other about an hour ago. Sam's horse is there, but he's gone." Jenny tried to stifle a sob, but she'd never felt so alone. Tanyanye took the mirror from Rhiannon. "Listen, Jenny, we are working on stealing Maurelle's spell from her so we can switch the two of you back. Keep our mirror with you so we can let you know when we are ready. Stay calm. We will get back to you. Please collect anything you might need before you leave the cottage. I doubt it will be there if you ever try to go back." "What do you mean?" Jenny looked around at the cozy little bedroom. Rhiannon took the mirror back. "My guess is that with the mirror gone, the magic keeping the cottage together will disappear." Jenny's breath caught. "Then I can't take it. All these books and everything else will be gone, and we will never be able to use them again. What if they have something I need later?" "You must take the mirror. Now go. There are charms in the drawer next to my bed. Grab what you can and go. We will contact you as soon as we know more." Rhiannon smiled. "Okay, please just hurry." Jenny looked around for something to carry the mirror in and found an old leather satchel in the corner. She ran to the drawer and opened it to find little bottles, but the markings weren't in English. Hopefully, she wouldn't need to use them because otherwise she'd have to guess what they were. She shoved as many as she could into the bag and then wrapped the mirror in an old cloak and put it on top of everything else. Jenny left the room, went back into the kitchen where there was more room to move, and studied the card with the spell on it. The breeze whipped up around her as she spoke the words. As she disappeared, she was sure the house had begun to fade away, because the forest had become visible through the walls. Ammon stood up from the steps to the house as soon as Jenny reappeared in their backyard. "What did they say?" "They're gone, but I got another mirror that lets me talk to them in the past." Jenny took it out of her bag. "What do you mean?" Jenny explained what had happened in the cottage. She readjusted the strap on her bag, weighed down by the charms that lay inside it. "Let's go. I don't want to have to explain all of this again." Mom had come home and was in the kitchen with the other kids. She looked up from the soup she was making. "Oh, hello. I wondered where you two had gone." "We tried talking to the fairies." Jenny set the bag on the table and took all of the charms out. "Anyone know German?" At least, she hoped it was German. When she was back in Genevieve's time, her language switched naturally, but while she was here, she had no clue what the words meant. Ammon picked up one of the bottles and nearly dropped it. "How can you touch these? This one shocked me." "That's odd." Jenny picked it up, but nothing happened. "Try another one." "Okay, but if I turn into a frog, I'm blaming you." He picked it up, and this time the shock was visible as he jerked. Jenny grabbed the bottle from him and shoved them all back into the bag. "Okay, so we're not going to touch these for now. Are you okay?" Ammon shook his hand. "I'll survive. Barely. Why can you touch them but I can't?" "I've given up trying to make sense of anything." Jenny took the bottles up to her room and washed her hands before going back downstairs to help with dinner. She had to stay busy or she'd go crazy with fear for Sam. She'd felt something was wrong with him, and it had turned out to be true. Mom and Ammon were whispering together when Jenny came downstairs. Ammon left the room and avoided her eyes. "What's going on?" "Nothing. Ammon's just worried about you. That shock hurt more than he let on." Mom stirred the soup and turned to face Jenny. "I'm sorry to hear about Sam." Jenny dropped into a chair at the table. "I don't know what to do, Mom. The fairies say they're going to get me back there as soon as possible, but what if it's too late?" Mom put her hands on Jenny's shoulders. "There's nothing that can be done until they figure it out. Why don't you help me with dinner and then go out with Ammon or Lucy?" "Okay." Jenny stood and set the table, then went to find her sisters. They sat in their room playing with makeup. "Hey, it's dinner time." Mary jumped up. "Look at me. I'm a princess." Lipstick and blush were smeared across her face, and the others weren't much better. Jenny laughed and grabbed a tissue. "It's beautiful, but let's get some of it cleaned up before dinner. And you may want to put away the makeup. I don't think Mom would like knowing you were playing with her eyeshadow." "This isn't Mommy's, it's Genevieve's." Bonnie held up a small bag full of makeup that had seen better days. Jenny took the bag from her. "She's not going to be very happy about this when she sees it. Go in the kitchen." Emma stood and ran, the others trailing closely behind. Jenny could hear the chatter as they showed their mom their princess faces. She took the bag up to her room, even though most of the lipstick and blush couldn't be used again. Genevieve could deal with that when she came back, because Jenny was going to make sure that would happen. They needed to get back to their own times, even though that meant leaving Ammon again. Chapter 13. Genevieve. Genevieve jerked awake, sweat pouring down her face. She fully expected Maurelle to be standing over her, laughing. While the nightmare had left her shaken, she was grateful that the visions had come back. She only hoped they would be enough to help her figure out where Sam was being kept. It was still dark outside, but there was no way she was going to sleep after being threatened by Maurelle. Somehow, the sorceress had learned that Genevieve had the gift of seeing, and she planned to use it. Maybe going after Maurelle wasn't such a good idea, but Genevieve needed the fairies, and that was the place where they'd been. She'd been traveling for 3 days now, and she'd found nothing. Genevieve stood and took the mirror out of her bag. She'd tried several times, but she couldn't get the mirror to work right. She spoke into it, hoping to hear something. "Rhiannon?" A face began to appear, but it was Jenny's, not Rhiannon's, that she saw. Jenny's smile dropped into a disappointed pout. "Oh, it's you. Hi, Genevieve. I don't mean to be rude, but I've been waiting for the fairies to get back to me." "That is who I was trying to contact, but I guess this mirror only works for you. I do not understand why it went to you." Genevieve studied the room behind Jenny. Her room. "Because of the mirror. I went to see the fairies, and they were gone. I was able to speak to the fairies in your time just before I took the mirror from the house. Now I'm waiting to hear from them again." Jenny frowned. "Where are you?" "At an inn. I went to go find the fairies, but after the dream I just had, I do not know what I should do." What Jenny said suddenly dawned on her. "Wait, the fairies are gone?" "Yes, Rhiannon said it was because they were so old. I guess that makes sense, but I'd hoped to get some help." Genevieve felt a jolt of grief. She had loved the fairies, and it was heartbreaking to know they were gone in Jenny's time. "I still do not know where they are, but the dreams are back. Or at least, I've had one." "That's wonderful. Okay, maybe not for you, but I hope you can see something about where Sam is." "I will do my best. How are things there?" "Good. School is almost over. We got our graduation gowns today." Jenny held up a blue robe. "Yours fits great, by the way." Genevieve laughed. "That is good. I had no idea how it was even supposed to look." "You did well. Oh, hey, I hear Eric and Lucy. I need to get going. I hope you find the fairies soon." Dread flowed through Genevieve. "Eric is there?" "Yes, he just got here." Jenny narrowed her eyes. "What's wrong?" "Someone showed up in the woods outside the castle who looked a lot like Eric. He tried to convince me it was him, but after the whole Dimitri Gavin thing, I was not sure what to believe." Jenny turned the mirror slightly. "Hey guys, come here." Genevieve heard Lucy and Eric, and her spirits rose. Their faces appeared soon after, and Genevieve couldn't help squealing. Her loneliness fled as she talked to her friends. "There you are. How are you doing?" Eric's grin matched Genevieve's. "I have been better. It is good to see you." Genevieve cupped the mirror in her hands, wishing that Eric wasn't so far away. Lucy pushed Eric to the side. "Hey, I'm here too. Are you seriously at an inn? That's so cool. Can I see it?" Genevieve held up the mirror and slowly rotated so they could see everything in the room. Not that there was much to see. This room was smaller than the first two where she'd stayed. The farther from the castle she got, the less they cared that she was the princess. She'd had to leave a few because of threats to her or her family. "Whoa, that's awesome!" Lucy laughed. "Too bad you can't take a selfie there." Jenny rolled her eyes. "Okay, I'd better get these two out of here so we can explain how mirrors don't work like cell phones. If you find the fairies, please have them contact me." I will. Have fun. Genevieve set the mirror back in her bag and took out a piece of paper. She needed to figure out which way to go, and soon. Going forward would find the fairies, but going back would let her figure out what the imposter was doing at her castle. She had purchased some pigment from a stall in one of the villages she'd passed through. It was better quality than the stuff she'd had at the castle, and she hoped that would make a difference. Genevieve closed her eyes and tried to clear her mind so she could paint what the vision told her to, and then dipped the brush into the paint. As the picture took shape, Genevieve's hopes plummeted. It was the trail she'd taken on her journey, and while it was beautiful, it wasn't what she needed to see. But what was that? A shadow had appeared in the upper corner, following a woman on a horse. Genevieve's heart beat rapidly as she continued on. The shadow was enhanced with other tints of black until it was the shape of a dragon, Arengul. She set the picture aside and began another one. This picture started with Rhiannon and moved on to each of the fairies. The landscape began to form around them, and Genevieve suddenly jumped up and dropped the brush on the table. She grabbed her cloak and ran downstairs. The fairies were here somewhere. She recognized the buildings from across the street because she'd stared at them the night before when she couldn't sleep. 7 stooped women turned as one when Genevieve threw the inn door open. The fairies stood in a group just a few yards away. She ran and hugged each of them. "How did you find me?" Genevieve wiped her eyes. "We must speak to you in private." Tanyanye glanced around nervously. "Come upstairs. We can talk there." Genevieve led them up to her room and sat on the chair next to the table. It was crowded, but she didn't care. "Did you find Maurelle's castle?" Roswin nodded. "Yes, and she is there, but from what we could tell, Sam is not. It does not surprise me, however. She would put him where no one could get to him." "So, what did you find?" Tanyanye took a scroll out of her bag. "This will help bring Jenny back here. There is a huge risk in doing this, however. We do not know how it will affect time itself. You and Jenny have switched places twice now, and I fear that your timeline will begin to unravel if you are both in the same place for too long. The question is, do you believe it is worth the risk?" Genevieve stared at her hands for a moment. Thoughts of her parents here, and the family in the future who she also belonged to, Eric, Lucy, Ammon. But without Jenny here. She raised her eyes to look at the fairies. "If Jenny does not come back and does not marry Sam, the future will change. I will not have been born. Am I correct?" Ammon's favorite movies had to do with time travel, and while she did not understand most of what was going on, that part made sense. Without Jenny's line, Genevieve and her mother would not exist. Tanyanye nodded. "That is correct. A whole line would change. That means any kingdoms that would have come under your parents' rule and any descendants would change or disappear." "Then we really have no choice. Sam must be found. The wedding must happen. And most of all, Maurelle must not learn that Jenny is here if she comes." Genevieve swallowed before she continued. The shadow in her picture now made sense to her. "This means I must keep Maurelle busy elsewhere. There is a trap waiting for me at my castle, and I feel that I must fall into it to give Jenny any chance of finding Sam." Shaylee leaned forward. "You do realize that if you do that, it could change your own line, right?" "It is what I must do." Genevieve stood. "Do not cast the spell until I am far away from this village. Give me a day." Roswin stood and pulled Genevieve into a hug. "You have grown into the queen that you were raised to be. Leave Jenny in our hands." "Thank you." Genevieve grabbed her bag and after saying goodbye to the fairies, she went for the door. The thought of having the fairies help her out in the future gave her the hope that she would see them again. But there was no guarantee. Duke was ready to leave when Genevieve made it down to the stables. She guided him to the walls of the city and climbed on. This could help save Sam, but she just hoped she was making the right decision. Chapter 14. Maurelle. Maurelle smiled as she watched Genevieve go back toward the castle. She had feared that the meeting with the fairies would send her off to find the servant boy, but it appeared that the pull to Arundel was stronger. Maurelle knew that using the likeness of the boy she had seen in Genevieve's head would make him irresistible. Love. It was such a weakness, but easy to manipulate. It was time to visit the servant boy again. She couldn't afford to let him die. She had other plans for him. She chanted and felt the dust kick up around her as she transported to the tower where the boy lay in a heap. He glanced up and blinked. The cut over his eye had begun to swell, a sign of infection. With annoyance, Maurelle crossed over the room and ran her hand over his face, healing the cut, but not healing his eyes. He would not get his vision back. The dragon had made sure of that when he'd been dropped into the thorns surrounding the tower. "What are you doing here?" the boy demanded. "Making sure you don't die." Maurelle placed a bowl of meal in his hands. She watched as he shoveled it into his mouth. Disgusting boy. "I need water." Maurelle grabbed him by the arm and yanked him toward a table that held water. "If you would explore your surroundings, you would have learned that you have water sitting right here. I thought you were brave. All I have seen is weakness." The boy clenched his fists. "You took my sight and dropped me somewhere away from everything I know. I have been starved for days, as far as I have been able to tell, and you accuse me of being weak?" Even with the faded blue of his eyes, Maurelle could see the anger flash. "Temper, temper. I will be back with dinner. I do hope that you'll appreciate me just a little more." The boy froze. "I will not do anything for you." "Just wait. I think you will be begging to give me whatever I want soon enough. Goodbye, servant boy." Maurelle disappeared to the sound of his shouting. She'd keep an eye on him to make sure he was worthy of Ingrid. But for now, she needed to get back to Genevieve. It was exhausting, trying to destroy the world in so many different ways. Chapter 15. Jenny. It was during math that Jenny's mirror came to life. She could hear the fairies arguing back and forth, so she jumped up and asked Mr. Wood for permission to leave the class. Before the yes was even out of his mouth, she'd grabbed her bag and run out. The hallways were empty, which made the fairies' voices echo. Jenny held the bag up to her face. "Shh, give me 2 minutes." Once she was sure the stalls were empty in the bathroom, Jenny pulled the mirror out of her bag. All 7 fairies had managed to squish into the small screen. "What's going on? Did you find Sam?" Jenny talked quietly, knowing class would end soon. "No, but we did find a way to bring you here, if you are willing to come back." Rhiannon moved Tenyenye's hair out of her face. Jenny laughed. "And get out of school? Yes, please." Roswin pursed her lips. "Your education is very important." "She knows that," Tenyenye snapped. "You need to realize it will only happen one more time, and you will not be able to meet Genevieve. It could be disastrous, but I fear it might be anyway. Genevieve is going to act as your distraction while you go find him." "How does she plan to do that?" Jenny's head spun with everything she needed to do before leaving. All of the goodbyes. She blinked back tears. "We do not know, but it has something to do with a trap," Jenny gasped. "I know what she's doing. Give me 2 hours to get everything ready, and then let me know what I need to do." She shoved the mirror in her bag and left the bathroom as the fairies tried to talk over each other, demanding that she tell them what she meant. If Genevieve fell into Maurelle's trap with the fake Eric? "Trust me, the fewer people who know, the better. Just be ready." The bell rang as Jenny grabbed her books. Not that they mattered. Who knew when Genevieve would be back to study them? The thought of not graduating with Lucy and Ammon brought tears to Jenny's eyes, but she blinked them back. She needed to go right now. Her hands shook as she tried to calm herself down. She could flip out later. At least this time she had advance notice that she was going back. Not that it helped. "Where are you off to so fast?" Lucy leaned against the locker. Jenny blew out the breath she'd been holding and turned to Lucy. "I'm leaving. For good." Lucy's eyes widened and she took a step backward. "Wait, already? But I'd hoped you could wait for a couple of weeks." "So did I, but Genevieve is about to do something really stupid and I need to stop her." Jenny slammed the locker shut, angry that Genevieve had already made a mess of this. She wanted to leave the school before she burst into tears. She'd just gotten back to the world she knew so well, and now it was time to leave. "Have you seen Ammon?" "No, but you should probably tell Eric, too." Lucy brushed away a tear and avoided looking over at Jenny. "He's going to want to know what's happening." "Oh, right, Eric." Jenny texted him to meet her at home and searched the parking lot. Ammon laughed at something one of his friends had said as he headed for his truck. She ran to catch him before he left. He looked up and opened his mouth to say something, so she blurted out, "I'm leaving. Like, leaving. Right now." The smile on his face slipped off and he blinked. "Wait, what?" "Come on." Jenny climbed into the truck and Lucy sat next to her. The thought of letting Lucy trade places was quickly squashed. It didn't matter right now. They could sit next to each other later. She needed her brother next to her. She kept balling up her fists, wanting to be the one to drive so she could get home faster. Not that it would be a good idea. It had been over a year since she'd last driven. "Spill." Ammon's eyes stayed on the road, but his jaw clenched in anger. He was losing a twin. Again. Of course it was hard on him, because it was nearly killing her. Jenny told them everything she knew, which wasn't much more than they'd already talked about. "You guys take care of Genevieve when she gets back. Make sure she goes to the school she wants to instead of where her scholarship is, okay?" Lucy snorted. "You're about to leave forever and all you care about is college?" "What else do you want to talk about? I have to go. I have no choice. If this doesn't happen, our entire family could disappear." The thought sent a chill through her. She'd seen the same movies Ammon had, and she knew that messing up the time continuum could be bad. Ammon glanced over but didn't say anything. Jenny looked out the window, taking everything in. The roads, the cars, even the stoplights. Everything that she would never see again. It was too bad she couldn't take pictures and bring them with her, but no one would have understood anyway. Jenny stared up at the house when they parked in front. Only a few days before, she was excited to say hi to her parents again, and now she was leaving them. Thoughts of staying ran through her mind, but she knew Genevieve needed help. She could feel the urgency pounding in the back of her head. She took a deep breath. "I guess I should get this over with." Ammon climbed out and slammed the door without saying anything. Lucy laid her hand on Jenny's shoulder. "Don't be too mad at him. You were his twin sister for 16 years. He'll be mourning for a long time to come. I know. I just hope he can understand that at some point, too. Jenny and Lucy walked up to the house together, neither willing to let go. I do have the mirror, and we'll still be able to talk through it. So there's that. True. Won't be the same, but at least it's something. Lucy smiled, but her eyes betrayed her hurt. Mom was just inside the door, crying. When she saw Jenny, she grabbed her in a hug. Ammon told me. I had this small hope that you'd be able to stay. I know. Me too. Jenny kissed her mom's cheek. I have to go. They need me. I'm hoping Dad gets here, though. I want to say goodbye. I've been trying to get a hold of him. He'll make it. He wouldn't miss saying goodbye. Mom kissed Jenny's forehead and left the room. Jenny's brothers and sisters nearly tackled her as they came running for hugs. There were more tears when they found out she wouldn't be coming back. She had to keep telling herself that she was doing this to save them. If she didn't, they wouldn't even exist. When they finally let go, Jenny went to find Ammon. He wasn't in his room, so she took 2 chocolate chip cookies out to the playhouse. Ammon lay on the floor, throwing a ball up in the air. Tears ran down his cheeks, making Jenny choke up. He rarely cried. When he saw her, he sat up and wiped his eyes. Jenny sat next to him and handed him a cookie. I'm sorry. Ammon took a bite of the cookie and chewed it before answering. We went over this already. I'm pretty sure I was the one cheering you up. Except that I forgot the cookie, so I think you win. Jenny laughed, relieved that he was joking with her. I think you're right. I guess I should thank you now for saving us, since I might not get to later. Thanks for being willing to go back, even though your life is here. Ammon stared down at the half-eaten cookie. It's kinda overwhelming, really. She leaned her head on his shoulder. Nothing like having someone say, oh, by the way, you're in charge of an entire line that could just go poof if you don't do things right. Ammon chuckled. That's one way to put it. Can you do me a favor? Jenny turned so she was facing him. You know in all those movies, when there's some consequence if they stay too long or whatever? Can you try to figure out what will actually happen? Because I'm scared to death that having us both back there will slingshot one of us forward, or will break something. Not sure I'll find much, but I'll see what I can do. After all, this is supposedly just a myth. That's why there are so many theories out there. Jenny sighed. I know, and most of them got it wrong anyway. No one said body switching was a possibility. Ammon laughed. No, they didn't. But there's at least another way because the fairies are doing it. Plus, that Dimitri creep came here too. It's obviously possible in a few different ways. We just have to figure out how and what happens. Thanks for doing that for me. Come on, I need to get going, and Dad should be home now. Jenny climbed down from the treehouse for what was most likely the last time. A pang of homesickness hit as she jogged into the house. Her family, Lucy, and Eric were in the living room, talking quietly. Ammon stood next to her. Hey, guys. Eric jumped up and hugged Jenny. Please tell Genevieve to be careful. I will, and I'll make sure she gets back here as soon as possible. Jenny turned to her dad. Bye, Dad. I love you. He pulled her into a hug, crushing her to him. I can't believe I have to say goodbye again. I know. You'll have the mirror, so we'll talk. I promise. Jenny let her tears flow freely as she pulled away from him. She knelt down and grabbed the mirror from her bag, then slipped the bag back over her shoulders. Rhiannon, what do I do? The fairies appeared in the mirror. All right, we'll need you to go out in the yard so you have plenty of space. Let's go. Jenny walked out to the backyard and stood in the center. Her heart fluttered as she went between wanting to stay and the need to go back to save Sam. Her family and friends stood near the house, watching her. Ammon had his arms around Lucy, and Mom cried into Dad's shoulder. She tore her eyes away from them and looked down at the fairies in the mirror. All right, I'm ready. Rhiannon leaned forward. Now, lay the mirror on the ground and stand on it. Jenny stared at them. Stand on it? The mirror is glass and like 6 inches wide. Even if I don't break it, how am I supposed to fit through there? The other option is for someone else to hold it, and that would make it possible for the other person to get sucked in. That would be rather disastrous. The expression on Rhiannon's face was enough to make her understand that she didn't want to choose that option. Right, let's not do it that way. Jenny looked up at her family. Love you all. Ready? Roswin rolled out the scroll. Okay, step on. Jenny stepped onto the mirror, hoping it wouldn't break, and closed her eyes. The fairies began chanting. Wind whipped around Jenny, beating her with rocks, sticks, and dust. With a sucking motion, she felt herself fall into the mirror, squeezing her small enough to fit inside. The wind was so intense that she could hear nothing else. She wasn't sure if the tears running down her cheeks came from the dust blowing in her eyes, or her heart breaking as she left the family she grew up with. When the mirror's edges reached her torso, all of the air in her lungs was squeezed out, making stars appear in front of her eyes, and she was pretty sure she wouldn't live to see the other end of the mirror. As her vision narrowed, her shoulders and then her head popped through the mirror, and she gasped for air. And then she sat floating in oblivion. As she floated toward the other pane of glass, she glanced back to see where she'd come from. It seemed so far away. Her ears needed to pop with the sudden change in air pressure. Or was it simply that there was nothing to hear? Except, what was that? A shout came from somewhere, telling her to flip around. It took a split second to catch on to what they were saying, and then she did a somersault to make sure her head went first. She looked up at the glass she was supposed to be going through, but she seemed to be stationary. Panic from the thought of being stuck there forever was enough to make her kick her legs to propel her forward. Her swimming instincts set in, and she used her arms and her feet to reach the glass. As her hands touched it, the sucking sensation began all over again, only backward. Because her hands were above her head, the pressure wasn't quite as bad on her chest, and she was able to breathe. She used her arms to push her way out of the mirror. Once she was all the way through, she collapsed to the ground, coughing and sputtering. She tried to smile up at the fairies, but it was too much effort. Many hands picked her up and carried her over to a bed, and that's all she remembered before blackness closed in. Chapter 16. Genevieve. The castle came into view just as the sun was going down. Genevieve reined in her horse and watched the bustle of activity as they prepared the castle grounds for the evening. It was hard going in, knowing that Maurelle had laid a trap just for her. But she had taken something precious from Genevieve, and that wasn't okay with her. She broke into a gallop, deciding it was better just to get it over with. She hoped Eric would understand her reasoning when she got back to him. She climbed off her horse at the gate and allowed one of the servants to take him to the stables. Genevieve took a deep breath. She could do this. She had played Jenny for the last year and made the role work for her. Now it was time to do the same thing, pretending to be in love with the imposter who called himself Eric. Her mother met her at the door. "What are you doing here? I thought you were going to find the fairies. I did, and that is why I am here. Genevieve walked past her mother and stopped in shock. The great hall was decorated in blues and silvers. What is all this? The man who was here told us that you knew each other well from home and asked us to prepare for a wedding. She turned to her mother and raised an eyebrow. And you believed him? I had no reason not to believe him. Mother paused. You do know him, right? I know who he claims to be. As to whether or not he is, we shall see. Where did he go? Her mother gestured toward the dining hall. He is currently discussing the banquet seating chart. Oh, no, he's not. Genevieve stepped closer to her mother. That man is an imposter, but I have to play along so Jenny can come and save Sam. Who is he then? The Queen glanced over Genevieve's shoulder. I do not know, but I am sure that Maurelle has something to do with it. Genevieve walked toward the great hall. She really just wanted a long bath and a nap, but she needed to get this over with. Genevieve's father and the man pretending to be Eric turned toward them as they entered the hall. It was quite amazing how much the man looked like Eric. If she hadn't just seen him with Jenny, she would have believed him. I am home. Genevieve smiled up at her dad. Ah, my sweet Genevieve. Eric wrapped her in his arms, and she nearly melted. Even his hugs felt just right. But no, it wasn't him. She stepped back. I am glad to see you up and about. I worried that you would be ill for weeks. Your healer is quite amazing. Eric turned away. Do you like what I have done with this place? It is beautiful. Genevieve allowed him to take her hand, and as he kissed it, her knees went weak. Was it possible that he could be in two places at once? No. She forced herself to stop thinking of him in a romantic way and move around the room. I am amazed that you found this much silver and blue at this time of year. Eric smiled down at her. Anything for my princess. I know they're your favorite colors, so I insisted that we use them. Most of it was left over from a recent wedding, but the rest was ordered in by a merchant. That was just enough to pull her back out of her thoughts. No merchants came here at this time of year, and most definitely not with these types of items. Not to mention the fact that Eric would never say merchant. Genevieve forced herself to yawn. It has been a very long day. I think I may turn in. Where will you be staying? Eric glanced between her and the king and queen. I will be staying in the forest, of course. Nonsense. You will stay in the castle. We still have space in the servants' quarters. Mother smiled, but her eyes flashed. Inside? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. Eric looked down at Genevieve with panic. I must insist on sleeping in the forest. When Mother started to argue again, Genevieve put her hand up. If that is where he wants to sleep, we must allow him to do so. Do you need someone to accompany you? No, I will find my way on my own. Tomorrow we will go into the village and speak of the wonderful times we had together while we shop for our wedding. Eric leaned down and kissed her, earning a gasp from her mother. The kiss lasted just long enough to make Genevieve dizzy. When he pulled away, she had to remind herself to breathe. It had been several days since she last kissed Eric, but it had felt the very same. Who was this man? She stood in one place while he made his way to the front door, flicking his hair out of his face, just like she remembered. The king summoned a servant and ordered him to follow Eric and report on everything he did. The servant jogged to catch up, and her father frowned at Genevieve. Would you like to explain to me what is going on? Someone knows Eric well enough that he can impersonate everything about him, down to his touch. She glanced at her mom. I do not understand, though. I talked through the mirror to Jenny, and Eric was there. And that was after I met this Eric the first time. So how can he be in two places at one time? Mother placed her hand on Genevieve's arm. He cannot, but there are things that can. Watch yourself around him. There is obviously an attraction there, and I worry that your plans will be forgotten when he offers to take you back to his kingdom. Genevieve nodded. I would disagree, but I felt it. Now, we need a way to distract him long enough to allow Jenny to find Sam, and we have no idea where to begin looking. Unless you learned something while I was away. Follow me. Father led Genevieve to the map room. This was one of Genevieve's favorite rooms, and she would visit it whenever her father would allow her. There were collections of their latest conquests, along with lists of which countries held what riches. When he was about to leave on a trip, he would let Genevieve pick out one thing for him to bring back. But in the center of the room was a map of Bavaria and the surrounding countries. Along with the normal notes and pins showing where they wanted to invade next, there were new pins that she didn't recognize. These pins mark abandoned castles and towers throughout the land. While the fairies and a few other groups have gone to look for Maurelle, others have searched these towers. Most of the buildings have crumbled into ruins to where no one would be able to inhabit them. As he explained each one, he pointed out the different locations. So, how many of them can be inhabited then? Genevieve stared down at the maps. She had helped her parents gain a lot of the land in front of her, and yet all she wanted right then was to go to a school for her art and maybe end up with the real Eric. Father indicated the small blue pins. 2 still have people in them, which leaves these 2. We just heard back from one group saying that this one has a swamp around it and at least one beast that guards the towers. So, could that be where he is? Not that she wanted that to be the case. It was clear on the other side of the kingdom. Even if she could keep Maurelle busy, it would take weeks to travel there. I think Maurelle wanted us to follow that trail because she has left clues of dragon scales and dead cattle. I believe it is here. Father pointed to a spot to the northwest. Still quite a journey, but just far enough from where we believe her castle is hidden to make it believable. Swamps, wild animals, and vines surrounding the bottom, her signature. She covered our castle in vines while we slept during the 100-year curse, if you recall. Genevieve looked between the different spots, and something still didn't seem right. Where is her castle again? Over here. The fairies found a weak spot in the barrier, which is surprising because her magic is usually stronger than this. Unmapped territory was written across the area. She drew a line from one tower to the next in her mind. Look, there is a triangle between them, but then if you add our castle, it makes a diamond. What's in that forest in the center? Nothing. Wild animals, Rhiannon's house, that's about it. Father glanced up at her. Why? What do you see? It could be nothing, but that is where Eric insists on sleeping. We have to be missing something. Father put his arm around her. I feel the same way. We just have to figure out what it is. Come, we must sleep. Maybe we will learn more tomorrow. Genevieve let her father guide her out of the map room, but she couldn't help glancing back at it. What was in the center there? Chapter 17. Maurelle. Maurelle watched as Ingrid scrubbed the tile in the throne room. Generally, it was the job of the servants, but Ingrid had tried to sneak out again, and she was the key to Maurelle's revenge. She had to break Ingrid of the habit before she was put in the tower with Sam. She had to make sure they got along well enough that Sam would fall in love with her and forget Jenny. Simple in theory, but Ingrid had it in her mind that she was in love with someone else. Finish that tile, and then we will leave. Maurelle stood and walked to the window. She had heard nothing from Arengall since Genevieve had arrived back at the castle, so she had no idea how things had progressed there. "I am done." Ingrid stood by Maurelle. "Please do not make me go. I am finally free of the dragon, and I would like to explore." Maurelle clenched her jaw. "Last time you left, you went straight to the merchant's house. I have much better prospects for you." "You mean better for you?" Ingrid muttered. She flinched when Maurelle whipped around to face her. "Do not speak to me like that. You are my daughter, and you will treat me with respect." Ingrid's eyes smoldered with anger, but she wisely kept her mouth closed. Maurelle took her by the arm and waved her hand in the air, making them disappear from their castle and reappear in the tower. Sam stood at the sink washing his face. He looked much better than he had a few days before. "Here is your food." Maurelle handed him some leftover fish and rice. Sam took the bowl and slid down the wall so he could sit while he ate. He shoveled the food into his mouth and then suddenly stopped. "Who else is here?" Maurelle looked down at him. "What do you mean?" "There is someone else here. I can hear her breathing." Sam cocked his head to the side. "You have never brought anyone else. Who is it?" Ingrid stood there with her mouth open. She looked down at him and then back up at Maurelle. "You kidnapped the prince?" "He is not the prince yet," Maurelle snapped. "This is my daughter, Ingrid. She is here to take care of you." "You have a daughter?" Sam asked in surprise. Maurelle growled under her breath. "Yes, now focus. Ingrid is here to feed you. Do not touch her, or your life will be forfeit." Sam glared at her. "I would not touch your daughter. I love one person, and you ripped us apart." "Yes, well, that is beside the point. Now, I must go make sure my other plans are happening as they should." Maurelle flicked her hand and disappeared, reappearing as a raven to perch near a hole in the roof and watch how the two of them interacted. Ingrid walked around the room, inspecting the walls and windows, while Sam finished his food and set the bowl on the floor. "You cannot escape from here. I have tried to find an opening, and there is none." Ingrid sighed. "I have to do something, or I will go crazy." "I already went through that," Sam chuckled. "I need to find a way to leave a message for Jenny." "Jenny?" Ingrid asked in surprise. "Sorry, that is what I call Genevieve. I should have used her correct name. I worked in the castle, but I am new to associating with royalty." Ingrid scooted closer. "What was it like, working in the castle?" Maurelle flew away. If the two of them continued talking, they would realize the feelings they had for each other, and then Jenny would be alone. She squawked her laughter and then made her way to the castle. The grounds were busy with people getting ready to travel somewhere, most likely to find Maurelle, which meant that Genevieve would be left by herself again. She swooped down closer to find the princess with Eric as they watched the small groups of men march away. Eric put his arm around Genevieve, and while she stiffened slightly, she let him keep his arm there. Wonderful. Maurelle dropped to the ground and transformed back into herself. "Well, well, what do we have here? Going somewhere?" "It is market day in the next village over. Leave us," Genevieve glared. "I just stopped by to congratulate you two on your engagement. You will have a blessed life." She smiled at the expression on Genevieve's face. Arengall, Eric, smirked at the comment, but squeezed Genevieve closer to him. "Please leave us. You are not welcome here." Maurelle took a step back in shock. Had he turned on her? Or was he just acting for Genevieve's sake? "Very well, but I will be back for the wedding." Genevieve jerked forward, but Eric held her back. Genevieve glared at Maurelle. "Stay away from my family." "I will once I have made sure you all pay." Maurelle disappeared and went back to her castle. The pieces were in place, and now it was time to watch the events unfold. Chapter 18. Jenny. Jenny pushed the food around on her plate, trying to make herself eat. She was still weak from traveling through the glass, and she needed all the energy she could get to go save Sam. The problem was that no one seemed to know where he was being kept prisoner. "The porridge will do you no good if it is not in your belly," Tenyenye chuckled. "I know. I'm not hungry." Jenny pushed the plate away. "Do you have a horse or something I can use to travel? I need to find Sam." Roswin frowned and patted Jenny on the shoulder. "We know you are anxious, but we must wait. We have many creatures out there searching for him." "I know. I just wish I could do it myself." Jenny stood and went to the window. The forest surrounding the small cottage seemed to mock her. She couldn't leave until they were sure she wouldn't run into Genevieve. Not that there would be a chance of that. Genevieve had her own issues at the castle, so Jenny doubted she'd be leaving any time soon. Her fears had been confirmed that morning as a crow delivered a message about a wedding between Genevieve and some unknown prince. There wasn't much description of him, but Jenny was pretty sure it was whoever pretended to be Eric. While the fairies pored over a map at the kitchen table, Jenny slipped out the front door. Flowers of every kind grew in the gardens and flower pots around the cottage. Tiny fairies and gnomes moved about, pruning and watering the plants. They paid no attention to Jenny as she walked past them and stood at the edge of the shield that had been placed around the cottage. Somewhere out there, Sam was suffering. She could feel it when she closed her eyes. Almost as if she could point to where he was. Her eyes flew open to find herself facing the northeast. There. He was that way. Jenny ran back toward the house and slammed the door open. "I know where he is, or at least I can figure it out." Jenny pushed her way between the fairies to stare at the map. The cottage was marked in the center. She ran her finger northeast, but didn't run into anything that made sense. There was the uncharted territory, but that was it. "What's here?" "We do not know, but we are assuming it is Maurelle's castle. But she wouldn't keep Sam that close. That would be too easy." Jenny searched the map near where the uncharted area sat, but nothing else seemed right. "I'm sure he's there." The fairies exchanged glances, and Roswin straightened. "I will go to the castle to see if Genevieve has had any more visions. Maybe that would help us. If what you are saying is correct, and if you really can feel him, we will pull back from the other areas and concentrate there." "He is. Please tell Genevieve I'm here and that she needs to be really careful." Jenny ached to meet her now that they were in the same place at the same time. "I will." Roswin draped her shawl around her shoulders and went to the door. "Be ready to travel when I get back. We will want to leave as soon as we know where he is." Jenny stared at the door, waiting for something to happen. She was stuck there yet again while everyone else did the work. The fairy spoke quietly in a corner, leaving Jenny to sort through a bag of clothing she'd been given. Most of it fit, but the shoes were way too small, something she'd need to fix if she was ever going to leave the cottage. The bag also contained a few things she'd need for the road: money, dried meat and fruit, a small knife — she wasn't safe with a sword — and a long, dark cloak. Now if they'd just let her go. 3 days stuck in that cottage was about to drive her crazy. Why send for her and then make her sit around? She could have had a few more days with her family. She lay back on her bed and stared up at the ceiling. Her eyes grew heavy, and she had nearly succumbed to sleep when the door flew open. Roswin rushed in and grabbed a bag. "You must leave, now!" She shoved food into the bag and handed it to Jenny. "I have found him, and if you do not save him and get back to the castle soon, Genevieve will lose her life." Jenny gasped and scrambled to put her shoes and cloak on. "What do you mean?" "The boy who is trying to woo Genevieve is not just a boy, he is a dragon." Roswin leaned against the table to catch her breath. There was a silence in the cottage as everyone stared at her. "How do you know this?" Tenyanye gripped the knife she'd been using to cut vegetables. Roswin set her bag on the table and sorted through it. "Esmeralda mentioned how strange it was that Eric insisted on sleeping in the forest each night, and I had to agree. It took until now to figure out what was going on. He always leaves at sundown and seems to disappear once he reaches the forest. But this time he dropped something. Ah, here it is." She set 3 black scales in front of her. "He scratched his back, grumbling in a language I haven't heard in a century. When he looked back to see who followed, his eyes flashed red. He curled up into a ball under a tree, and his snore was more the rumbling of a dragon." Rhiannon picked up one of the scales. "There is only one dragon these could belong to, but that's impossible. He died long ago." "That's what I thought as well, but how do you explain these?" Jenny's head spun. Dragons? They weren't real. Of course, time travel wasn't real to her up until a year ago. But still, dragons. "So, what does this mean?" The fairies glanced at each other and then over at Jenny. Roswin set her hand on Jenny's shoulder. "If we are correct, and this is the dragon we think it is, Genevieve could be enslaved by him. Forever." First Sam was taken captive, and now Genevieve. This was a mess. Jenny stood and grabbed her bags. "Do you have a horse I can use, or do I get to walk?" "You'll have a horse until you reach her territory. Then you'll have to walk. I'm sorry." Roswin opened the door, and Jenny followed her out of the cottage. "Thank you for bringing me back here." Jenny hugged her tightly and then moved on to each of the other fairies. Rhiannon whistled, and a large brown horse came from around the corner of the cottage. He was twice the size of Duke, and the saddle was nicer than the one Jenny had used before. She packed her stuff into the pouches on each side of the horse and then climbed on. "Do not worry about Merrick. He is tough and will last much longer on the road than you will. Birds and other creatures are watching out for you, and they will report back to us. Be vigilant. Now, once you leave here, you'll need to go through the forest and head straight. That will take you to the north. Once you leave the forest, turn toward the rising sun, and you should arrive at the tower in a day or 2. Jenny nodded. "We don't have a day or 2. I'll trade horses at the next village if Merrick gets tired." The forest welcomed her as she left the small pocket of protection that surrounded the house. She closed her eyes and felt for Sam, hoping she could still sense him. The sense wasn't quite as strong as she'd felt near the cottage, but it was there. She leaned down close to Merrick's ear. "We have people to save. Fly fast, and I'll let you rest soon." Merrick's whinny seemed to show his agreement. Jenny urged him to go, and they took off down a trail. She had to duck low to avoid the branches that threatened to knock her from Merrick. Though there was a path, parts were overgrown, so he had to slow down here and there, but then he'd pick up his pace again. Memories of her last flight through this forest ran through her mind. Back then, it had been Gavin following her. His presence had been dark, but the fear that consumed her now was for the man who had helped her survive the first time. This time she was on her own, And while she'd learned more of the landscape in the time she'd spent here in the last year, it was usually from the safety of the carriage. Jenny pulled the cloak up over her head and made sure it shaded her face. She couldn't let anyone recognize her, not with Genevieve at the castle. They looked too much alike, especially now that Jenny no longer had glasses or braces. When the trees thinned out, Jenny stopped for a short break. She climbed down and patted Merrick's neck. "Well done. I'll let you rest." She took his reins and led him out of the forest. The sun was still below the mountains, but it was enough to see the direction she needed to turn. Lights from the nearest village were like pinpoints off in the distance. They walked until the sun poked its head up over the mountains. She debated staying off the trail, but this was someone's field, and she'd put too much into helping her people to get back on their feet. She didn't want to destroy their crops. She led Merrick over to the road and then climbed back up into the saddle. "Take your time, buddy. We don't want anyone to pay attention to us." She rubbed his neck and coaxed him into a walk. As they made their way toward the village, the nearby farms came to life. She readjusted her hood again and picked up the pace. The guards nodded as she entered the city, and she shook her head. They should have at least checked her papers, not that she had any at the moment. She made her way to an inn away from the main traffic of the village and handed her reins to a small stable boy. "Are you sure you have him?" She took her bags out of the pouches. The boy puffed out his chest. "I am strong enough." Jenny found a small silver coin in her pocket and handed it to him. "Thank you." As she walked into the inn, she glanced back to see him still standing there, looking at the coin with wide eyes. She smiled to herself and went to find the innkeeper. There were a few people in the common room eating their breakfast, but they kept to themselves. Jenny spotted the older man wiping down a table and made her way over to him. "Excuse me, I need a room for the day, if that is all right." The man stared at her with suspicion. "It is morning. Others are just waking up." "Yes, but I have traveled all night. I need to rest, and then I'll be on my way." Jenny took out a few more coins. "I can even pay ahead of time if you'd like." "Where did this money come from?" The man narrowed his eyes. "Do I need to call the guards?" By that time, a few of the patrons watched the exchange. Jenny stepped closer and pulled her hood back just enough that the innkeeper could see her. "I have my reasons. Keep this quiet, please. I am here on official business." He stumbled back. "Of course, I will show you to a room myself." "Thank you." Jenny kept her gaze on the innkeeper so no one else could see her face. He grabbed keys from his desk and led her up the stairs. "I hope the room is to your liking. Would you like meals brought up?" Jenny set her bags on the bed. "No, I just need to sleep. Please have dinner ready for me before sundown." "Very well. Enjoy your stay." He bowed as he backed out of the room. "Oh, and I warn you again, don't tell anyone I'm here." Jenny handed him another coin and shut the door before he could ask any more questions. She took the blankets off her bed and hung them over the windows to keep the sunlight out. She had enough warmth from her cloak, and she needed to sleep. She just hoped Genevieve wouldn't do anything drastic until Sam was found. Chapter 19. Genevieve. The ball had gone much later the night before than Genevieve had planned, and she was still exhausted as she listened to reports from around the kingdom. She rubbed her temples to push away the headache that threatened to overwhelm her. "Princess, what do you think?" Queen Esmeralda's voice broke through Genevieve's thoughts. "Excuse me, I missed the question." Genevieve pasted on a smile and waited for the villager to speak. The woman wrung her hands. "I am sorry if I have bored you. I will just—" "No, please. I am just tired. Go on." She really needed to be more careful if she was going to keep up the charade that she was Jenny. So much had changed. My husband was injured in a farm accident. I was simply asking for a little more time to pay my taxes. Genevieve leaned forward, her heart breaking for the woman. Of course. Has your husband received treatment for his injuries? No, we could not. No, but I have done what I can for him. She dropped her gaze to the floor, her face reddening. That is not acceptable. I will send a healer with you to make sure he recovers quickly. Hopefully, Roswin was available. She was the best in the kingdom. Also, collect some grain so you might have something to eat until he can get back on his feet. Tears ran down the woman's face as she dropped to the floor. Thank you, Highness. We will repay you, I promise. I have no doubt that you will. Genevieve gestured for her to make her way to the exit. The rest of the villagers were there to speak with the king or queen, allowing Genevieve to slip back into her thoughts. As the last villager left, her mother stood and smoothed her dress. I thought Jenny would give away everything we had, but you have given twice what she did. The healers are already busy as it is. You and I both know the royal healer has nothing else to do right now besides finding Sam. She whispered his name. Ah, that is who you meant. Roswin left the castle last night. Genevieve looked over at her in surprise. She did? Roswin had been there to watch Eric, and Genevieve was glad she'd come. It helped remind her not to get too attached. Her mother stayed silent until they arrived at her chambers and sat at the small table. A servant brought tea and bread. She was going to follow him to the forest. I have not heard anything from her since. She frowned. I hope it was to go back to her sisters, and not that something happened to her. It feels strange to think that Eric would hurt anyone. Her mother looked at her. Your Eric would not. We know nothing about this boy. Genevieve smiled at Olive as she poured the tea and waited for her to leave. You are right. I wish we could just send him away. So does your father. She took a sip and added another teaspoon of sugar. I wonder where Eric and George are. They have been hunting for hours. Father probably got lost again. Her mother laughed. You are probably right. Genevieve stared at her mother over her cup. She had changed so much in the last year. Tea together rarely happened because they were getting ready for the next battle or finding new ways to tax the villagers. Is something wrong? Mother asked. No, I am just enjoying our talks. They did not often happen before. Ah. Mother broke off as the king strode into the room. How was your hunt? He glanced over but said nothing as he put on his leather jerkin. We found scales in the forest. The dragon is out there somewhere. Genevieve gasped. The one that took Sam? Only one black dragon has ever been sighted, so I believe so. He strapped a quiver over his shoulder. Where is Eric? Genevieve jumped up. Father grumbled under his breath. He panicked and went to hide in the library. Mother stood and pulled her sword out from under the bed. I am sorry to leave you here, but we must find this beast and chase it from our lands. You are not leaving me behind. I want to make sure it never returns. Genevieve balled her hands into fists. Mother put her hand on Genevieve's arm. We cannot leave Eric alone. I fear what he will do if left by himself. Then I will drag him along. I do not feel safe here without you and Father. Princess, as much as I would love for you to come with us, we need someone to care for our people. Father kissed her forehead. We will be back later tonight, I promise. Genevieve sighed. All right, but please be careful. Mother put on her leather armor, and a servant helped her strap it. We will. Now make sure that you do not let Eric do anything rash. Genevieve nodded and watched them leave. She was stuck at the castle yet again. but she had to admit that she was relieved to stay. Dealing with Eric as they traveled didn't sound appealing. She watched her parents leave on their horses before going to find Eric. The fact that he ran and hid did not speak well for him. He sat staring at a large leather-bound book and didn't stir when Genevieve entered the room. She watched him for a moment before going to sit down across from him. "What are you looking for?" Eric licked his lips and glanced up. "I want to learn all I can about dragons, or at least what one must do to fight them and gain the favor of the princess." Genevieve stood and walked over to the bookshelves. She picked out a book and set it next to him. "I think you will find that this has more information that you need." "Ah, thank you." He opened the book and rested his arms on the table. His eyes flicked from one page to the next. Either he could speed read, or he was just pretending. "Is it to your liking?" Genevieve clasped her hands in her lap. He flashed a smile that brought an ache for the Eric she knew. "It is just what I needed." Genevieve didn't point out that the book was upside down. She stood and went to the window. A chill ran through her as she watched the activity outside. Something wasn't right. She looked up and gasped. "A storm is coming, a dangerous one." Clouds piled high on the horizon and swept toward the castle. Servants rushed to bring wagons and animals into shelter. If this storm was as bad as the one she remembered from her childhood, the houses in the village would be destroyed. She turned to leave, but Eric stood right behind her. His normal, charming smile had a hunger to it. "I love storms. They are always good for finding the weak." "What?" Genevieve slid past him, her heart pounding in her chest. Eric moved closer and shook his head. "I apologize. I was reading the book, and it was as if it had come alive. Now we must get you into the hall where you will be safe." "The villagers need to be let into the castle. You can go to the hall, and I will meet you there." Genevieve left him behind as she ran up to her room to grab a cloak. She wished there was a way to warn Jenny about the storm, if she was even here. Roswin hadn't been able to tell Genevieve if she'd made it. Servants called out to each other as Genevieve rushed past. She knew she should be watching Eric, but there was no time. The storm was bad enough that he probably wouldn't be going anywhere anyway. She forced the doors open and ran through the courtyard, darting between carts and horses. She grabbed the arm of the nearest guard. "Please tell those inside to make room for the villagers. They will need food, blankets, and clothing." "But there is not room for all of them." He squinted and held up a hand to block the wind. "Then make room." She watched him go before sprinting for the village. Wind buffeted her cloak, and she had to shield her face from the debris that flew through the air. She stopped one of the larger men. "Come, you need to get into the castle. It is not safe out here." The man looked between her and his wife and children. "It is too dangerous to go out there right now." "It is more dangerous to stay here. Go, take whatever food and other supplies you can, and go." She ran to the next house, and soon others were helping send the rest. Families stood in line to enter the castle. Genevieve put her arm around a young mother and helped her, but it soon was clear that the line wasn't moving at all. Genevieve let go of the woman and stepped out of the line to find that the door to the courtyard had been closed. Where was that guard? He would pay for going against her orders. She bent forward to brace herself against the wind and debris as she pushed toward the gate. She stood right up into the guard's face so he could hear her. "Why is this gate closed?" "It is too dangerous to allow them in, Highness." He wouldn't look her in the eye. "Push it open now, or your job and your life are on the line. Do you understand me?" Genevieve glared until he turned and gave the order. The door slowly opened, and Genevieve urged the crowd forward just as the rain began to fall. She nodded and smiled at the villagers as they passed by. The crowd flowed through the courtyard up into the castle, but Genevieve stayed near the gates until the last family made it in. The rain fell so hard by that time, Genevieve was sure she'd never get dry or warm again. She followed them into the castle to find chaos in the main hall. Villagers milled about, while servants scurried between them with blankets or other linens. Genevieve climbed the stairs to the next landing and motioned for one of the servants to whistle and get everyone's attention. "Please make yourself at home and find a place to rest. We do not know how long this storm will last, but we hope that you will be comfortable. Once the king and queen return, they will give further instructions." Out of the corner of her eye, Genevieve could see Eric staring up at her. His gaze was unsettling, but before she could figure out what he wanted, he whipped around and headed toward the great hall. Genevieve shivered and took a step to follow him, but Olive stood in front of her. "Sorry, Highness, but I must get you out of those clothes before you take a chill," she curtsied. "Fine, but will you send someone to keep an eye on Eric? I do not trust him." Genevieve glanced toward where Eric had stood. Olive nodded. "Of course, Highness." Lightning flashed in the dark sky outside. Normally she liked the windows in her tower, but now she could feel the fury of the storm as it whipped past. She hurried to the window, but there was too much dust in the air to see the village clearly. Olive cleared her throat. "I believe this gown will keep you warm, Highness. Would you like me to prepare a bath for you as well?" "No, I need to get back down to make sure everything stays calm. Thank you, though." Genevieve stared at the closet as Olive tightened the strings on her bodice. "Olive, where did my other gowns go?" "Excuse me?" "The gowns. They're different from what I remember. Where did the others go?" Genevieve winced. She really didn't like corsets. Olive finished tightening the gown and stepped back. "I believe they were stored for the winter, as Jenny requested. Why?" Genevieve couldn't help but smile. With all of Jenny's siblings, of course she would insist on saving them, even if there was no one to use them after she was done. "Please find out where they are and distribute them among the villagers. There are not enough for each person, but at least some of them can change out of their wet clothing." "But, Highness, they are made of silks and satins. Surely you do not want to give them so freely." "Olive, these people may lose everything they have if this storm is as devastating as it promises to be. I still have a wardrobe full of gowns. You are lucky I do not insist on giving those away as well." Genevieve put on a cloak and walked toward the door, but stopped as a vision slammed into her mind and showed Olive being hit with something that came through the window. She dove and grabbed Olive just as the window shattered, and something large knocked into her legs, right where Olive had just been standing. The maid didn't move when Genevieve shook her shoulder. Debris flew into the room as Genevieve rolled over, trying to catch her breath from hitting the floor so hard. Thatching from the roof lay inches away, large enough that it would have killed Olive if it had hit her full force. Genevieve's head pounded from the strength of the vision. This had never happened before, especially while in this time. She would need to speak to the fairies soon. The door burst open and guards flooded in with their weapons raised. Two grabbed Genevieve to pull her out of harm's way. Genevieve yanked her arms out of their grasp and turned, instantly regretting the quick movement. Her headache nearly knocked her to the floor again. "I need to make sure Olive is all right." "Your servant girl is fine. Come." The guard tried to take her arm again, but Genevieve stepped back. "I will decide if she is all right. Please go find something to repair my window." Genevieve swept into the room and dropped next to Olive. She tried to remember everything she'd learned in the first aid class she'd taken at school, but it was hard to concentrate with the wind whipping through the room. Olive appeared to be sleeping, and her pulse was slow but present. A guard scooped Olive up in his arms. "Follow me. It is not safe to be here." Genevieve didn't recognize the man, but he was right. This was a bad place to be standing at the moment. She glanced back at her room as she left, amazed at the fury of the storm. "Where are you taking her?" "To the healer." The guard didn't add anything, so Genevieve just walked with him. Exhaustion threatened to overtake her as they walked down the stairs to Roswin's old chambers. She had to concentrate on each step just so she wouldn't collapse. She pleaded for the fairies to be there when she arrived, but didn't expect it to happen. Roswin had left the night before. "Do you know where Eric is?" She tried to read the guard's face, but it was partially covered by his helmet. "No, he seems to have fled shortly after you insisted on having all of the villagers come into the castle. We have guards out looking for him." He clenched his jaw as he stopped in front of Roswin's door. Genevieve pulled the latch to allow him in, but he waited for her to go through first. It was better that way because it took all she had just to make it to the chair before she collapsed. The guard laid Olive on the table and bowed to Genevieve before turning to leave. "Wait, I did not have a chance to thank you." She held out a hand, but then pulled back when she remembered no one would shake her hand. "You are most welcome." His eyes flicked over to Olive. Genevieve followed his gaze. "Are you two friends?" "We are betrothed, but I am still working to make enough money for a home." "That is wonderful. How much more do you need?" Genevieve took out the small bag she had tucked in her skirts. The guard stared at her. "I just need a few more pfennig. I hope to marry her by the end of the year." Genevieve pulled out a few coins. "I have heard that summer weddings are more enjoyable. Be sure to get nice clothes for both of you as well." He stepped back with his hands up. "I cannot take that." "Yes, you can. In fact, I order you to take this money and treat my most trusted servant and dearest friend with the kindness she deserves." She took his hand and dropped the coins in his palm. "Now, go see what else needs to be done for the people, and I will stay here with Olive. I must speak with the healer anyway."
Thank you, Highness." He bowed low. "I will do as you wish."
Genevieve couldn't help the grin that spread across her face as he rushed out of the room. She was thrilled for Olive. She checked her friend's pulse again, relieved that it was stronger than it had been. Where was Roswin? She searched the room for one of the mirrors they'd used to communicate, but it was hopeless. The room was filled with books, vials of various ingredients, kettles, and other random items. A flash lit up the room, and Genevieve whipped around to find Roswin behind her. "I leave for a day, and look at the trouble you have already gotten yourself into." "Can you help her?" Genevieve gestured toward Olive. Roswin inspected her closely, then spoke under her breath as she waved her hand just above Olive's body. "She is only sleeping. There is a bump on the back of her head, but otherwise she will be fine." "That is a relief." Genevieve paused. "That is not the only reason I wanted to see you. Just before the thatching came through my window, I saw it happen." "Like a vision?" Roswin narrowed her eyes and tapped her fingers on the table in front of her. "Has this happened before?" Genevieve shook her head. "This is the first time like this. Usually it is through my paintings or dreams." "It is as I feared. You and Jenny are too close to each other. Things like this will only get worse until one of you goes back." "So she is here? Is she safe?" Genevieve bit her lip. It was dangerous out there right now. "Aye, she left to find Sam last night. I can only hope she found shelter before this hit." Roswin sorted through her books. "Have you found out where he might be?" Genevieve sank into the chair behind her. "No, I have not had the chance to paint recently. Eric does not leave my side except at night, and even then, Mother worries that my paintings will give away the fact that Jenny is here." Roswin nodded. "She does have a point, but we need to find him, especially now. I worry that she will not find him in time, even if she can feel where he is." "She can?" Genevieve asked in surprise. "How is that possible?" "I do not know, but I worry that just like your visions, it is because of how close you are, and it is my hope that it will lessen as she travels farther away from you." She leaned forward. "There is a strong possibility that you will either disappear or you will be shot back to your time. You must report any change in health to either me or to Petrus." Genevieve nodded. "Of course. Now if you think she will be fine, I'd better return to my people." "That is wise. Your parents should be home soon, and I am guessing they will not be happy to see everyone in the castle. That said, I admire you for making sure the people are safe." "It is my duty to protect them." Genevieve watched as Roswin worked. "Before you go back to your sisters, there are a few villagers who need your care." Roswin chuckled. "The Queen mentioned that you volunteered my services. Once Olive is in her quarters, I will see to those who are injured." "Thank you. So, did you learn more about Eric?" "Only suspicions. Tread lightly with him. I fear he is more dangerous than we thought. When I followed him into the forest, I found black scales. I worry he is the dragon Arengol." Genevieve stared at her in shock. "You think he is the dragon my parents went after? How is that possible?" "We do not know. Again, it is just a suspicion." "Thank you for the warning. I will watch him closely." Genevieve curtsied and left the room, lost in thought. A dragon? She knew that something wasn't right. But a dragon? She would have to keep it from her parents. They would never allow him to stay if they knew what he was, and Genevieve had to do anything she could to allow Jenny time to find Sam. Once she knew Sam was safe, they could find a way to defeat Arengol. The hallways were darker than they should have been in early afternoon, which meant the storm still raged outside. Genevieve switched directions and made her way to the kitchens. She needed to find out what they'd planned for dinner so she could help find volunteers who would help cook for the villagers. If she made it out of this storm without the king and queen disowning her, it would be a miracle. Chapter 20. Maurelle. Maurelle watched the storm beat at the land around it, but it did nothing to help her temper. She had been nothing but kind to Ingrid, and this was how she was repaid. The girl had escaped the tower and found her way to the man she so foolishly believed she loved. The storm had easily capsized their boat before moving inland toward Genevieve's castle. It would take at least another day before the storm blew itself out, and she felt the power draining her energy as she stood. She limped to her throne and rang the bell for her imps to come to her aid. They had left when Arengol did, but a few wandered back when they realized they had nowhere else to go. She'd probably need to send one off to make sure the servant boy lived now that Ingrid was gone. Of course, he wasn't of much use to her anymore. Without the foolish girl, he was no longer Maurelle's key to the kingdom. The thought of marrying him herself was completely out of the question. She would never stoop so low. Two imps hobbled into her room, keeping their gazes down on the floor. They bowed and waited for her to speak. "Bring me my food and prepare a bath. Hot this time. I do not want to get sick like last time." She watched as they scurried off to do her bidding. As she closed her eyes, a small prickle of fear settled in the back of her mind. Something wasn't right. There was an imbalance in the kingdom. She did her best to find out what it was through the eyes of her followers, but the storm was too fierce, and the birds and even Arengol were in hiding. Tomorrow, She would find what it was that dared to ruin her plans. Whatever it was would soon be very sorry. Chapter 21. Jenny. Jenny stared out at the storm that threatened to blow down the inn where she stayed. She'd been awakened by the wind and knew she wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. The innkeeper had brought dinner hours before, but it sat on her table getting cold. She couldn't eat when she knew Sam was out there somewhere. Reason told her to get some sleep while she could, but it wouldn't come. She'd slept all day, and she wanted to be ready to leave as soon as the wind died down. She could handle the rain, but too much debris flew through the air for it to be safe. She sighed and put on her cloak. There wasn't anything she could do upstairs in her room, but maybe someone would have news in the dining room. Jenny picked up her tray and took it downstairs, hoping they could warm up her stew. She wouldn't do anyone any good if she collapsed from starvation. The room was loud with singing and people trying to speak over each other. Jenny stopped on the steps and nearly turned to go back upstairs. The innkeeper caught her eye and motioned for her to meet him behind the stairs. She went down the last few steps and followed him into the kitchen. "Here is my dinner. Do you think you could warm it up? I wasn't hungry before." He bowed slightly. "Anything you wish." "I'll be out in the dining area when it's ready. Thank you." She smiled and pushed through the door. Most of the seats were taken, but the bar had an empty space, so she grabbed it. She waved off the bartender and stared at her hands until the innkeeper set a plate of chicken, fruit, and bread in front of her.
"This was fresh out of the oven, so I thought it might be more to your liking."
Jenny pulled off a piece of meat and took a bite. The juices exploded in her mouth. "This is wonderful. Thank you." He wiped his hands on the towel at his waist and moved on to another customer. Jenny dug into the food in front of her, savoring the flavors. She was through the chicken and buttering her bread before she caught a piece of conversation that made her perk up.
"As far as I know, no one has lived there for centuries, but there are rumors of a light in the upper rooms over the last several nights. The reward money for the search is good, and I plan to have that money for myself."
A drunk man shoved his way between Jenny and the man who had been talking.
"It is true. I have seen that light myself. I tried to get the guards to follow me to the tower, but they laughed when I mentioned the dragon."
Jenny choked on her bite of bread. "Dragon?" She shifted in her seat so she could hear what they were saying. The stench of sweat and alcohol poured off the man, but she needed to know more.
"I say let him rot up there. He did not deserve to be king."
One of the other men took a drink of his ale.
"Anyone can kidnap a princess and make her fall in love with him. I hear he is the one who helped her escape. And how does she repay him? From what I understand, she has a new man already. Still, it's a job, and I plan to be the one to find him."
The conversation only got worse from there, and it took everything Jenny had not to punch someone. Sam didn't kidnap her, and he'd saved her from being taken by the troll.
"Your planning is for naught. The light that has been there for the last several nights is no longer lit."
A man stood in the doorway, water dripping off him. He limped toward the counter.
"And this is no natural storm. Whatever caused it most likely killed him. The tower was in bad shape to begin with, but by the scorch marks surrounding the area, it appears that it was struck by lightning several times."
Jenny couldn't breathe. No, it wasn't possible. She could still feel him, although she had to admit that it was much fainter now. Her vision blurred as she tried to focus. The man was wrong. He had to be. The man standing next to Jenny leaned forward.
"How do you know this?" "I just came from there. No one could have survived the damage that was done."
The buzz of the crowd grew louder, and Jenny stumbled toward the kitchen to find the innkeeper. He stood over a pot in the kitchen.
Jenny took out several of the largest coins she had and held them out.
"There is more if you can find out where this tower is that the people at the bar speak of. I'm gathering my things, and then I'm heading out." The innkeeper's eyes widened when he saw the coins. He snatched them out of her hand and shoved them in his pocket.
"I will do my best, but I advise you to wait until morning. The storm is still raging outside."
"I don't care. I need to find out if the rumors are true. I fear for his life."
Jenny's stomach tied in knots, and for a moment she regretted the dinner she just ate. If something happened to Sam? He shook his head. "Very well. I will have my wife prepare some food for you. Meet me in here when you are ready to leave. You do not want people knowing you left in this weather. They will be suspicious."
"Thank you."
Jenny left the kitchen and took the steps 2 at a time. Most of her stuff was still packed, and she shoved the rest into her bags. She hesitated before taking off her cloak. She slipped the bags on first and then put the cloak over the top, hoping it made her look like she was bigger than she was. A few men glanced up as Jenny came down the stairs, but they went back to their conversation. Jenny breathed a sigh of relief once she was in the kitchen. She took the bread and dried meat from the innkeeper's wife and shoved it in a bag. "My boy has your horse ready. Stick to the path as much as you can and be careful. It is not safe out there."
"Thank you for everything."
Jenny turned toward the door when the innkeeper came in. "There is a tower to the northwest that has been abandoned for centuries. It has marshes and brambles protecting it, but they are sure that is where the prince is being kept." Jenny pulled out her purse and handed him more coins.
"Thank you."
The wind nearly slammed the door into Jenny's face as she pushed it open. She really was crazy to be going out there, but now that she had a location, she needed to get to the tower as soon as she could. The small boy stood with the reins in his hand. "Here you go. Father said to leave through the back entrance." The boy pointed down the alley.
"Thank you."
Jenny put the bags inside the travel pouches, then climbed on.
"Goodbye."
The streets were empty as sheets of rain fell. Guards sat in their small stations next to the wall. One of them left the safety of the building. "What is your business?"
"It's none of your concern."
Jenny pulled her cloak back so they could see her face. The man scrambled to the city gate. "Be safe, Highness. Are you sure you do not want an escort?"
"No, but thank you."
Jenny urged Merrick on, and as soon as they were out of sight of the walls, they broke into a gallop. Water splashed up under her horse's hooves as they flew down the path. Debris continued to fly, and there were several times when she had to duck out of the way. After traveling for hours, Jenny climbed down so Merrick could rest. Even if he was supposedly stronger than other horses, she didn't want to push it. Besides, they would be coming to the marshes any time now, and she didn't want him to get stuck in the mud. The rain had lightened the farther west she'd gone, and while it still pelted at her, she could at least see a few miles ahead instead of the few feet that were visible before. Jenny pulled some of the jerky out of her bag to eat and grabbed a few carrots for Merrick as well. She hoped for trees to provide cover, but the land was barren around them. Although several trees had been torn out from the storm, mud still dripping off their now bare roots. Jenny shuddered. Whoever had caused the storm wasn't happy about something. It was more than likely Maurelle, and Jenny hoped she was too busy with the thunder and lightning to notice that Jenny was nearing the tower where Sam was trapped. Merrick suddenly reared up on his hind legs and nearly pulled Jenny up into the air. His whinny echoed through the stillness of the night.
"Whoa, hey, it's okay."
Jenny held out a hand to calm him while keeping a firm grip on the reins.
"Come on."
Jenny found a branch to tie Merrick to until she returned with Sam. She rubbed him down and fed him some oats she'd gotten from the innkeeper. Once Merrick relaxed and ate what he'd been given, Jenny grabbed a bag from the travel pouch, then pulled off the saddle.
"There you go. That should help you feel better." She hung the saddle over the fallen tree and used some of the larger branches to protect it from the rain and wind. She stroked Merrick one more time before continuing on her way. Now that she was stuck on foot, Jenny hoped she was getting close. The sun had begun to rise, but with the storm still raging, it didn't give her much light. She broke off a large branch from a tree and used it as a walking stick. This way, she could check for the marsh before stepping into it. The smell of rank water hit Jenny's nose long before she caught the first sight of the marsh. Grass and old branches poked out of the water. The rain must have raised the level a lot higher than it normally was. That didn't help her at all. It was hard to walk through the mud that went halfway up her calves, but she refused to stop. The urgency to get to Sam seemed to intensify with every hour that passed. A submerged branch caught the hem of Jenny's skirt, and she fell flat into the mud. She sat up and would have laughed if her ankle hadn't twisted as she fell. It was good that she'd grabbed the walking stick because she was able to lean on it as she continued on. Where were those birds anyway? The ones that had been promised to watch over her? Right now would be a really good time to show yourselves, you know. Not that I blame you for hiding. The first rays of sun broke through the clouds as she caught sight of the tower. It had seen better days. Part of the roof was missing, along with several chunks of the walls surrounding it. Jenny picked up her pace and stumbled several more times. It didn't matter, though. The land rose up slowly out of the marshes, and Jenny dropped to the ground to rest. Her legs ached, and she was pretty sure she'd never get the mud cleaned off, but she'd made it. After a quick snack, she stood and limped toward the tower. The innkeeper had mentioned brambles, and if they were anything like the ones Maurelle had used around Jenny's castle while everyone inside slept from the curse, these weren't going to be fun to get through. Somewhere along the way, the wind had died down, leaving nothing to help cool Jenny as she walked. The sun beat down on her, and soon her mouth was parched. They hadn't packed much water, and she regretted it. Jenny hummed to herself so the silence wouldn't drive her crazy. The only other sound was the crunch of gravel beneath her feet. She turned to see the storm on the horizon. Lightning flashed, followed by thunder, but it sounded muted somehow. The brambles towered over Jenny as she neared the tower. These were larger than the ones around her castle. There was no way to cut through them. Not with the knife she had, at least. It was small and would take hours just to get through one vine. Jenny paced back and forth until she found a spot where it was big enough for her to squeeze through. It was slow going, and when a thorn scratched her, it left angry red marks. She could only imagine what she looked like by then. "Hey, Sam, here I am. Don't mind my hair, or my dress, or my limp." As she got farther into the vines, it was harder to find a spot where she could slide through. The air was significantly cooler, which was a relief, but she didn't want to stay in there forever. She came to a tangled mess where there was no break between the vines. Tears filled her eyes as she pushed in several places, trying to find a weak spot, but there was no give. She pulled out her knife, but it wouldn't even break through the thick outer layer. With a burst of anger, she threw herself at the wall and fell through to the ground on the other side as the vines lashed out and hit the tower wall. Jenny lay on the ground laughing as tears ran down her cheeks in both relief and pain. It took a few minutes to catch her breath, but she was free. The tower walls were a lot more damaged than they had seemed from a distance. Several parts appeared as though they would cave in at any moment. Jenny rolled over and groaned, knowing she was going to feel that for a few days. She pushed up to standing and stretched, trying to get the knots out of her neck and back after being cramped in the middle of the vines. A quick trip around the base of the tower brought the realization that there was no entrance. It looked as though the doors had been bricked in. Jenny kicked at the tower in frustration and circled it again, this time looking for any other way in. There was a window near the top, with a rope hanging down halfway. Nearby, it seemed as though someone had cut through the vines, but it was from this side. Someone had tried to get out, not in. What in the world had happened here? This had to be a joke. She had to give it to Maurelle. There was no way most people would ever get to Sam. She looked toward the east to make sure no one else was around, then checked the skies. She cupped her hands around her mouth. Sam? Silence. No, he had to be here, and he had to be okay. She didn't come all this way for him not to be all right. Sam, it's me. It's Jenny. Are you here? More silence. Jenny inspected the wall and found areas where she could climb using the vines that had grown closer to the tower. It was too bad they hadn't grown up the walls like they had at the other castle, but this would still help. I'm coming up. I'm here to help. Jenny continued to yell as she climbed, avoiding the thorns the best she could. Her feet slipped now and then because of the vines, but she slowly made headway. Only another 10 feet or so, and then she'd be able to reach out and grab the ropes. The wall of vines ended just below where she needed to be, and she knew she had one chance. If she fell, she wouldn't be getting up again. It was too rocky below to survive without a few broken bones. It was just like gym class. She just had to make it to the rope, and then she could climb up and finish the challenge. Except that in gym, the rope was attached to the ceiling, and there were mats below. Jenny pushed the thoughts away and concentrated on the rope in front of her. It looked more like bed sheets now that she was closer. Sam, please tell me you're okay. Jenny only spoke so she could ease her nerves, but this time it wasn't helping. She bent her knees and started to count to 3, just as rustling came from above. Jenny lost her balance and grabbed for the vine as she slid off. It wrenched her shoulder enough to make her cry out, but not bad enough that she couldn't climb. She pushed herself back up. She had to make it up there, even if her legs were shaking from fear. Heights weren't her favorite, and now she had to jump for something that might or might not hold when she grabbed on. Jenny? Sam's voice was faint, but it was his voice. It's me, Sam. I'm coming. Jenny blinked away the tears. She couldn't let anything break her concentration. How? Sam coughed, and Jenny winced at how horrible it sounded. He needed a healer as soon as possible. Jenny bent her knees and leaped off the vines, and for one heart-stopping second, she didn't think she was going to catch the ropes. But then she hit the wall full force, and while she had a hold of the sheets, she also had a goose egg on her forehead, and she was pretty sure her knee was bleeding. Jenny, are you still there? Sam's voice was closer, but weak. Yes, I'm here. I'll explain things when I get up there. For now, just keep talking while I climb, okay? I need to know that you're fine. Jenny took a deep breath before pulling herself up one arm at a time. Her already sore muscles screamed at her, but she just kept going, spurred on by Sam's voice. He told her how he ended up there, and about a girl who'd been stuck in the tower with him. She was dying to ask questions, but now was not the time. Just a few more feet, she kept telling herself. She could do this. Just below the window, she found a ledge for her toes and paused to catch her breath. Hey, I need you to help me up the rest of the way. Can you grab my arms? Yes, of course. Something crashed near the window, and a few seconds later, Sam's arm appeared. Here, take my hand. Jenny pushed off the stones and pulled herself up until she could grab Sam's hand. It was much thinner than before, and it made Jenny's heart hurt for what he'd gone through. Sam helped her up high enough that she was able to flop into the tower. The room was small and cluttered with broken stone. A small table sat to the side where Sam could wash his face, and bowls sat near him. But there was no bed, and nothing for him to use to stay warm. Sam sat next to her and hugged her tightly.
I cannot believe you are here. How is this possible?
When you were taken, the fairies brought me to this time. Jenny listened to his heartbeat as he held her close. Her arms and legs screamed at her from the exertion of climbing the tower, and she knew she needed to rest before leaving the tower.
And Genevieve?
His voice caught. She's here. She's trapped by what we think is a dragon, but she's here. Jenny straightened. Now that I have you, we can go help her. Sam cleared his throat.
Jenny, there is something you need to know.
Jenny kissed his hands and laid her head on his shoulder. What's that?
I am blind.
The words were simple, but they sent a shock through Jenny. She jerked back and stared at his face. There were scars near his eyes, and he seemed to stare off into space instead of looking directly at her. His beautiful blue eyes were now clouded over. Tears ran down her cheeks. How?
The dragon. It dropped me into the vines, although I am not sure if it was on purpose or an accident. Maurelle tried to heal me, but nothing will help.
Sam reached out and felt the lines of her face.
I wish I could see you again. I have missed you.
Jenny leaned forward and kissed him. I've missed you so much. I thought I'd lost you forever. Sam laughed.
I felt the same way. I was going to visit the fairies to see if they knew how to get you back, and I was snatched away. I thought if I could just have my sight return, I would be able to go find you.
Well, now I'm here, and we're going to make sure Maurelle is stopped. Jenny stood and swayed. Okay, maybe I should sleep first.
Are you all right?
Jenny sank to the floor. No, but I will be after some rest. Sam kissed her forehead and then tipped her face to kiss her lips.
You sleep for a bit, and then we will find our way out of here. I have a feeling Maurelle is not going to leave me alone for long. I almost did not survive the storm, and I do not believe that I was meant to.
I noticed the burn marks from the lightning. Jenny pulled some jerky and bread out of her bag. As much as I want to sleep, I'd rather get out of here. I have a horse waiting for us. I can sleep once we get there.
Very well.
Sam kissed her again and took the food she offered. He bit into it and sighed.
I have not had anything but mush for days.
Jenny pulled out more of the jerky. Eat what you can. We'll need all the energy we can get. She did a great job making sure no one would find you.
Well, I am glad it was you who came.
Sam smiled and held tightly to Jenny's hand as he ate. Jenny curled up next to him and yawned. Maybe just a few minutes would be enough to get her going again. The sky was dark when Jenny's eyes flew open. That wasn't supposed to happen. They needed to get out of there. She scrambled up and saw that night had fallen. Lightning flashed in the distance, but it was farther away than before. Jenny crept around the tower to see if there was another way out, but it looked like they'd have to go out the window. She returned to where Sam still slept and pulled the sheets in through the window. She wasn't about to try to jump over to the vines, especially in the dark. She went through her bag and found the rope that the innkeeper had given her. Sam stirred as Jenny finished the last of the knots.
Jenny?
I'm still here. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Sam stood and stretched.
Put the rope in my hands, and I will climb out first. Then I want you to hold on to me.
You can't take both of us. You're too weak right now. Jenny threw it out the window, then handed the last part to Sam. He reached out and caressed her cheek.
You have journeyed far to help me. It is my turn. If there is one thing I do well, it is climbing ropes."
Jenny laughed. "I remember that after all our adventures together. We'll have to go quickly so the rope doesn't break." He nodded and climbed out, holding on tightly.
"Ready?"
"As ready as I can be. Let's get out of here." Jenny glanced around the room one more time and made sure the knot was secure before climbing out.
"Put your arms and legs around me. There you go. Now, hold on tight."
Sam pushed off the wall and slid down while Jenny kept her eyes shut. This was not the ideal way to leave the tower, even if she was holding on to Sam. She'd rappelled with her family before, but then she'd had a harness and actual climbing gear. She let out a scream when the rope jerked suddenly.
"Hold tight. I think we are almost there."
Sam pushed off again, and they slid. Jenny tried to find the ground, but it was too dark below. The rope gave a jerk again and came free. Instincts from her karate classes kicked in. Jenny let go of Sam and covered her face. "Go limp!" It was all she could yell before making impact with the ground. They'd only fallen about 10 feet, but it was enough to jar her legs. The ankle that had already been twisted screamed at her, but she didn't care. She scrambled over to Sam. "Hey, are you okay?" Sam pushed up.
"How did you know to let go?"
"Rock climbing lessons. Are you hurt?"
"Not as badly as I could have been. What about you?"
Sam stood and pulled Jenny up. Jenny tested her ankle, and while it protested, she could still walk on it. "I'm fine, but here comes the fun part. These vines are close together. In some places, I could barely get through, so you may have a hard time. Stay close."
"I think I can do that."
His mischievous grin melted Jenny's heart as he leaned down to kiss her. She laughed and took his hand. "There's time for that later. Come on." Jenny went to the spot where the girl had gone through, but it was too small for Sam. She stayed next to the vines and continued around until she found where she'd come in. She climbed in first, then turned to help Sam through. There wasn't much conversation as Jenny slid between the vines and then helped Sam. While it was hard to see the thorns in the darkness, they were still able to make good time. There were times where Sam had to push a few out of the way, but soon they were on the other side.
"Well, that was enjoyable. How far is the horse from here?"
Sam took Jenny's hand. "We have a marsh to go through first." Jenny found the walking stick she'd used before and gave it to Sam. "Here, this will help you." Jenny bent down to find the fire striker in her bag. There was no way she wanted to find her way through the swamp without light. The few stars that peeked through the clouds didn't help at all. She found a small branch and tried to start a fire, but only managed to nick her fingers on rocks.
"Here, let me help."
Sam held out his hands, and Jenny gave him the striker. It took him a few tries, but he was able to get a spark onto the branch. Jenny blew on it until there was enough fire to see the path. She put the striker in her bag and took the torch from Sam. "Thank you."
"I am glad I can help in some way."
Her annoyance that she needed help evaporated. As frustrating as all of this was, at least she had her sight to get them home. "Come on, let's get out of here before the sun rises. I don't want people knowing we're here." Chapter 22. Genevieve. The storm had continued for a third day, and while the wind had died down, the rain had done damage to the area around them, and flooding had taken over many of the houses in the village. "Highness, Petrus is here to see you." Olive stood in the doorway. "Olive, when did you get released from Roswin's care?" Genevieve threw her arms around her friend. Olive hugged her back. "Just a few minutes ago when Petrus came into the room." "I am glad to see you again. Please send him in." Genevieve smoothed her hair and sat at the table in her room. The debris had been cleaned up the day before, and they'd put wood over the hole in the broken window. Glass would have to wait until they had some shipped in. Petrus bowed and sat across from Genevieve.
I believe the rain will end later today. It is already clearing up to the west of us.
That is wonderful to hear. Genevieve wanted the villagers out of the castle soon. Not that she hadn't enjoyed helping, but they were beginning to take advantage of the help they'd received. Have you heard anything from the fairies? Is Sam safe yet?
Jenny and Sam were sighted to the northwest of here. They're moving slowly, but should be to the nearest village soon.
Genevieve's eyes filled with tears. So Sam is all right?
I will know more soon. I am going there now to see if there is any way I can assist them.
Petrus poured a glass of water for Genevieve and then one for himself.
You must be prepared to leave this place. The closer Jenny comes to the castle, the more dangerous it becomes for you.
I know. The fairies warned me, but I wish I could meet her just once. Genevieve stared at the water in her cup.
You know the dangers.
Petrus stood.
Where is Eric?
Genevieve shrugged. I believe he is in his room. I was about to go find him.
Tread lightly, but as the storm clears, I would not leave his side. Something is amiss, and I believe he is a big part of it.
She nodded. I know. Petrus left the room, and Genevieve took a drink of her water before standing to follow. Did Petrus know Eric was a dragon? He seemed to know things no one else did, and surely if he talked to Roswin, she would have told him. If he wasn't more worried, maybe things were all right for now. Genevieve hated sitting there when Maurelle needed to be stopped, but at least she could help keep Eric out of the way. She went to the suites where he'd been staying since the storm began and knocked. Eric opened the door and brightened.
There you are. I was just about to come find you.
Petrus informed me that the storm should be over later tonight. That means we can let the villagers go home soon.
It's about time. Eric glared. I had hoped to spend more time with you and see your kingdom, but I have not seen much of you over the last 2 days.
Genevieve smiled and put a hand on his arm. I'm sorry. We will find a way to spend time together soon. Eric pulled her into his arms, and Genevieve felt a thrill as she stared up into his eyes.
Right now, I just want to dance with you.
Genevieve pushed away the thought of how great he looked at the moment and concentrated on what he'd said. That's a wonderful idea. We should have a ball tonight. We can move everyone out of the ballroom so the servants can get it ready. It is the perfect way to get everyone's mind off the storm.
I'll go to the servants right now.
He kissed her cheek and stepped toward the door.
I look forward to our dance.
Genevieve nodded. I do as well. Having the ball would allow Genevieve to keep Eric distracted so he would stop trying to get her attention. It bothered her that he could have such an effect on her. She went to the main hall of the castle and held up her hands. It took a minute for people to notice, but it quieted down as everyone stared up at their princess. I know that you are all anxious to return to your homes, and you will be happy to know that the storms will soon pass. In celebration, we would like to invite you to a ball in your honor. It will begin at sunset. If you would prefer to return home instead, that is fine. A cheer rang out through the crowd. Genevieve nodded before walking toward her rooms. There was much to do if they were going to pull this off by that night. She thought back to the prom she had attended with the real Eric. It had been a wonderful night, and while others laughed at the tackiness of the decorations in the gym, she thought they were quite lovely. If only she had that Eric here. He would know how to fix this mess. Genevieve stepped away from the mirror. The seamstresses had outdone themselves to get this gown done by tonight, and it was beautiful. Olive had pulled her hair up into a crown braid and placed her tiara in the center. For jewelry, she decided to wear her grandmother's necklace with the large ruby set as the stone. She usually only wore it when other royalty came to visit, but she wanted to make tonight special for her people. Olive answered the knock at the door, and Eric was there with his hands clasped behind his back. She allowed him in, but he only stood and stared at Genevieve. The tailored suit he wore showed off his muscular arms, and it took everything she had not to swoon. "You are beautiful, Highness." His eyes danced as he took in her dress and necklace, and finally met her eyes. Genevieve curtsied. "Thank you." "They are waiting for us. Are you ready?" He held out his arm, and she took it before turning to Olive. "You are coming, right?" "Yes, Highness. I must change before Cedric picks me up." Olive blushed. It had taken a lot of prodding before she finally told Genevieve how they'd met in the market. Genevieve grinned. "I will see you there." Eric escorted her to the large ballroom where an orchestra played music in the corner. He led her over the dais where the king and queen sat. "Ah, here you are. I had begun to wonder if you had left us to entertain the villagers on our own." Queen Esmeralda smiled at Genevieve. "It is good that you did this for our people. According to our guards, many of the homes suffered great damage." Genevieve sat in her chair. "I worried about that." Eric cleared his throat. "Pardon the interruption, but I hoped that we could dance." "Of course." Genevieve sighed as she allowed him to take her hand. Anything that took her attention away from Eric seemed to bother him. She looked over at her parents. "We will continue the conversation later." Her mother nodded as Genevieve walked down to the dance floor. Eric wrapped an arm around her waist and took her other hand in his. He stared in her eyes just long enough to make her squirm and look away. As they moved to the music, she was able to let her mind wander and relaxed in his arms. He didn't speak much, but each time he did, his breath would tickle her ear, sending a spark of pleasure through her. They continued dancing through the next song, then Genevieve pulled away. She was much too comfortable in his arms, and she needed to get away. A lord from a neighboring village asked Genevieve to dance, and she accepted. The look Eric gave the man was full of anger, but Genevieve just smiled. This song was livelier, and they switched partners several times before she paired up with Eric again. "Who is that man?" he asked. "I do not know." Genevieve vaguely remembered meeting him at some point, but it had been a couple of years ago. Eric glared at him. "I do not trust him." She moved on to the next partner with a sigh. Jealousy was never something she found attractive. After the song was over, she made her way to her throne, and Eric met her there shortly after. "You do not wish to dance again?" He put his hand on hers, and it took everything she had not to pull away. "I must rest for a moment. You can join in without me if you would like." Eric leaned back in his seat. "I am fine waiting for you. There is no other I would rather dance with." Genevieve's face reddened. "Very well." They watched the villagers dance, and Genevieve knew it was exactly what they needed. Laughter and calls to each other filled the ballroom, and the music was nearly drowned out. Tomorrow would be a hard day for all of them, but for tonight, they could forget. Eric squeezed Genevieve's hand. "What is it you are thinking, Princess?" "I am just enjoying the happiness I see on their faces. Thank you for the idea to throw the ball for them." "You are most welcome. We will have to do this again when their homes are repaired and the fields are planted. Maybe for our wedding?" Eric looked up into her eyes. May I have some time to think about it?" Of course she couldn't. Not in this time. If her parents knew that he was a good fit and the marriage would be advantageous to the kingdom, they would have the final say. As far as they knew, he had nothing. Eric frowned and watched the dancing in front of him. "If that is what you wish, but I would like you to be mine as soon as possible." Genevieve shuddered.
Jenny really needed to find Sam and get back here before she was forced to marry.
Please give me 3 days. I will give you my answer then.
Am I not everything you always wanted? We had many good times together.
His smile was so like the Eric she loved, but with an intensity in his eyes that scared her. Of course, it is just that... Genevieve searched for an excuse that was acceptable. Sam is missing, and I must know his fate before moving on.
Eric's eyes blazed, and he growled under his breath. Sam is nothing. You want someone who will take care of you.
Genevieve stood and smoothed her dress. You will not speak to me in such a way. Sam is a fine man who cared for me while I searched for answers.
Yes, but he allowed himself to be taken away by a dragon. Eric sneered. That is not the mark of a strong man, even if the dragon was large and magnificent to behold.
Why you? Genevieve stopped and turned to the king and queen. I am sorry. I am not feeling well tonight. Will you please excuse me?
But this is your ball. Queen Esmeralda leaned toward Genevieve. What is going on? Eric took Genevieve's arm and squeezed hard enough to make her gasp. All is well. I spoke out of turn. May I please take your daughter on a walk so that we may talk in a not-so-public place? Father joined them. Call for one last song, and then we will speak together.
No, Father, it is not necessary. I can deal with this on my own. Genevieve moved to one of the guards. I need to make an announcement. Can you please tell the orchestra they are done after this? The guard nodded and made his way toward the corner of the room, while Genevieve went to stand by Eric. He and the king were staring at each other, and if things didn't end soon, she was sure there would be a duel right there. Please, just wait until I can explain things. Genevieve cringed when Eric put his arm around her waist and gently pulled her away. It was much too familiar for not being betrothed or married. But as the dragon only knew her memories of Eric from the future, she couldn't blame him. The music ended, and the group looked up at Genevieve expectantly. She cleared her throat and pasted on a smile. I hope you had a wonderful evening. We are turning in early tonight, so all of you may go home to assess the damage. Once one of my guards gets a report from you and confirms the repairs you need, we will give permits for wood and other supplies. We have done much to help you, so we simply ask that you return the same courtesy and do not take advantage of us. The villagers bowed and made a path so Genevieve, Eric, and the king and queen could leave the room. Follow us? The queen's voice was tight with anger. Genevieve sighed. Please, Mother, let me deal with this. No, you have had enough time. She stalked into her sitting room. Eric tried to sneak away, but Genevieve grabbed his hand. Eric pouted and tried to yank his hand away. I must get to the forest. No, you must stay here. You can leave when we are finished. Genevieve shoved him into the room and made him sit across from Mother. Father stood in the corner of the room, his hands clasped behind his back. He usually let the lectures come from Mother, but by the set of his shoulders, it wouldn't be long before he joined the conversation. She had rarely seen him so angry. Mother waved away the servants and waited for them to close the door before she rested her hands on the table. Now, what is going on that would make you two start quarreling in the middle of a ball? Really, Genevieve, I thought I taught you better. I am sorry. He offered his hand in marriage, and I told him we needed to wait for Sam to return. She avoided the look of death that Eric shot toward her. Mother looked at him with wide eyes. You are, of course, aware that our daughter is betrothed. Why would you ask her to marry you? Eric sat up straighter. Because I am here, and he is off adventuring without her. That is not how you treat the woman you love. You do realize that he was taken, right? That he had no way to defend himself from a dragon who was under the power of an evil fairy?
I am not under.
Eric stopped, swallowing hard.
The dragon did so of its own accord.
Genevieve's mouth dropped open at his mistake. The king crossed the room in 3 strides and slammed his hands on the table.
So it is true. You are the dragon?
Eric went pale.
I do not know what you are talking about. I am the prince who is in love with Lies.
The king pounded the table again.
You are the dragon Arngal. Do not try to say otherwise.
Genevieve gasped. You knew?
We learned from Petrus. I cannot believe you did not tell us.
Father avoided Genevieve's gaze as he opened the door.
Now.
Guards spilled into the room and jumped on Eric before he could move. He kicked and thrashed as they attached chains to his wrists, ankles, and neck. Eric's roar of fury did nothing to stop the guards from dragging him toward the door.
You will regret this. I am weak in this form, but I will make you regret doing this to me. I could have made your daughter happy.
The door slammed behind him, but his voice continued to echo as they went down the hallway. Where will you keep him? Genevieve stared at the door, her hands clenched in fists. The fairies prepared one of our dungeon cells so that it will hold him. Mother twisted Genevieve around to face her.
Why did you keep this from us?
Genevieve refused to meet her eyes. Because I found out not long before you did. Jenny was out saving Sam, and I wanted to give her a good chance of getting to him without being caught. Then we could deal with Eric after that. Mother hugged her tightly.
I blame myself for this. I taught you to be strong. But in times like this, being strong means seeking help.
I know. I am sorry. Why did you not say anything at the ball?
And scare our people? No, this was the best time to capture him. Now, please do not try to find him. From what our spies have told us, he has not transformed since he came, but that does not mean he will not. I fear for what he will do to you if he gets free.
Genevieve laughed at the idea of wanting to be near him. I will stay far away from him. While he may appear human, I have seen the dragon in him. My question is, why keep him here? Why not send him to another land? The king and queen exchanged glances before the queen spoke.
For the same reason you allowed him to follow you. Jenny must return home safely, and if Maurelle senses that he is not here, who knows what she will do? She has already created this storm, and it could only get worse.
Except that we want Sam to come here. Maybe we should send Eric somewhere else, so she will attack there.
That is our plan. For now, we will keep him where he is and move on. There is much to do in the kingdom, and not just in the village here. By the time word spreads of what you told the people about chopping down trees, we will no longer have a forest. Mother shook her head. Sometimes I wish you would think before you acted. You remind me too much of myself.
Genevieve rubbed her temples. I had not thought of that, but you know it was the right thing to do.
Of course it was.
Father kissed Genevieve's head.
I am proud of how you handled the kingdom while we were gone.
Thank you, Father. She yawned. I think I will go to bed. Good night. Genevieve left their sitting room and walked toward her suites, surrounded by several guards. If the fairies were in charge of keeping Eric imprisoned, she had little to fear of him being released, but it still felt nice knowing she had protection. She only hoped Jenny and Sam were safe, and that she hadn't just destroyed all chances of them returning home. Chapter 23. Maurelle. The tower lay scattered across the small island, and dust billowed out from among the stones. It was all Maurelle could do to remain standing after the amount of energy she'd put into destroying the prison. She did not know how Sam had escaped, but she was going to find out. The only person who should have been able to find him was Jenny, and she was centuries away. Or she should have been. Two imps tugged on Maurelle's dress and gestured to the small boat behind her. She allowed them to guide her over and climbed inside. It was too much to transport herself to her castle. She should never have broken her tie with Arundel, but she would still have her revenge on Jenny. She would make sure of that. "Take me to my castle." The imps bowed and rode swiftly toward Maurelle's castle. With one final effort, she threw a spell behind her. A large ball of fire took over the rest of the island, sending a plume of smoke into the air as the vines were consumed. As she collapsed, she hoped that her warning was seen in the surrounding areas. The time for her arrival was imminent. Chapter 24. Jenny. By the time they reached the village just outside the forest, Jenny was ready to drop. With Sam being blind, he couldn't lead them home and had to ride most of the time. She stopped at a different inn than she'd stayed at before, not wanting to cause trouble for the other innkeeper. She'd seen the fireball the night before and knew Maurelle had discovered that Sam was gone. The streets were filled with debris from the storm. Several of the buildings had cracks in windows or were missing tile from their roofs. "Where did we stop?" Sam tipped his head to the side, listening to the surrounding area. "The Traveling Giant. It looks nice outside." Jenny started to unstrap the bags, but Sam stopped her and prodded Merrick forward. "Not there. Go down 2 streets and down 3 buildings to the Retired Sword Inn. They will not ask questions." Jenny took the reins and followed the directions Sam gave. The inn had a broken window, and the sign hung crookedly. "I'm not sure you really want to stay here." "That is exactly what they want you to think." Sam climbed down and made a bird call. A boy who looked about 12 came around the corner. His pants were torn and he was dirty, but his smile immediately put Jenny at ease. "Sam, I hoped I would see you again. We kept hearing rumors that you were dead." "You know better than to listen to rumors. Please take Merrick and get him some food. Is your father inside?" "Where else would he go?" The boy laughed and took the reins. Sam took Jenny's hand and she led him into the inn. "Find an older man with a round belly and bald head," he said. "So he looks like every other innkeeper I've met so far?" Jenny asked. The main room was much cleaner than outside. The room was empty of people, and they had to wait a moment before the innkeeper came from another room. "Sam, I was told you were killed, imprisoned, and tortured, in that order. It is good to see you here." The innkeeper shook his hand. Sam grinned. "Some of it was true. We need a place to stay for the night, but no one can know we are here." Yes, of course. Always secrets with you." The innkeeper grabbed his keys and hurried to show them their room. Jenny led Sam up the stairs. "Do you have a mat or something that I can sleep on?" "Ah, right. I guess the wedding did not happen, did it? I can get you a second room, if that is what you prefer." "Sam is blind, and I need to help him, so we will take one room. Thank you." Jenny ran into the innkeeper when he suddenly stopped. "Blind?" Jenny hesitated. Sam seemed to trust him, but she knew nothing about this guy. She turned to look at Sam. "Yes, blind. A bed with a mat in the corner would be wonderful." Sam squeezed Jenny's hand. "If anyone asks for us, I want you or John to give me a signal. That way, the princess can check to make sure we know the person." The innkeeper opened the door to a room at the end of the hall. "We will keep a close watch. Not that I expect much company today. Everyone is busy cleaning up after the storm." Jenny took the bags from Sam and set them in a corner, then made sure he got to the bed without tripping on the rug. "Thank you for the room. This is wonderful." The man beamed. "Anything for the princess.
I will bring your dinner in about an hour, unless you want it sooner.
An hour is fine. We just need the mat for now. Jenny tried to hold back a yawn, but it came anyway.
Ah, yes.
The innkeeper left and returned a few minutes later holding a straw mattress.
Will this work?
Jenny smiled. It's perfect. Just set it there. Once things were settled, the innkeeper left. Jenny sat down on the mattress and untied her travel boots. Sam stood and held his hands out to feel where he was going.
You are sleeping in the bed.
He found the mattress and laid down.
I will take this.
Thank you. She stood and climbed up on the bed. I could sleep for a week. Sam laughed.
We will sleep here as long as you need. If the fairies really are watching out for you, they will be sending someone soon. Then we can move on from there.
Jenny stretched out on the bed. I like that plan. The sound of doves echoed through the inn and jerked Jenny out of her dreams. She blinked and rolled over to see Sam sitting up, his head cocked to the side. What's going on? She sat up.
Someone is here. That's the innkeeper's son who is whistling the bird call.
Jenny ran to the window and looked out. They're not there. I'm going to go downstairs.
Jenny, wait. We do not know if they are friendly or not.
Sam's face was etched with worry. He whistled back to let the boy know he heard, then pulled out a knife.
Help me out. I will go first. Just be ready with the knife.
She took the knife and helped him up. This would be so much faster if I just go. You know that. He reached out and caressed her cheek.
I know, but I still want to protect you.
Jenny kissed him lightly on the lips. Then let me do this. I'll be careful. If I don't feel safe letting them in, I'll come right back to get you. She slipped out of the room and pulled the hood of her cloak forward. The innkeeper spoke to someone near the front of the inn. He turned and smiled.
Ah, there you are.
Who is it? Jenny gripped the knife, ready to throw it if needed. A man stepped forward to where Jenny could see him.
Hello, Princess Genevieve.
Petrus, it's so good to see you. She ran downstairs and threw her arms around Petrus. It's so good to see you. How are things? How's the castle? And the king and queen? Petrus chuckled.
I see you are in good health. And Sam, is he well?
Jenny's smile dropped. He's upstairs. He's weak, but healthy otherwise. His eyes, however, he's blind.
That is unfortunate. I will see what I can do for him.
Petrus glanced around the room and leaned closer.
I have much to tell you. Shall we go up?
They met Sam in the room, and Petrus guided Sam over to a chair. He checked Sam's eyes and frowned.
You are doing much better than I had expected by Jenny's reaction, but I am not sure there is much we can do for your eyes. Maurelle already tried to heal them. It is something I will have to learn to live with.
Sam touched the scar next to his eye.
I only hope the kingdom will accept me now.
They have no choice. I won't marry anyone else. Jenny set her hand on his shoulder and looked up at Petrus. Now, how are things in the kingdom? How is Genevieve?
She is fine, though I'm not sure how much longer that will be true. I do not like how things are going. Maurelle seems to be acting unlike herself. Kidnapping Sam, the storm, the dragon, everything goes against how she normally works. And if she really tried to heal Sam's eyes, she has a plan that I do not understand. We must be vigilant. But first, we must get you to the fairies. If anyone can heal your eyes, it will be them. Dark magic is used to destroy. We need light magic.
Sam leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees.
Petrus, did you know that Maurelle has a daughter?
Petrus raised his eyebrows.
It was rumored, but I never believed it. Is it true? The girl's name is Ingrid. Maurelle put her in the tower with me, And from some of the stories Ingrid told me, I assume it was so we would fall in love with each other.
Jenny frowned. You didn't tell me that part.
Sam reached for her hand. It is unimportant. I helped her escape so she could find the man she had fallen in love with. I just wish I knew what happened to her. The storm came up shortly after Maurelle discovered that she was gone. I fear the worst.
I'm sure she's fine. Except that Jenny was pretty sure she wasn't. No one could have survived that storm when it first hit. She'd seen the damage done to the tower. Why would Maurelle want to set up the two of you? Fearless.
That doesn't make any sense.
Written by Jacqueline
I'm
Wiest.
the one with the title.
Narrated by Laura
Sam
Bannister.
shook his head.
Copyright
I do not
2017
know. I
by
wondered
Jacqueline
the same
Wiest.
thing. I was made a
Production
lord,
copyright
but I do not think she would be
2018 by
interested because of
Jacqueline Wiest.
that. I did hear her talking to Ingrid about family one night. When I asked Ingrid later, she kept quiet and sobbed for the man she loved. It appears as though I need to visit with Charlemagne. He may have an answer for us. Petrus stood. You two make your way straight to the fairies. They will know the correct time to make our move against Maurelle and her dragon.
We will. After seeing what she can do, we need to be prepared for anything.
Jenny stretched.
I think it's time for sleep first, though.
Petrus nodded. It is better for you to travel at night anyway. I will meet you as soon as possible.
Jenny dropped onto the bed after he left. The room was silent as she tried to go to sleep. The fact that Maurelle was trying to set Sam up with her daughter really bugged Jenny. Was her idea of revenge to steal Jenny's husband away? While Jenny was less than thrilled with that idea, she had a feeling it was a lot more than that. There was something they were missing, and she was determined to figure out what it was. The sun was just beginning to set when Sam and Jenny left the village. Sam walked between Jenny and the horse so he wouldn't trip. It was the way he preferred to travel, and Jenny enjoyed being next to him. Once they were far enough away, Sam climbed on and pulled Jenny up in front of him.
It is better to get this trip through the woods over with quickly. Let me know when to duck.
Sam put his arms around her and held tightly as she urged Merrick into a gallop. She cringed as they bounced in the saddle, hoping it wasn't hurting the horse. He had been through a lot, and carrying two people was a little much. Jenny took the path through the woods instead of going straight like she'd done before. She started to slide off the horse to walk, but Sam held on to her waist. She gently pulled his hands away so she could slide down. We've already gone too long with the two of us. I need to let Merrick rest.
We need to make haste. If you walk, it will slow us down. I do not trust these woods, and I would like to get to the fairies as soon as possible.
Sam's voice was strained. We've traveled through the forest plenty of... What was that? She froze and tried to figure out what felt so wrong. There was something watching them, or at least it felt that way. She urged Merrick to go faster. So much for a quiet walk through the woods. Do you think Maurelle found us? Sam was silent for a moment.
It is possible. It took us longer to travel because we had to trade off.
Merrick could rest when they got there. Jenny pushed him into a gallop. Maurelle was the last person she wanted to meet right now. Jenny shuddered, remembering the battle the year before when Maurelle had fought Gavin. She'd actually saved Jenny's life, and probably the lives of the entire village. Off in the distance, a roar sounded, but it was more human-like than anything she'd ever heard. Terror ran through her. Whatever was out there was angry. She bent forward, closer to Merrick's ear. Come on, boy, just a little farther. Jenny tried to keep the fear out of her voice, but it had completely taken over as the growling continued. Her body shook and heart thumped as she willed Merrick to go faster. It was another hour before she recognized the clearing where the house stood. Roswin, Tinyanye, please open the shield. The growling went silent, which only made her fear worse. Whatever it was must have heard her. The sounds in the forest remained, but it was distant. "Do you know what the password is, Sam?" Jenny swallowed her fear. "No, the shield has always been down when I have tried to visit them." This time he called out their names. The thrashing in the forest continued, followed by another feral roar. Jenny looked around for any sign of where the house stood. They should be right next to it. She closed her eyes, trying to feel for it, but there was nothing. "Come on," she pleaded. "Don't leave us out here. Roslyn, anyone." After a few agonizing moments, a curtain finally opened, and the 7 fairies stood there with their hands raised, chanting words as a breeze swirled around them. Jenny let out a sob and turned Merrick toward them, racing through as the curtain dropped. She sat in the saddle, consumed with terror as sobs racked her body. "We are safe now. Come on, we should go inside." Sam slid down first and held his arms out to help Jenny down. He pulled her into his arms. "I need you to walk. Can you help me?" His gentle voice calmed Jenny, and she nodded even though he couldn't see it. She led him over to the door, and they went inside. "What was that thing?" Jenny asked. "That is the dragon Aringal. He is now human and sleeps in these woods at night. Our spies lost track of you in the forest, and we feared the worst." Roswin frowned. "That is the second time during your trip that we were not able to follow you." Jenny looked over at her in surprise. "Why not?" "It is most likely because of a protection spell over the woods." Roswin bent forward and studied Sam's face. "They did not tell us you were blinded. What happened?" "The dragon dropped me into the thorny vines." Sam squeezed Jenny's hand. "It is only because of Jenny that I made it out." Jenny leaned her head against his shoulder. The adrenaline from her reaction to the dragon had finally worn off, leaving her exhausted. "Do you think you can heal him?" "We can do our best, but I worry that the damage is permanent. We will work on him. You go collect your bags and get some rest. This could take a while." Chapter 25. Genevieve. Genevieve paced the floor, biting her thumbnail. Eric had escaped from prison sometime during the night, and they had no idea how he had managed to do it. As a dragon, he'd had magic, but had never shown any hint of being able to use it as a human. Any attempts to contact Petrus or the fairies had failed. She heard voices outside her suite and threw the door open. Several guards surrounded the queen, but her mother pushed through them. "Stay here. I must speak with my daughter in private." "We cannot do that, Majesty. You are in danger." The guard stood tall, and while Genevieve could hear the fear in his voice, his expression didn't change. "It is only Genevieve in this room. I am sure we will be fine." Mother slammed the door in their faces and turned to Genevieve. "I guess I should be flattered that they take their job seriously, but sometimes I just want to be on my own." "I understand how you feel," Genevieve laughed. The guards hadn't left her side, and it wasn't until she told them she was changing her gown that they stumbled over themselves to leave the room. "Have you received any word?" Mother shook her head. "Our guards found several areas where the forest had been damaged overnight, but Eric has disappeared." Genevieve dropped into a chair. "Why could the protections on the prison not hold him? We were assured that they would." "We have never held a dragon before either." Mother rubbed her forehead. "Maurelle has stayed hidden since she made the ball of fire to the west. A number of our guards are ready to attack when she leaves her exile, but I do not believe she will come that way. Not after the show of power she has exhibited over the last several days. She is most likely gathering her strength so that she can come at us with all of her power." "And still nothing from the fairies or from Petrus?" Genevieve rubbed her forehead. They had to be out there somewhere. She'd dreamed of them last night, but the vision was fuzzy. They were chanting something, but she couldn't see what was going on otherwise. Mother placed her hand on Genevieve's shoulder. "Are you well?" "I will be fine. The weakness gets worse as Jenny travels closer. It is as if I am being pulled toward her." It was hard to explain in a way Mother would understand. Genevieve had watched countless time travel movies with Ammon and Eric, but Mother had no concept of what had happened. She only knew that her daughter kept switching places. "I will be fine once we figure out how to destroy Maurelle and the dragon." "It is all right to be afraid sometimes, Genevieve." Mother's voice was soothing, something Genevieve wasn't used to hearing. Genevieve nodded. "I know. I have felt it often enough over the last year. But fear will not help us stop Maurelle from following through on her plans." Silence stretched out between them as they stood lost in their thoughts. Genevieve needed something to do or she would go crazy waiting for Jenny. She walked over to the wardrobe and grabbed a cloak. "Where are you going?" Mother asked. "I am going to help the villagers with their homes. I cannot just sit here and wait until we hear from them." Tears threatened to spill over, but she forced them down. Mother took her by the shoulders. "You have done much for the villagers. Right now, you need to stay here so we can protect you." Genevieve shook her head. "No, I need to be doing something." "Very well, but you will take your guards with you." Mother clasped her hands together. "Good, then the villagers will have more help." Genevieve went to the door. "Thank you, Mother. I'll be careful." The guards had to run to keep up as Genevieve strode down the hall. She pushed her way through the main doors and through the courtyard. Servants scurried about doing their work, but stopped and bowed as she went past. She nodded a greeting, but continued on. The village was alive with activity as Genevieve approached. Wood had been delivered the day before, and the men were busy rebuilding the homes that had been damaged in the storm. Women washed laundry and chatted while their children ran through the streets. Genevieve smiled to herself. While the homes and roads looked very different, the people themselves reminded her a lot of life in the future. She missed cars and her phone, but these people were happy with what they had. A woman looked up and bowed when she saw Genevieve. "Thank you for the wood, Highness. It has allowed us to rebuild." "You are most welcome. I have come to help." She picked up a hammer and some nails. "What would you like me to do?" The woman blinked. "Pardon me, Highness, but this is no work for a princess." "You are my people. If I don't make sure you are cared for, what good am I?" Genevieve turned to her guards. "Find somewhere to assist." The woman took Genevieve to the area where others were doing laundry. "We will have you fold the linens, if it pleases you." Folding laundry was something she'd become very good at since she'd joined the family of 7. She picked up a sheet as she listened to the banter among the women. Several young girls ran up and stared at her with smiles on their faces. She bent to give them a hug before they ran off giggling. It was nearing midday when Genevieve felt a lurch in her stomach. She gasped in pain and had to lean against the table. Jenny had to be close for her to feel it this strongly. "Highness?" A woman took her by the arm and led her to a chair. She filled a goblet with water and took a chunk of bread off her counter to give to Genevieve. "Are you ill?" "I will be fine. I just need to rest." Genevieve took deep breaths, trying to fight through the pain. She stared at the goblet of water and bread before shaking her head. "No, thank you." One of the guards scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the castle. Genevieve tried to protest, but dizziness kept her from lifting her head off his chest. The guard continued through the castle until they were in her room. Olive rushed in and pulled off Genevieve's shoes and cloak. "You should not have gone out, Highness." Olive helped Genevieve raise her head and gave her a drink.
I could not just stay here and do nothing. Genevieve curled up into a ball to try to relieve her stomach. Olive pursed her lips, but kept silent as she pulled the blankets up over Genevieve. You did too much and wore yourself out. Get some sleep, and you will be fine. You know I will not feel any better. Genevieve tried to smile. I can hope. Olive sat in a chair and took out one of Genevieve's shifts to repair. Now sleep. The Queen has ordered me to make sure you do, or she will punish both of us. Genevieve laughed. I do not doubt that she would. Dreams of both of the lives that Genevieve had led jumbled together until she jerked out of sleep. It wasn't a vision, but it still left her unsettled. She had heard of these dreams. Many of her friends spoke of them in school, yet it was something she had never experienced herself. She rolled over to see Olive still sewing, though the room had grown dark. How long did I sleep? Genevieve sat up slowly and picked up the cup sitting near her bed. Her stomach was still sore, but it was no longer cramping. A few hours, although I would not call it sleeping. You called out several times, and it is a miracle you stayed in your bed with all of the tossing and turning you did. Olive set down her sewing and felt Genevieve's forehead. Are you feeling better? Genevieve nodded. Yes, but still weak. Have we heard anything yet? Roswin came to the castle to check on you. She said that Jenny and Sam are safe. We have not heard from Petrus yet. Olive poured some more water for Genevieve. I will call for your dinner. You are not allowed to leave this room until you are well. It was a relief to hear that Jenny and Sam were okay. Where is the Queen? She is in meetings with the generals of the army. It seems that Eric has been spotted heading toward where we believe Maurelle lives. Olive paused. At least, that is what the rumors say. Genevieve threw off her blankets and swung her legs over the side of the bed. Then I must go in there. I need to find out where Jenny is. Highness, please. Olive wrung her hands together. I was instructed to make you stay here, and if I do not, they will demote Cedric and send him to clean out the stables. I need to be there. I will make sure they do nothing to punish Cedric, I promise. Genevieve found a navy blue gown in the wardrobe and changed. Olive sighed and picked up some thick rope. Then I will have to call in the guards to help me restrain you. Queen's orders. Genevieve rolled her eyes. She'd been threatened with this countless times growing up. There we go with the drama again. I guess there's only one thing I can do. Olive's eyes widened. She knew all too well what that meant. You would not dare. Of course I would. Sit down. Genevieve took the ropes from Olive and tied her to the chair using the knots Ammon had taught her. She checked them to make sure none would slip, and then grabbed a cloak. See you later. Olive said nothing as she settled into her chair. The guards would rush in soon enough and save her. It was a wonder that Mother would even think this would work. It never had before. Genevieve found her sword shoved in the back of the wardrobe and turned to look at Olive with an eyebrow raised. Why is this in here? I had to hide it from Jenny. She was not well trained. Olive giggled. Not from the lack of trying on the guard's part. Well, they don't exactly use weapons where she is from. Take care. Genevieve pulled one of the windows open and climbed out onto the windowsill. The bricks had worn down over the years, but she was able to get enough of a foothold to make her way around and into a window 3 doors down. Bless her old nurse for leaving it unlatched all these years. Of course, she probably didn't know it was unlatched. After all, it was under her care that Genevieve had escaped so many times. Olive had been too scared of her to say anything, and Genevieve couldn't blame her. Not after how she'd been treated. Pushing aside the twinge of regret, Genevieve tiptoed across the room, careful not to wake the old woman, and pulled the door open far enough to poke her head through.
When she was sure the coast was clear, she slipped out and ran down the hall to the map room. She was still exhausted, and her legs screamed at her for not letting them rest, but she had to know what was going on. Mother's voice drifted through the door as Genevieve pushed it open. The Queen berated a guard for letting Eric slip past, but stopped mid-sentence when she noticed Genevieve. "What are you doing here?" "I heard there was a meeting, and I wanted to attend." There was no need to keep quiet, so she moved through the men and stood next to Father. "Do we know where he is now?" Mother's face turned bright red. "Genevieve, I put those guards there for a reason. You need to be resting." Genevieve sighed. "You know I need to be here." "Guards, lock Genevieve in the tower and then send someone into her room to free her servant, who had better be tied up or I will have her head." Mother glared at Genevieve as 2 guards grabbed her arms. "Of course she is. How else do you think I got out?" Genevieve tried to yank her arms free, but it was no use. She was too weak from being ill. "Is this really necessary?" "You are lucky I do not throw you into the very dungeon where Eric was kept." "Fine, but tell them to leave me alone and I will go quietly. I promise." Genevieve kept eye contact with Mother until she finally nodded. "If I find out you tried to get away from them, I will not be so kind." The Queen turned back to the map, and the guards gestured for Genevieve to follow them. Servants cleaned the tapestries and floors as Genevieve walked past, flanked by guards. They took her up to a room next to where Petra stayed and shoved her inside a little more forcefully than they probably should have. "I would like some dinner if you—" Genevieve stopped as the door slammed in her face. A key rattled in the door, and then there was silence. "They could have given me a light or something." The rocks were rough on Genevieve's hands as she searched along the wall to find a torch. A sconce stuck out from the wall, which meant a lighter had to be nearby, she hoped. If not, Ammon had taught her how to light a fire with stones. She felt along a table, sending dust into the air, but her hands finally closed on a small tool. There we go. Genevieve clicked the tool several times next to the torch until it finally sparked. The flame sputtered as it burned through the dust, but then glowed brightly. The room was small and filled with old stools, pottery, and other broken items. She pulled the torch off the wall and lit the other 2 that hung around the room. Genevieve lifted a sheet that covered another table and immediately regretted it. Dust billowed in clouds, and she had to hold her skirt over her face so she could breathe. Several scrolls lay on the table, most of them falling apart. She carefully pulled them open, but they crumbled into pieces. Others were in better shape, but the writing was too faded for her to read it. There had to be a reason that they kept these records, even if they were up in an old, musty room. There were names she could just make out, but not enough to know what they were talking about. Maybe if she found some ink, she could trace over it. There were a few bottles in the back of the room, but most were dried up. She moved old books and items from one spot to another and uncovered a small chest. The hinges were rusted shut, but there was no lock. She found a small knife and chipped away at the rust until she was able to open it. Inside was a quill and an old ink bottle, but it was also dry. Genevieve grumbled to herself. Surely there was something in here she could use. She dropped the wooden box into the corner and turned to try another spot. Wait, what was that? She brushed her hand against the darkened wall. Water had puddled in the corner and ruined many of the items surrounding it. The tower must have leaked during the storm. She grabbed one of the bottles of ink and tried to dip it into the water, but the puddle was too shallow. Genevieve tapped her chin, then grabbed a few of the bottles and dumped the powder into the puddle. Once it was dark enough to use, she grabbed the quills and old parchment and sat on the floor. Many of the characters were still too faint to see in the torchlight, but she slowly traced what she could decipher. As she finished one page, she started on the next, ignoring the ache in her neck and back. The hunger to figure out what the pages said was enough to keep her going until she'd gone through several of the scrolls and books in the storage room that hadn't been destroyed. A key rattled in the lock before the door opened. Cedric stood there holding a tray. "I have breakfast for you, Highness." Genevieve stood and stretched her back. "Thank you. Please put it on the table." "Yes, Highness." He set it down and turned to leave, but stopped. He picked up one of the pages and examined it. "What is this?" Genevieve took it from him. "Something in a language I do not understand, but I hoped that Petrus would." "My mother would be able to read it. This is her native tongue." Cedric glanced up at her. "May I take it?" "Yes, but only if you tell me what it says." Genevieve gathered a few of the scrolls and rolled them into one. "These are the same language." Cedric set them on the table and glanced at the other papers. He leaned down close to one. "This looks like a family line." Genevieve picked it up. "I think you are right, but it is too faded. I will have to trace it like the others." Cedric picked up the scroll she'd given him and went to the door. "I will be back later to bring you lunch. If you have it copied, I can take that to my mother as well." "Thank you." She paused. "Is it really time for breakfast?" "Yes, you have been in here since last night. I suggest you get some sleep. I believe your mother plans to leave for battle soon." He left before she answered. Genevieve stared down at her ink-stained fingers. Had it really taken all night to write over those scrolls? She ate the toast, eggs, and sausage before returning to work. She wanted to write out the family history before she slept. There were fewer words to trace, but the words were faint, and some had been damaged by moisture. She bent over her work, wishing she'd asked Cedric to bring more ink. The finished scroll sat in front of Genevieve. The tracing had been finished, but she was no closer to figuring out whose family it was. Some royals who had been disgraced and dropped from the history books. She couldn't help feeling a twinge of disappointment as she piled the dusty sheets in the center of the room so she could lie down on them to rest. Something bothered her about the family line, though. She was sure she recognized a few of the names, but she didn't remember why. As she drifted off, she noticed immediately that things seemed much more realistic, as if she were really in the dream. People stood around in what appeared to be the great hall of this castle. The mood was somber, and a woman stood to the side of the dais, sobbing. The king stood and called everyone to order. "We understand the anger and sadness you must be feeling, and we hope you realize that we are acting in the best interests of the kingdom. King Aldrich has brought dishonor to his people, and for this reason he will be stripped of his crown, and his family will be forced to serve us for generations to come. As for Lady Maurelle, she and her daughter will be exiled and brought under the protection of the great dragon. Guards, take these people and make sure they begin their sentences." The woman began screaming hysterically as she was dragged out of the room. The scene faded out, and Genevieve woke with a jerk. The door to the storage room opened, and the queen stood there with the key. "I do hope you have learned your lesson, Genevieve." She frowned down at her. "What have you been doing?" Genevieve stood quickly and handed her mother the scroll. "Do you recognize these names? Any of them?" Mother skimmed it. "No, but I can have our historian look it over. Why do you ask?" "Because—" Genevieve hesitated before continuing. "I believe I dreamed something about this family, and it has something to do with Maurelle." "What do you mean?" Mother rolled up the scroll. "I copied that and then went to sleep." She studied the queen's face. "Maurelle was sentenced to stay with the dragon, and I think it was one of our ancestors who gave her that punishment." Mother frowned. "It is possible she believes this other king, and her daughter, deserved the kingdom.
That would explain why she is after us, but I have never heard this story. Have you heard of the great dragon? Genevieve rubbed her eyes. She needed to sleep, but this dream was more important at the moment. Only in stories, but I believe it is the dragon we know as Arengol. Mother studied Genevieve. It appears we need to do more research before going after Maurelle. We must get you cleaned up and rested so you can share your story with the historian. Genevieve stretched and glanced around the room. Can you have someone come empty this room? There are several scrolls that I would like to look at in better light. I will send a servant up here to gather them. Mother turned and climbed down the stairs with Genevieve not far behind. Olive waited in Genevieve's suites, a smile on her face. Did you enjoy your time in the tower, Highness? It is not becoming for a servant to gloat over the princess's punishment. Genevieve tried to glare, but she couldn't help laughing. I guess I was finally paid back for all those times I tortured you. I would not say all of them, but it did feel nice to see you finally get punished. Olive went to the wardrobe. Cedric said you two talked. He showed me the pages. Genevieve turned so Olive could help her with her dress. Yes, they were in a different language, so I do not know what they were. His mother is supposed to read them for me. So you traced them? You know how to write? Yes, Petrus taught me. Is it hard? It took a moment to change out of the gown, and it gave Genevieve time to think. Of course Olive would want to learn to write. It was something most women and a lot of men could not do, but she was hesitant to teach Olive. If she did something like this, it could change Olive's whole future. I was taught when I was younger, so it was easier for me. Genevieve checked herself in the mirror. The royal blue of the gown showed off the blue in her eyes. She had missed dressing like this, but she had to admit that she missed the freedom of the tunics and leggings she'd worn for high school even more. It would probably be too difficult for me. Olive watched as Genevieve washed her hands, face, and neck. Genevieve dried her face and turned to look at Olive. One thing I have learned is that women can learn anything they put their minds to. Reading and writing are hard at first, but I think you would learn quickly. Olive's face brightened. So you will teach me? Jenny thought it might change my future, so she would not. Genevieve hesitated. If Jenny wouldn't, maybe it really was a bad idea. But this was Olive. She was a servant, as was her mother and grandmother before her. If anything, she would serve Jenny and future queens instead of becoming a scholar. That was the life they lived. I will teach you what I can, and then if Jenny will not continue your lessons, Cedric will. He is a good man. Genevieve went to the door. We will begin tonight. Cedric stood in the doorway, ready to knock. Mother has finished reading these documents. She was impressed that you knew how to write it. I simply traced what was already there. Genevieve took the scrolls from him. So, she knows what they say? Yes, although she was unable to write it down for you. She can read, but not write. He smiled at Olive before continuing. It was a trial. Someone was accused of defaming the king, and while he was stripped of his crown, she was sent to live with the dragon. Genevieve staggered over to the chair and sat down. Her dream reflected what she had written earlier in the day. Olive rushed to her side. Did I make the dress too tight? No, it is fine. Genevieve stopped. Olive knew nothing of the vision she'd had, and that was something she wanted to keep to herself. I am feeling ill again. Maybe I should sleep. Thank you for the news, Cedric. I would like you to report what you learned to the Queen. She would be interested to learn what was on that scroll. He bowed. Yes, Highness. I will go there right away. Olive helped Genevieve out of the chair and into her bed. As she was leaving the room, Genevieve called out to her. Would you bring some parchment and ink? I would like to start our lessons as soon as I am rested.
Genevieve watched as Olive curtsied and left the room, then stared at the ceiling. If she was able to have a vision after writing it out, she wondered what else she could learn. The story was important somehow, and she needed to find out who this family was, because they could be the key to stopping Maurelle once and for all. Chapter 26. Maurelle. Maurelle sat on her throne, her fingernails digging into the chair, while she stared down at Aurengul groveling on the ground. The once great dragon had now taken to begging to have the curse lifted from him. Just having him in her castle had helped her magic replenish, and she wasn't about to let him out of her presence again. "Control yourself," she sneered as he scrambled to stand. "It seems that we need each other more than either of us would care to admit. While you were off playing human, I was able to find the antidote to the curse I placed on you. I am willing to turn you back to a dragon, but only if you agree to a change in our relationship." "Anything." He nearly dropped to the ground again, but stopped when he saw her glare. "What is it that you would like?" "We act together. I am no longer your servant, and you are no longer mine." Maurelle watched as the dragon licked his lips and shifted from one foot to the other. "And the princess?" Maurelle waved a hand dismissively. "Genevieve is all yours as long as I get my vengeance on the servant boy and the other girl, Jenny." Aurengul grinned, making Maurelle shudder. "It is a deal. Now change me back so I can go find her." "Not quite yet. I am still weak, as are you. It will take until tomorrow for the antidote to be ready, and most likely another day to regain our strength after that." She leaned forward. "If you try to leave before then, I will make you pay. Understood?" He swallowed and nodded. "Yes. Now please excuse me. I must go find some food." Maurelle watched as he left the room, his back straight and his stride much more confident than when he had entered. If only he knew that there would be no more Genevieve once Maurelle was done with the kingdom. Chapter 27. Jenny. Jenny stared out at the woods as she waited for the fairies to be done with their spell. It had been hours since they started, and she worried that Sam's eyes would never heal. If not, she still loved him, and helping him over the last several days had proven how much she enjoyed caring for him. The door opened, and Roswin stood there smiling. "It is done. His sight will never be what it was, but we have restored some of it. He is much stronger than we believed, which helped with the healing." Jenny threw her arms around Roswin, nearly knocking her over. "Thank you. I was so worried that the scar tissue would make it impossible." "Not impossible, but almost. Come, he wants to speak with you." Roswin guided her into the cottage, and Jenny rushed over to the bed. Sam took Jenny's hand and kissed it. "I can almost see you. I never thought I'd have that chance again." "Almost?" Jenny searched his face. The scar still ran across his eyes and nose, but his eyes were clear. "Everything is blurry. You need to be close in order for me to see you, which is fine with me." He pulled her up next to him and wrapped his arms around her. Jenny allowed the tears to flow as she traced the scar with her finger. For the first time since she had arrived in the past, she allowed herself to relax. "Blurriness is something we can fix, I think. They do have glasses in this time, right?" Sam frowned. "I assume you mean the glass in windows? How will that help?" "No, not that glass. I mean glasses for your eyes. Spectacles? Do they exist here?" Jenny looked over at the fairies.
Please tell me you know what I mean." Tanyanye nodded slowly. "There have been rumors of these glasses, although I do not know how or where to acquire some. It is possible that we could make our own." "Petrus would probably know." Jenny stood and walked over to the kitchen where the fairies sat. "I wonder when he'll be back." "If I know him, he'll be stuck in Charlemagne's library for weeks." Rhiannon laughed and pulled out a large pot. "Jenny, I need you to draw some water from the well. Sam, could you help grind the corn?" Sam joined them at the table, took the mortar and pestle from her, and started grinding wheat. It had taken months for Jenny to get used to calling wheat and rye corn. The corn on the cob she loved so much didn't exist in this country, and wouldn't for a few more centuries. Jenny took 2 buckets out to the well and filled them. A small gnome peeked its head around the well and squealed before running off into the bushes. Jenny shook her head. It was still so strange to her that these things existed here. The fairies were arguing about something when Jenny walked in and set the buckets on the counter. They quieted down and continued making dinner. "What's going on?" Jenny glanced between them and Sam. When no one else answered, Sam cleared his throat. "Roswin and Rhiannon think they should send Genevieve to the future right now. The others think she is too important, and she needs to stay to help you fight Maurelle." Jenny poured the water into a pot and set it over the fire. Send Genevieve home? Why not? It was where she should be. It would also take away the threat of something bad happening to them if they were to meet. Why can't we just send her back? Maurelle and Eric, Arengol, are expecting her to be there. If she goes right now, it ruins any chance of stopping them. We need the element of surprise on our side. You must show up at just the right time, or this will not work." "But that means you're using her as bait. Again. This is my kingdom, and she is supposed to be in her own time." Jenny cringed at how spoiled she sounded, but when it came down to it, she was just plain scared for Genevieve. Roswin sighed and put her hands on Jenny's cheeks. "This is Genevieve's kingdom, too. She lived here her whole life and ruled over the people you are just getting to know. We can give her the option, but I am not sure she would be willing to leave right now." Jenny stared into her eyes, knowing Roswin had a point. There was a reason Jenny had come back in time to help save Sam, besides the fact that she was supposed to be here. She couldn't bear to see something happen to this kingdom, these people. "Fine, we will give her the option." "Very well. Now, you must rest. Tomorrow, I plan to send you and Sam to a neighboring kingdom. It seems to me that the best way to ruin Maurelle's plans is to take out her weapons one by one. Tomorrow, you will be wed." A thrill shot through Jenny. "Tomorrow? How will that happen? Our kingdom takes several days to cross." "We plan to transport you. It will have to be a private ceremony with only their king and queen in attendance, but it is the best we can do." Jenny rested her hand on Sam's shoulder, and he slipped his arm around her waist. He smiled up at her before turning to the fairies. "You are sure they are willing to do so?" "They owe me a favor." Tanyanye waved the knife she'd been chopping carrots with. "The moment you leave the cottage, Maurelle will be able to find you in this kingdom. We can only hope her reach does not extend past the borders. We must move quickly. Once the wedding has taken place, you will return here until it is time to reveal that you are married." "And Genevieve?" There were so many variables in this plan, and any one of them could put Genevieve and the rest of the kingdom in jeopardy. "She will be fine until Maurelle makes her move." Jenny nodded and grabbed the vegetables to dump in the pot. This plan was something she could live with, and not just because it meant marrying Sam. The fact that Maurelle had tried to hook Ingrid up with him told her that the fairies were right, and that he was a big part of her plans. Sam stood and took Jenny's hand. May we speak outside?
Jenny glanced at the fairies. Sure. They found the small bench by the well that Jenny was pretty sure hadn't been there before. They sat, and Jenny leaned her head against Sam's shoulder. A slight breeze carried the smells of the hundreds of flowers that surrounded the garden. A gnome popped up out of the flowers and saw them sitting there. It shrieked and ran for the back of the cottage. Jenny hoped it wasn't the same one as before, or it would never recover from the shock of being startled twice.
Are you all right with their plans?
Sam wrapped his arm around her and pulled her closer. Jenny nodded. Getting married with no family isn't my idea of a perfect wedding, but as long as it's with you, I don't care where we are. Sam kissed the top of her head.
When all this is over and Maurelle is gone, we can have a wedding that is bigger than we had planned before.
I like that idea. Jenny's mind flashed the last few moments with Ammon and the parents who had raised her. They wouldn't be there, but there wasn't anything she could do about that.
Are you angry about Ingrid?
Jenny pulled away to study his face. Should I be? As far as I've been told, you only helped her escape the tower. Nothing else happened, right?
No, that is all. We spoke, but only to tell each other about the people we love. We watched closely to see how often Maurelle came to visit, and then we planned Ingrid's escape. I told Ingrid about you climbing out of the castle and in, and she was the one who found the sheets and other items to tie together.
Those were some pretty amazing adventures, although I recall that I had some help. The same help she had. Sam laughed.
Yes, but it was my choice to come after you, this charming princess who had completely changed overnight.
That's because your princess was a flustered small-town girl who had wanted nothing more than to get out of doing the laundry. Jenny took Sam's hand. What about you? Are you okay with their wedding plans?
My only sadness is that I will not be able to see you as you walk down the aisle.
He leaned forward and kissed her. It was soft and sweet, and just as magical as the garden where they sat. Small bells rang through the air, making Jenny and Sam jump. They hurried around the side of the cottage to find Roswin standing in the doorway, alarmed. Someone was there, seeking entrance. The door flew open, and the fairies jostled each other in their attempt to get outside. You two in the house. We do not know who is here, and not many can shield themselves from us. Roswin pushed them inside and slammed the door. Jenny ran over to the window just as the shield was raised. Hey, it's Petrus! Sam held onto her arm as she tried to run for the door.
We do not know that yet. It could be a disguise.
Why would anyone dress like Petrus? But Jenny knew he was right. Maurelle had transformed a dragon into a human. This was entirely possible. The fairies circled around Petrus and performed some kind of spell. A ray of light moved up and down the man before they stopped chanting and stepped back. They shook his hand and opened the door to the cottage. That was really cool. Maybe they should have done that to the dragon when he was at the castle.
Do you think it would have allowed them to? The test only works if the person is willing to let them try.
Sam wrapped his arm around her and smiled as Petrus walked inside. Jenny stared up at Sam, wondering how he knew so much about magic. But then, he had spent a lot of time with Roswin at the castle.
Ah, there you are.
Petrus gestured for them to sit at the table, then sat on the other side. Did you find what you were looking for? Jenny asked. Petrus shook his head.
Charlemagne was certain he had the records I needed, but they were not anywhere in his library.
But how is that possible? The library is huge. I thought he had the records of everything that had happened since he began writing our history. Jenny clenched her fists in her lap, trying to keep her frustration in check.
You are correct. However, scrolls and books have been known to disappear. Kings or other leaders who do not want their bad deeds to go on the records, or criminals who do not want to be caught in their actions tend to find a way to make those pages disappear. It is difficult to leave the building with records, but it has happened in the past.
It made finding out what was going on with Maurelle almost impossible, but she'd heard of people taking newspaper clippings or pages from books for the same reason. Book burning had happened over the centuries as well. Jenny sighed and pushed away from the table. So, what's our next move?
We will go ahead with the plan the fairies have for you, and then we will stop Maurelle.
Petrus accepted a cup of water from Roswin. Jenny looked between them. They told you we're getting married? When? Petrus rubbed his nose and cleared his throat.
I may have been reading over Charlemagne's shoulder when he wrote of your discussion. When he caught me, he kicked me out. You are allowed to read his writings, just not while he's actually writing them.
Good to know. Jenny took Sam's hand and looked up at Petrus. Are you coming with us?
I would not miss it for the world.
Petrus smiled and picked up a bowl.
Now, I believe it is time to eat. You do have enough for me, I hope.
Roswin chuckled. We had not planned for you, but Jenny made enough to feed the kingdom. Jenny's face reddened. I couldn't find a smaller pot. The morning was crisp and cool as Jenny and Sam stood in the yard of the small cottage. Petrus said his goodbyes to the fairies and walked over to stand next to Jenny and Sam.
You must hold tightly to each other. I would hate to have you lost somewhere along the way.
Petrus took Jenny's hand and waved his wand over their heads. Jenny shouted out a goodbye just as she felt a pull on her stomach and the area around them faded away. She caught a quick glimpse of the emptiness she'd floated through to get here and then felt the hard ground beneath her feet. They stood in the courtyard of a castle Jenny remembered from her travels with Gavin a year before. The castle stood tall and imposing against the rocky cliff. She remembered the king and queen well. They were kind and had the sweetest baby girl. Jenny held Sam's hand as Petrus led them to the castle doors. He spoke quietly with the guards, and one slipped inside.
I have requested an audience with the king and queen. Hopefully they will not turn us away.
He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I thought the fairies told them we were coming. Jenny's heart beat hard in her chest. She should have known better than to think this would be easy. Petrus shook his head.
Tenyenye said they owed her a favor, not that they knew the wedding was going to happen here.
Same difference, Jenny muttered. It was several minutes later before the guard returned and allowed them inside. They walked down a few corridors and entered a large throne room. The king and queen sat on their thrones, smiling as Jenny and the others approached. She curtsied and kept her head lowered until they spoke.
Princess Genevieve, it is such a nice surprise to see you. What brings you here to our kingdom?
The king's voice was just as gentle as she'd remembered. There are issues in our kingdom right now, and we had to leave for safety reasons. Jenny paused and glanced up at Petrus, who nodded for her to continue. It is imperative that Lord Samuel and I marry before returning to our kingdom. The fairy Tenyenye suggested that we come here to be married. We would like to ask your permission. The king and queen leaned their heads together and spoke quietly before answering. The queen smiled. We would be delighted to hold your wedding here. We will have a banquet tonight. No, Jenny interrupted. I'm sorry, but this must be done in secret. Maurelle is after us, and we cannot allow her to know where we are. They spoke to each other again. The king nodded.
Very well. We will hold the ceremony in an hour's time. Then we must ask you to leave. We would love to celebrate with you, but we cannot have Maurelle's anger turned on our kingdom.
Jenny curtsied again. Thank you. We don't want to be an inconvenience. I would not like to make Maurelle anyone's enemy. A guard gestured for Jenny to go with him, so she took Sam's hand and left the throne room. She was shown into a room where she could freshen up, while Sam and Petrus went to find another. The room was large and white, and furnished in rich burgundy couches and rugs. A vanity sat to one side, with a brush and smaller mirror on the small table. Jenny wasn't sure what she was supposed to do, and didn't want to mess anything up. The door opened again, and a young maid entered carrying a light blue gown. She curtsied and held out the dress. "This is for you, Highness. Do you require assistance?" "I can put it on myself, but I may need help with the ribbons. Thank you." Jenny went behind the curtain to change. The gown was made of a soft velvet material that was embroidered in intricate designs over the bodice. She lifted the full skirt and carefully walked over to the servant girl. The ribbons had to be pulled in quite a bit to make it fit right, but once it was done, Jenny was thrilled with how it looked. She sat at the vanity and watched as the girl brushed through her hair. She'd tried to keep it brushed in her travels, but there were still huge snarls in it. Once they had it tamed, it was pulled up into a braid that circled her head in a crown. Jewels were brought in to match the dress, and the blue slippers were soft and delicate. By the time the hour was up, Jenny barely recognized herself. Several guards and a few ladies in waiting surrounded Jenny as she left the castle and walked toward the small chapel. Sam stood near the chapel door. His steel blue jacket seemed almost tailored to his body, and the small crown made him look regal. Petrus stood to the side in his usual robes. This was the third time Jenny would be walking down the aisle, and this time it was in front of only a few people. She tried to blink back the tears, but one escaped as she thought of her parents, both sets, who would be missing her wedding. As she reached Sam, the king, and another older man she didn't recognize, she pushed away the sadness and thought only of that moment. The king came and stood next to Sam. "While we recognize that your original wedding was to be held in your castle, we felt we should go the more traditional route and marry you as we were married, which was in a chapel by our priest. Normally, we would provide time for people to object to this wedding, but as we cannot, we will move on to the vows." Jenny smiled. "Thank you." The king stepped back and gestured for the priest to begin. The man spoke. "Lord Samuel, will you have this woman to be your wedded wife? Will you love her and honor her, keep her and guard her, in health and in sickness, as a husband should a wife, and forsaking all others on account of her, keep you only unto her, so long as you both shall live?" "I will." Sam squeezed Jenny's hands. "Princess Genevieve, will you have this man to be your wedded husband? Will you love him and honor him, keep him and guard him, in health and in sickness, as a wife should a husband, and forsaking all others on account of him, keep you only unto him, so long as you both shall live?" "I will." Jenny's heart felt as though it would burst. The priest handed each of them a ring to exchange, and then opened the door to the chapel where he blessed each of them. Sam bent down to kiss Jenny, and the two of them were wed. Jenny couldn't help grinning as she hurried to her suite to change into her other clothes. As much as she loved the gown, she couldn't take it with her. It was too bad she didn't have her phone to take a picture. Petrus and Sam were waiting outside her room when she opened the door. She ran into Sam's arms and squeezed him tightly. "We must leave immediately. The king and queen have granted us permission to leave from their garden." Petrus moved quickly toward the back of the castle. "Why not leave from where we came? And can't we at least say goodbye?" Petrus paused for a moment before continuing toward the outer door. "I assured them that the two of you would visit as soon as you can, but it is imperative that we leave now." "But why?" Jenny stopped, and Sam had to pull her arm to keep going. Petrus didn't speak again until they were in a circle in the center of a rose garden. The air was sweet, but it didn't lift Jenny's spirits as she noticed the grim expression on Petrus's face.
Rhiannon's cottage was burnt to the ground.
The words fell like stone. He took Jenny by the hand and indicated that Sam should do the same.
Hold tight.
Chapter 28. Genevieve. Genevieve watched as Olive slowly traced the lines on the paper. They had been working for hours, and Genevieve was exhausted. They'd started with the alphabet first, and then moved on from there. With the last flourish of the E, Genevieve took the paper from her and smiled. "It looks wonderful. Now you know how to write your name." Olive stared at the word in awe. "This is my name?" Genevieve pointed at each letter as she sounded it out. She then wrote another name and sounded it out. "Now you have Cedric's. Work on both of those, and we can continue tomorrow." "Thank you. This is the most wonderful gift I have ever been given." Olive held the paper with both hands as she left the room, nearly running into the door. "Maybe you should wait until you're in your room." Genevieve laughed and pulled out one of the old scrolls the Queen had ordered to be brought down. The story of the trial continued to run through her mind, and she needed to know who that family was. She traced over the letters, going quicker now that she had better light. Mother would send them to a translator the next morning. Once she had copied over several of the scrolls, she pulled out a blank piece of parchment and the colored dyes she'd bought in the village. Genevieve's first painting was a simple picture of her castle and the grounds around it. The colors brought it to life, and she made a note to have Mother frame it. The next 3 paintings were of the village, the forest, and the stables, but what she really wanted to see wasn't coming. She set down the brush and pushed away from the table. The family line had not been returned with the other scrolls, so she went in search of her mother. The door to the map room was open when Genevieve arrived. Her parents stood near the center, talking quietly. "Is there any news?" Genevieve asked. The scroll could wait a moment. "Maurelle still has not moved. We would send a troop to find her, but it would leave us exposed here. Arngull has not been spotted in 2 days." Mother tapped her fingers on the wood frame that surrounded the map of the kingdom. "Is there something you wanted, Genevieve?" "Yes, I need the scroll with the family line on it. I wanted to learn more about them." Genevieve held her breath. Mother crossed the room and pulled open a small drawer. "I had hoped the historian would be here sooner, but something has kept him. Take care that nothing happens to it." Genevieve took it from her. "I will keep it safe." The conversation between her parents continued as she left the room and ran to her suites. It was late, and she wanted to get as much done as possible. She laid out the scroll on the table and studied each name, trying to find anything that sounded familiar. "Where are you, Petrus?" she muttered. He was the one person who could possibly answer her question.
"You called for me?"
Petrus's voice made Genevieve jump, and she nearly spilled ink all over the scroll. "Where did you come from? I thought you were with Jenny." She grabbed a cloth and wiped the few drops that had landed on the table. Petrus chuckled.
"I seem to be startling everyone today. I apologize. Jenny and Sam are safe right now, although it may not last. I came to warn your family, and your mother said you have something I may want to see."
"I assume she means this, but I did not realize she meant you when she said she was waiting for a historian." Genevieve tapped the scroll. "And what do you mean that their safety may not last?"
"They are with Tenyenye at the moment, but the time is coming to send all of your forces toward Maurelle. She is going after the fairies."
Petrus picked up the scroll and glanced over it. His eyes widened.
"Where did you find this?"
Genevieve's face burned. "I was sent to the tower as punishment for sneaking out of my room, and I found a pile of scrolls among broken furniture and other things. Some were too old and fell apart, but others I traced."
"Where are they?"
"The scrolls?" Genevieve was shocked by the urgency on his face.
Petrus grabbed her shoulders. "Yes, where are they?"
"Cedric brought them to me." Genevieve hurried over to the desk and pulled them out. "They talked about a trial." Petrus took them from her and held them gingerly.
"You may have just saved us, you wonderful girl. Of course they would hide them in the one place I would not think to look. Have your mother prepare for war. And, Genevieve, if I do not see you again, I am proud of the woman you have become."
Genevieve watched in shock as she watched him disappear with the scrolls she'd worked so hard on. Did he know the family? She rushed over to the table and grabbed a brush, praying that studying those scrolls would bring her the vision she needed. The painting came easily, and she opened her eyes to see what had appeared. The scene in the throne room was laid out before her just as she had seen in her dream. Maurelle was much younger then, but this wasn't what she needed to see. She went with another piece of parchment and found the old castle where Maurelle had made her home. Genevieve almost felt sorry for the solitude Maurelle had found herself in. Almost. The next picture was of Maurelle, a little girl, and the large black dragon that had called itself Eric not long before. Maurelle's eyes haunted Genevieve, and the little girl was beautiful with her long black hair. But again, this wasn't what Genevieve needed to see. Focusing hard on the names from the family line, she closed her eyes and began to paint. She could feel the energy drain from her as she worked. When she finished, she looked down and gasped. In front of her was the same family line she'd had before, but this time there were pictures to go with the names. She recognized the first few, but past that, there were new ones spanning over the last 100 years or so. The last two made her freeze. She knew these people. One had been her nursemaid long, long ago, and the other was Sam, the last of the disgraced family line. Chapter 29. Maurelle. Maurelle watched in satisfaction as the last of the embers faded. She had searched for Rhiannon's cottage for centuries, and it had only taken a split second to destroy it. That foolish Petrus had led her right to the fairies. Unfortunately, they'd gotten away before she could take them as well. Arngall's breathing rumbled next to her as he rested from the attack. Neither of them were fit for going after Genevieve yet, but they could have their little fun chasing fairies. "Get up. We must go find the other cottages before the fairies warn Esmeralda of what we did." Maurelle climbed up on Arngall's back and waited for him to take off. It was easier to make them disappear once they were in the air, and soon they were in their palace. The large dragon ambled off to his den, where he would sleep until it was time to leave again. Maurelle flexed her hands, enjoying the magic flowing through them once again. There was a twinge of regret for sending Arngall off to woo Genevieve, but how was Maurelle to know that the girl was smarter than she looked? Maurelle snapped her fingers to light the fire in the fireplace just because she could, then went to the table where she'd spread out maps of the surrounding areas. "Where are you, little fairies? Come out to play." She scorched the spot where she'd just destroyed Rhiannon's house. The others would not be so easy to find. Perhaps she should look through each of the forests in the counties surrounding this one. "Excuse me, milady, but you wanted us to tell you when someone disturbed the locked room in the castle." An imp stood in the doorway, wringing its hands. "And?" "It appears that the girl found several scrolls inside and has deciphered them." The imp ducked as though waiting for punishment. The room had been locked for centuries, and they chose to use it now? But there was no way they could have found it. She'd put the most powerful curse, the curse. Maurelle formed a fireball in her hand and threw it as hard as she could out the window. She had stretched herself too thin with her magic, and it had allowed the protection spell over that room to be broken.
She should never have let that dragon out of her sight. If they learned what had happened that day and who Sam really was. But no, it no longer mattered. Jenny was an ordinary girl in her time. Maurelle had seen it in Genevieve's mind. Oldest of 7 children, never appreciated. There was no castle, no land. The family had lost it all. Maurelle could just let them go and allow them to lose the kingdom on their own while she lived in peace. Images of that day so long ago, when she was sentenced to live with the dragon, came to mind. The shame, the embarrassment. The king had promised to protect her, but in the end he lost everything, and she was sent here to live forever, knowing what she had done. The king had died peacefully in his sleep centuries before, but she was still stuck here, living with the punishment that Esmeralda's great-great-grandfather had forced on her. There, that was it. The anger boiled in her once again. She couldn't let them survive while she suffered the consequences. Instead, she would make a new history. She would be queen, and the line that connected Genevieve to Jenny would no longer exist.
"Milady, is there anything else you need?"
The imp cowered as Maurelle stared down at him. "Yes, tell Arengall we leave at first light. I believe the time has come for us to abandon this prison and take what is rightfully ours."
Chapter 30. Jenny. Jenny readjusted the cloak and stared at herself in the mirror. It was important to look as intimidating and princess-like as possible, but all she felt was completely out of place. She should have been graduating and getting ready for college, but instead, she was doing her best to stop an evil fairy from taking over her kingdom. Sam stepped up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. His glasses slipped down his nose, and he reached up to adjust them.
"I do not believe I will ever get used to these."
Jenny laughed and turned to face him. "You will. Give it a few weeks, and you'll forget you ever lived without them." He kissed her nose and turned in a circle.
"How do I look?"
"Like a king. Well, a prince." Jenny smoothed out his jacket. "There, that's better." There was a knock at the door, and Rhiannon stepped inside. "Are you two ready? We must get you in the carriage now. Maurelle has already begun her attack." Jenny's stomach tied in knots at the thought of what they were about to do. "You're sure this is a smart idea? Genevieve and I were never supposed to come in contact, and now we're about to head into the castle. This is new to all of us. It could very well wipe out your entire existence, but it is important that you and Sam are there." Sam kissed Jenny's fingers.
"We will stop Maurelle and the dragon from terrorizing this kingdom ever again. I promise."
If only Jenny had the same confidence. They went out to the clearing in front of Rhiannon's cottage, and Jenny stared in awe at the carriage that sat waiting. They had returned to the cottage once they were sure Maurelle had moved on. The original was now ash below their feet, and a new cottage sat in its stead. Rhiannon claimed that she had wanted to redecorate anyway. A large roar shook the ground as something flew past. Arengall had arrived. It was time for Jenny and Sam to announce themselves. Chapter 31. Genevieve. Genevieve paced back and forth in her room, wearing her battle armor. Maurelle had been spotted with Arengall, and they were on their way to the castle. Soldiers were busy getting weapons ready and the catapult supplied. The plan was to stop the dragon before it ever got there. And while everyone else prepared, she was stuck up here in her room. Mother didn't want her involved until it was absolutely necessary. It wasn't Maurelle she was worried about, however. She could feel Jenny getting closer, and it was affecting Genevieve. While she could still walk around, her body didn't feel whole. Flashes of her home and Ammon kept appearing in her mind, as if she was stuck somewhere in between times. Another one hit, and she was able to see Ammon packing the stuff in his room. He must be getting ready for college. She jerked back to this time and found herself on the floor, gasping for air. These visions had to stop, or she would never survive. She pushed up and stumbled over to her bed. She would just rest for a bit and be ready for the battle. Sleep had just overtaken her when it was shattered by the thundering roar of a dragon, followed by a large crash outside. Genevieve jumped out of bed and had to steady herself as dizziness hit. Once it had passed, she staggered to the window to find that a large portion of the wall had been blasted away. Scorch marks from the dragon's fire still smoldered on the ground. Genevieve watched as soldiers fired arrow after arrow at the dragon, but nothing seemed to pierce its scales. The dragon was large, and unlike anything Genevieve had ever seen. The pictures and movies of dragons in the future were nothing like what flew just a few hundred yards from the castle. Its long black wings stretched out taut as it glided through the sky, then quickly brought in close to his body as it dove toward a group of soldiers who held large spears. The sight was both beautiful and terrifying at once. Maurelle sat just in front of the wings and held out her staff as she shouted something directly at Genevieve's sweets. The staff flashed, and Genevieve had just enough time to duck before the windows shattered and she was covered in glass shards. As the dust settled, Genevieve could hear the cries from the grounds below and the whoosh of the dragon's wings. The dragon was not there to fight the king and queen. He was there for her. Genevieve kept crouched down as she crept to the door. Glass fell off her as she moved, and she could feel small pieces break her skin. She turned to make sure she was no longer visible from the window, then stood and ran. Another roar from the dragon was followed by a wave of heat that blasted into her room, sending Genevieve flying. If she hadn't been in the hall, she would have been burnt to a crisp. She could hear Maurelle shout something again, but she wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was. Guards raced down the hall toward her, with the queen in the middle of them. When she caught sight of Genevieve, she broke through and wrapped Genevieve in a hug. "I was sure you were gone when I saw the dragon shoot fire at your room." "Careful, I have glass covering me." Genevieve pulled away. "I barely made it out in time. What is the plan?" "I want you to stay down in the dungeon. With Maurelle after you, I do not want you outside where you are a bigger target." Genevieve bristled. "You did not teach me the art of battle for me to stay inside and cower in the dungeon. They are after me and will not rest until I am caught. You know it is." She dropped to the floor, stuck between worlds again. It was summer, and her younger brothers and sisters played in the sprinklers in the backyard. Ammon and Lucy sat on the porch, talking about how much they missed Genevieve, and Ammon suddenly looked up, seeming to sense Genevieve there. She forced herself back into her body and landed hard on the stone floor. That was the most realistic one yet. It was as if she had met eyes with Ammon. She forced herself to sit up and found her mother and several others around her. "I am fine. Why are you not out fighting?" Mother took Genevieve's chin and checked both eyes, her lips pursed. "How long has this been happening?" "All day. I tried to say something." Another flash, but then she was back. "But you were busy." "You nearly disappeared." Mother stood and helped Genevieve up. "It is time to end this. We must get you back where you belong." The guards ignored Genevieve as they stood around her and walked toward the front doors. Chaos met them as they made their way into the courtyard. Maurelle and the dragon were nowhere to be seen, but they'd left devastation in their wake. Several of the catapults lay burning, while others looked as though they'd been picked up and dropped. When the soldiers noticed Genevieve, they stopped what they were doing and waited for new orders. "Where is Maurelle?" Genevieve's voice echoed in the overwhelming silence.
"We do not know. Something distracted her, and she took off toward the east," one of the guards said.
Genevieve nodded and surveyed the area. "Let's have as many of you as we can up on the walls with your spears. I want several of you to take whatever rope you can find and weave a net."
"But
"I know we do not have much time, but the arrows are not working. We must try to bring the dragon down from the sky, and a net is the only way to do that. Now go." Genevieve rubbed her forehead, trying to figure out what else needed to be done. She turned to Mother. "Have you seen Petrus?" Mother sighed. "I have sent out messengers to bring him back, but we have not seen them. Go help with the rope. That way you can sit while you are working. I will worry about the troops here." "All right, but as soon as Maurelle comes back, I will fight." As long as she didn't collapse again. She flexed her hands just to know that they were still working. Her body hadn't felt quite right since that last vision. Servants ran outside holding armfuls of rope. Genevieve showed them where to lay them down and then laced them together, tying knots between each strand to make the netting. She sent a mental thank you to Ammon for teaching her what he'd learned at scout camp, but instantly regretted it as she was jerked into the future for a moment again, just long enough to hear Ammon trying to convince his parents that he'd seen her. When she came back to herself, soldiers stared at her instead of working. "Keep going. We do not know when Maurelle will return." As soon as she was sure that they knew what they were doing, she moved on to the next group. "I need 10 of your strongest men. Quickly." They scrambled through the courtyard, and within minutes, several large men stood in front of her. She studied them before assigning them to different parts of the castle walls. Shooting the net up into the air would be too difficult, but if they could get Arengal to dive again, they could throw the nets onto him. "You 5, I need several small weights to be tied to the ends of the net, and then we need stakes and more rope so we will be ready to secure him once he's down." Mother came over to stand next to Genevieve. "Are you sure this will work?" "It is our only chance." A commotion broke out near the entrance of the castle, and servants came running. "She is coming, and the dragon is carrying a massive boulder in its claws. They will be here within the next few minutes." Genevieve turned to the soldiers. "Is the net ready?"
"Yes, Highness. We're carrying it to the top of the wall right now."
Cedric bowed. "Wonderful. We have one chance. Make sure that everyone throws the net at once, or we will lose the element of surprise." He bowed again and ran to the steps, shouting orders. Genevieve took a deep breath and allowed her mother to escort her toward the door. As the first roar of the dragon came, Genevieve ducked behind a large bush in the courtyard. Arengal dropped a large boulder in the center of the courtyard, and those who stood ready to shoot had to scatter. The boulder landed with a thud and shattered the cobblestones beneath it. The dragon circled around in the sky again, and as it came back, Genevieve ran from behind the bush and stood near the boulder. Maurelle yanked on the reins, and the dragon pulled to a stop. "Foolish girl, you think you can spare your kingdom by sacrificing yourself? Maybe not, but I will do everything I have to in order to stop you." Genevieve's words were drowned out by the roar of the dragon as it dove. Seconds before the dragon was low enough to snatch Genevieve, the nets were thrown from the wall. They covered one wing and part of its body, but it was enough to pull it down. The crash shook the ground. Genevieve grabbed one of the ends of the net and yanked on it, trying to pull it over the rest of the body. Others joined her and helped secure the ropes with stakes. It probably wouldn't hold for long, but it was enough to pull Maurelle off its back. Maurelle lay in a heap a few feet from the dragon. She lifted her head and stared at Genevieve, her eyes filled with a fury that made Genevieve shudder. "How dare you?" "No, how dare you? Get away from my kingdom and leave my people alone. We have done nothing to wrong you." Genevieve forced herself to stay standing as another vision hit. The twins were at a baseball game, and Hunter had just scored a home run.
When she shifted back, she nearly lost her balance, but her mother was there to catch her. "Nothing to wrong me? Your family stripped everything from me and forced me to be a servant to this dragon for centuries." Maurelle stood and picked up her staff. "I simply want what was once mine." Genevieve laughed. "This was not yours. I have seen the trial that sent you to exile. You brought this upon yourself and dragged a whole kingdom down with you." Murmurs broke out among the soldiers. Perhaps she shouldn't have brought that last part up, but it had the desired effect as Maurelle staggered back in shock. "How do you know this?" Her eyes widened. "It was you who found the scrolls." Genevieve nodded. "It was. Now leave us and carry out the rest of your sentence." "I will not do as you ask. You have no right to be here." Maurelle turned to the soldiers. "This woman is an impostor." "She may not have authority here, but I do," a voice called from near the gate. A young woman stood there, and it was like looking in a mirror. The girl had to be Jenny, which explained the constant switching between times for Genevieve. Jenny was dressed in a rich burgundy gown, and she held herself like a princess would. Maurelle's mouth dropped open. "How is this possible?" "Your little fireball hit Rhiannon's house while we were off getting married." Jenny gestured behind her. "I'd like to introduce you to Prince Samuel, heir to the throne in not one, but 2 kingdoms, one of which you helped his family lose." Sam stepped up next to Jenny and put his arm around her. He wore glasses, which surprised Genevieve, but it was Jenny's words that surprised her even more. "How did you know that?" Genevieve stepped forward, but gasped and fell to the ground. She felt as though she was being torn apart, one half here in this time, and the other half pulling her to the future. Chapter 32. Jenny. Jenny watched in horror as Genevieve faded in and out. She'd had no idea what would happen if the two of them met, but she hadn't expected something like this. She wanted to run to her, but knew it would only make things worse. It was time to send Genevieve into the future. But first they had to stop Maurelle. If the fairies were correct in their research, the spell was the only thing keeping Genevieve here, and it was killing her. Maurelle formed a fireball in her hand and shifted from one foot to the other, as if trying to decide who she should take out first. "I spent centuries trying to keep people from learning the truth of that day. How is it that both of you know it?" "Perhaps you should have burned the scrolls instead of simply hiding them." Jenny pulled out the scroll Petrus had brought to them, showing Sam's family line. She still didn't know all the particulars, but by the look on Maurelle's face, Petrus had been correct in his assumptions. With a growl, Maurelle tossed the fireball at Jenny. Sam grabbed her and threw her to the ground. It passed near enough that Jenny could feel the heat, but it fell to the ground and went out. Sam jumped up and pulled out his sword, but Maurelle simply laughed. She whipped around and made a sweeping motion, yanking the stakes out of the ground so Arengol could go free. She jumped on his back, and Arengol leaped into the air, then dove straight for Sam. He slashed at the dragon's claws as it went past, but its tail knocked him to the ground. Anger boiled in Jenny's veins as she yanked off her cloak and drew her sword. She ran for the stairs to the top of the wall. She had to find a weak place among the scales, and she couldn't do that from the ground. Arngall flew at Jenny with his claws out, giving her time to study the scales on his belly before she had to duck down. He shrieked with anger and turned back around. "Jenny, come down from there," Sam called. "Give me a sec." She watched as the dragon flew by again and knew the scales were too close together to hit him that way. But the wings! They were thin and had seen better days. She ran down the steps and called to Sam.
Take out the wings. Use arrows or a crossbow or whatever, but that's his one weakness. Sam nodded and ran to the guards to share the plan. They switched out their swords for their bows and took aim, but the dragon stayed too high. Jenny knelt next to Genevieve. "Hey, hold on just a little longer, okay? We'll get you home. I need you to be there for Ammon and Lucy. Got it?" Genevieve nodded, but otherwise didn't move. Petrus strode out of the castle carrying several vials that held a dark red solution. He headed straight for the unbroken catapult and spoke quietly with one of the soldiers. They poured the solution over the stone that sat in the catapult and then lit it on fire. Red flames burst from it, and the air filled with a putrid smell. On his command, the soldiers let it fly. The stone hit the dragon, and while it did nothing to the scales on its back or belly, the wings suffered damage. Arengol roared and shot a burst of flame toward Petrus before trying to push higher up in the air. One catapult after another shot the burning stones and hit Arengol in the wings and body. Once part of the underbelly was exposed, Sam shot him in the heart with a crossbow. The dragon fell and hit the ground, skidding several feet. Guards ran over to make sure it was dead. Maurelle pushed herself off the ground and leaned heavily on her staff. She limped toward Jenny, wincing as she moved. Jenny held tightly to her sword, hoping it wouldn't come to that. She called for the fairies in her mind, and there they were, standing in front of her. They threw up a shield, but Maurelle pulled it down just as quickly, then shot a bolt of energy toward them. It was too fast for Jenny to get out of the way, and it froze her in place. Pain like she had never felt before shot through her, but she couldn't do anything to stop it. Maurelle limped forward and grabbed Jenny by the neck, a look of triumph showing through the pain. "At last, I have waited for this time for too long." Maurelle pulled out a small knife. "I will be rid of you and your family once and for all." Jenny wanted to close her eyes, but they wouldn't obey. She watched as the knife came closer, but Maurelle suddenly gasped as a sword went through her middle, barely missing Jenny. The spell on Jenny was broken, and she was able to push away to find Genevieve standing behind Maurelle, holding the sword. The evil fairy burst into dust that was carried off with the wind. Genevieve's eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed to the ground. She was nearly transparent by that time, and it amazed Jenny that she'd even been able to hold the sword. Jenny rushed to her side. "Please be okay." She reached out and touched Genevieve's shoulder. They switched bodies almost instantaneously, finally landing back in their own selves, and Jenny prayed with her last breath that it was enough to send Genevieve back to where she belonged. Epilogue. Genevieve. Blinding pain was the first thing Genevieve felt as she awoke. The night sky was filled with millions of stars. She groaned and rolled over, trying to figure out where she was. A white fence surrounded the grass where she lay. She was home. She crawled to the back step and turned the doorknob, hoping they'd left it unlocked. She smiled as it turned and slipped inside. The house was quiet, and a glance at the clock told her it was past 3 a.m. It would be hours before anyone woke, so she pushed herself up and walked slowly into the living room and up the stairs. Her bed welcomed her, and she dropped into it, happy to be home. A loud shriek pulled Genevieve from her sleep. Mary and Bonnie jumped on her bed and tackled her. "When did you get here? We thought we'd never see you again. Did you save the prince?" Bonnie hit her with a pillow. "Last night, and no, I did not, but Jenny did." She sat up and rubbed her eyes. Bonnie stared for a moment. "Genevieve?" "Yes, it is me." She stood and stretched. Jenny is with her prince, and I am here. Bonnie grinned before running out of the room, screaming that Genevieve was back. Genevieve just laughed and ushered Mary out before shutting the door. As soon as she was dressed, she ran downstairs and hugged everyone, then grabbed the car keys. It was good to see her family again, but there was someone else she had to see. Eric's old car sat in his driveway. Genevieve stared at the house for a moment before walking up the sidewalk. She knocked, her heart beating rapidly. She just had to know for herself that he was okay. His mother answered. "Oh, hey, Jenny. I'll go get Eric." "Thank you." Genevieve smoothed down her hair while she waited. When Eric came around the corner, she couldn't help her initial spark of fear, but it was quickly replaced by joy. It was really him. Eric stopped. "Jenny?" She shook her head. "Genevieve." He swept her up in his arms and twirled her around the room. The love in his eyes was so different from the hunger she'd seen in the dragons. She was back with her Eric, and it was right where she wanted to stay. Jenny. Jenny sat on the throne next to Sam and smiled down at the family who stood there, dressed in fine clothes. It had been several days since the battle, and she still couldn't believe that she was here in the castle with her husband by her side. She hadn't heard from Genevieve, and there was no way of knowing if she'd survived. The mirror never left her side in hopes that at some point she would hear the familiar crackle. King George stood, and the room went silent. "We are here to bestow lands of the kingdom back to their rightful heir. The lands south of here once belonged to a noble family, but through a mistake made by their king, those lands were stripped. After centuries of serving, their debt has been paid." Queen Esmeralda took a staff and stood in front of Sam's parents and siblings. She touched each of them on the right and then left shoulders, honoring them with a title. When she reached Sam's mother, a servant handed her a small crown that she placed on the woman's head. "Princess Genevieve and Prince Samuel have formed an alliance between the two kingdoms, and we bless this land that it will have continual peace between us." Jenny squeezed Sam's hand, and he winked at her before turning back to listen to the rest of the ceremony. As everyone stood to leave, Sam took Jenny in his arms. "Are you ready to go, my princess?" "You have no idea." Jenny practically skipped down the steps as they left the throne room. Once upon a time, she had wanted nothing more than to escape boredom, and now she was headed for her honeymoon in a magical kingdom far, far away. She only hoped that Genevieve could have the same happy ending.